Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey back in time to the birth of one of the most remarkable goddesses of all time, Hera, the goddess of marriage, women and family, and the queen of the gods. We will follow her life of power, beauty, tragedy, and love, from her birth to her marriage to Zeus, the god of the sky, and one of the most powerful gods on earth. We will spend some lazy, peaceful days with her in the gardens of the Hesperides, where she gradually grew into the goddess we all know today. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to unwind and find comfort in the place that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress beneath you. Here and now, there are no obligations. There are no responsibilities. By simply closing your eyes and listening to the sound of my voice, you are already providing your body with the rest and nourishment that it needs. You are slowly healing yourself and giving yourself the gift of rest, whether you are falling asleep or not. Together, we will gradually work our way towards sleep, but know that every step of the way, you are nourishing both your body and your mind. With your eyes closed and your body sinking deeper and deeper into the mattress beneath you, take a moment to really feel the points of contact you have with the mattress. Notice how your legs, arms, torso, and head feel as they are embraced by the soft bed beneath you. After a long day, they are being invited to let go of any weight they have been carrying, as are you. For a moment, let us imagine that you are not lying in your bed. Instead, you are reclining peacefully on a big, fluffy white cloud. It is as soft as cotton, and it wraps around you as if you are sinking into the world's most comfortable beanbag chair. Though the cloud itself is wispy and otherworldly, and you can brush your fingers through its outer edges, it is sufficiently dense and supportive and plush beneath you, making you feel protected no matter where the cloud may be floating. Bits of the cloud rise up around you, cradling you like a soft blanket. It curls up beneath your chin, around your shoulders, over your arms and legs. It provides you with a layer of warmth and comfort unlike anything else. You feel like you are truly being embraced by the cloud. Slowly, the cloud begins to move down from the sky at a steady, gentle pace. You are floating effortlessly down toward the lush and wild landscape on the earth below you. There are nothing but meadows and forests splashed across the countryside. You can't see any houses for miles, and you like it that way. The cloud glides down so you are skirting just above the beautiful, breathtaking countryside. You feel like a bird sailing above the world, taking it in from an entirely new, life-changing angle. You soar around trees and over meadow grasses, close enough so you could reach out and touch them if you'd like to. And so, you do. With gentle fingers, you extend your hand out over the edge of the cloud. You're moving at a slow and steady pace between the trees and just over the grasses. Your fingers brush over leaves and wildflowers and blades of grass, caressing them with a magic touch. You let your hand dangle there, mingling with the flowers and leaves and beautiful earth that is moving so smoothly all around you. Overhead, there are clouds much like the one you are lying on. They are cottony puffs against a baby blue sky, so elegant and perfect that it feels like they were plucked out of a nostalgic dream long, long ago. When you take a deep breath in, tasting the nectar of the wildflowers and the freshness of the air, you notice that the clouds above you grow thicker, taking up almost the entire sky. When you breathe out, the clouds slowly recede and disappear, revealing more of that stunning baby blue sky to you. You breathe in deeply and wholly, watching as the sky dims with clouds above you. Then you exhale, feeling the sunlight wash over your skin as the clouds clear more and more. You breathe in, watching more clouds gather in the beautiful sky above you. And you exhale, feeling the sunlight splash across your smooth skin as the clouds clear, revealing more of that brilliant sky. Know that you can return to this visual at any time to ground yourself in your breathing and to recognize the ability you have inside you to relax and soothe yourself, to visualize anything that you would like. Now that we have taken the time to relax and find comfort in the place that we are in, here and now, let us begin our story. Hera was born soon after the universe itself was born, brought to the earth as the child of the great Titan Cronus and Titaness Rhea. She was a sibling of many powerful gods: Hades, Poseidon, Demeter, Hestia, and her eventual husband, Zeus. Soon after Hera and the others were born, however, the Titan Cronus learned of his destiny. that he would be overthrown by one of his children, a being obsessed with power and the ability to have control over others. Cronus could simply not bear the thought of being overthrown by one of his children. Despite his wife's begging, he decided the only way to prevent this from happening was to swallow his children whole. Rhea, however, loved her children more than she loved any kind of power, more than she loved Cronus himself. When Cronus asked for his youngest child Zeus so that he could swallow him, Rhea instead handed him a heavy stone wrapped in swaddling clothes. The Titan picked the stone up between his fingers and swallowed it, none the wiser. Satisfied that his position of power was saved, Cronus happily went about his days. Rhea had hope that Zeus would be able to save his siblings, including the beautiful and intelligent Hera. Rhea sent Zeus away in the dead of night to the island of Crete, urging him to grow big and strong so that one day he could return and recover his siblings from his father. Eventually, that day came. Zeus returned to his homeland, and with some clever trickery, he had his father drink a vomit-inducing potion. Cronus first disgorged a stone, followed by all of Zeus's siblings, one by one. A long and arduous series of battles ensued, in which the older generation of Titans, headed by Cronus, fought against the new generation of gods, led by Zeus, that would later become known as the Olympians. This war was called the War of the Titans. In the end, the Olympians and their allies prevailed, and Cronus, together with most of the other Titans, were sent to Tartarus, where they would never have to be seen again. And so, once more, Hera was delivered into a beautiful new world. However, she was not to be raised like her siblings on Mount Olympus. By some accounts, Hera was raised and lived her early life in the gardens of the Hesperides, and were the gardens of the Hesperides a beautiful place to grow and learn. The gardens of the Hesperides were a lush, vast series of gardens far, far away from the world. It was said to be the most beautiful place on the entire earth, and very few people or gods were allowed to go there. The Hesperides, or the Western Maidens, resided in the flourishing gardens. They were the nymphs of the evening, representations of the golden light simmering across the horizon and sweeping over the mountains at the end of every day. They fit their roles perfectly. They were beautiful, calm, contemplative, joyful nymphs. Their hair was strawberry blonde and a deep, rich red and ginger. Their clothes seemed to be sewn from silk and gold itself. glistening with every single graceful step they took across the gardens. Every evening, they would lead the way before Nyx caused the sun to set, working in unison to paint the sky and the land in the stunning blanket of marigold light. They spent their days lazing in the gardens and basking in the light of the sun, soaking in the rays as if it nourished them, as if it fueled them. They were nymphs that enjoyed life for exactly what it was, and soaked it up in a way that few other creatures did. That being said, it was a fairly easy thing to do in a place as wildly beautiful as their gardens. Lakes dotted the mountainous landscape, full of rolling evergreen hills. Lakes that seemed to always have a glassy sheen to them, never peppered with whitecaps, never blemished by a single wave. The sun and clouds were reflected in them like a perfect mirror. And when the sun set, with the help of the Hesperides every evening, the lakes were a portrait of gold and orange. There were rivers that rushed down the mountain slopes, drawn between the trees as if Mother Nature herself had taken her finest brush and painted them there in long, winding strokes. The rivers bubbled over rocks and around bends, but they were perfectly clear. You could see the rainbow mosaic of stones blanketing the bottom of the river. Stones of pink, orange, blue, and purple. Stones that were freckled with specks of black, white, and gray, each dot more stunning than the last. And then there were the plants and flowers of the garden. Though the Hesperides hardly had to tend to them, the gardens were the finest that existed anywhere on earth. Fruits and berries and nuts sprung from them with abundance, coating the landscape with oranges, greens, yellows, reds, and purples. There was always enough food to go around, so much that one could pluck a full meal from a single bed within the garden. There were orchards as far as the eye could see, but none were quite as special as Hera's orchard. She spent most of her time there, tending to the apple trees and olive trees and citrus trees. She truly loved nature in a way that few people are able to. She swore she could feel the soil breathing beneath her feet. She could feel the plants asking her for water and offering her their bounty with glee. She spent many of her childhood days in that orchard, pruning the trees and gathering their fruit in wooden baskets. She walked barefoot nearly all the time through the garden, savoring the feeling of the soil and soft evergreen grass on her feet. When she wasn't tending to the garden, she was often playing with the Hesperides, They would bathe in the rivers together and spend time unwinding in hot springs. Sometimes they would gaze up at the clouds and call out their imagined shapes. They loved to play tag alongside the rivers and sing songs to one another, beautiful songs that could bring a tear to your eye. Their lives together there were peaceful and full of days with nothing but joy and beauty. However, as is often the case, those days could not last forever. As Hera grew older, her carefree days of having leaf races down the meandering streams and lounging relaxed in wildflower-coated meadows grew less and less frequent. The other gods, her siblings, came to visit her rather often. After all, she was a sibling of Zeus and a goddess of immense power. She loved her sisters, though she had a distaste for Zeus of all the gods. She had heard of his numerous liaisons with women, gods and humans and nymphs alike. She knew he was a man who often brought tragedy with him, and she questioned his decision-making skills at her very core. But Hera was happy she didn't have to see Zeus that often. She spent many of her days chatting with her other siblings as she worked barefoot in the garden. Some of her siblings teased her for not using the full extent of her abilities, but Hera didn't mind it too much, because some days she used them as much as she liked. Sometimes she would lie down in the soft meadows of the gardens, the sweet grass dancing around her, the crickets chirping in their cozy nooks and crannies in the trees at the edge of the grass. When she was sure no one else was watching, she would reach up toward the clouds and brush her hands over them, taking hold of them elegantly. With ease and cool, gentle breaths, Hera was able to mold the clouds into whatever she desired. She could form them into shapes. She could cause more to appear. She could make them disappear at will. She had the power to control and move the skies, a power that was only matched by Zeus himself. And soon, Zeus became aware of this. From a hiding spot, he watched Hera for quite some time as she went about her life in the gardens of the Hesperides. He admired her more and more with each passing day. The way she cared for the earth, the way she went about her daily business with a smile on her face, and especially the way she cared for the animals of the garden. Hera was a goddess who loved animals with every fiber of her being. Zeus watched one day as a bird fell from a nest, hurting its wing. To Zeus, the stunning little sparrow was a lost cause. There were millions more exactly like it, flying through the forests and skies of their land. He expected Hera to move along and continue about her day, ignoring the little bird. But instead, Hera looked down at the wounded animal with tears shimmering in her eyes. She knelt in the grass, staining her bare knees and the hem of her beautifully woven dress a bright, rich green. Dirt and freshly wet soil stuck to her soft skin, but she paid it no mind. Her focus was almost entirely on the sweet little bird that was flapping its good wing and calling out to the world, asking for someone to help it. Hera clicked her tongue against her teeth and shook her head sadly. "You poor little thing," she muttered to the bird. As gently as she could, she scooped the incredibly small animal into the soft palm of her hand. At first, the bird called out, afraid of her touch. But Hera soothed it with her melodic voice, promising the bird that she would not harm it. It was clear that as soon as the bird touched Hera, it could feel her energy. It nestled its downy little head against Hera's fingertips, gazing up at her with affectionate eyes. Hera smiled down at the bird, promising to take care of it and help it grow big and strong so it could survive out in the gardens. And that is precisely what she did. Zeus watched as hours turned to days, and days turned to weeks. And with each passing moment, Hera tended to the bird. Every morning, she would awaken and head out into the gardens, using her bare hands to dig in the earth for worms to feed the bird. She didn't mind the feeling of the damp, fresh soil on her hands, nor the earthy, fragrant aroma that danced in the air as she searched through the rich loam. Eventually, without fail, she would find a few worms buried in the soil. She would plop them into one of her hands, and then, with the other hand, she would wander around the gardens for a few moments, gathering whatever seeds the flowers and plants had dropped overnight. Then, with a smile on her face, just as the sun began to rise, she would sit with the bird and feed it by hand. The bird would slowly pick at the seeds, being careful that it was gentle enough not to harm Hera's soft skin. When it was finished, each and every day, it would nuzzle against Hera affectionately, curling its head and injured wing against her fingers. It was clear that the bird trusted Hera with its life, and Hera loved it with all of her heart. Zeus had never seen a creature and a human interact in such a way. Hera had nothing but love in her heart for the creatures of the forest. It wasn't just the birds, Zeus soon learned. It was the small mammals, the fish swimming in the pond, even the bees and butterflies that glided through the gardens, pollinating the flowers. And, in turn, it seemed that all the animals loved Hera, too. They frequently scurried out of the forests when they saw Hera coming, eager to be near her, to hear her honey-sweet voice as she sang to them, or asked them how their days were going, knowing she would never get an answer. Soon, the bird grew big enough to be released. Its wing was healthy and fluffy with beautifully sheen feathers. Hera stood at the edge of her home with the little bird in her hands. She gave the bird a tearful goodbye, wishing it well as it continued its life in the gardens. The bird nuzzled against her hand a final time before it took off into the garden, melding in with the color of the sky until it disappeared from view. Zeus watched from his hiding spot as Hera fought tears for the little bird. She was happy to have saved it, but filled with sorrow at the thought of parting with it. Zeus was overcome by emotion, seeing Hera so vulnerable and connected to the world. He knew in that instant that he wanted to be with Hera, that she would be his bride. The other gods had been saying for quite some time that Hera was the only reasonable match for Zeus. She was beautiful, intelligent, and her power was the only power that rivaled his own. Their mother, of course, was against the union, but Zeus paid no mind to that. Desperate to have Hera as his wife, Zeus descended from his hiding place to woo her. It was normally easy for Zeus to woo women, nymphs, and goddesses alike, so he was not shy of approaching her at all. He walked in the garden with her, talking with her for quite some time. He didn't notice that Hera was stepping away from him, uninterested and clearly wishing he would leave. Zeus's confidence and narcissism didn't allow him to see the disregard that she clearly had for him. And so, at the end of the day, as the Hesperides set off to paint the landscape in a stunning array of gold and orange, Zeus asked Hera to be his bride. Hera took a step back, shocked and displeased by the sudden question. After all she had heard of Zeus, a simple walk in the garden with him could not change her opinion of him. She turned Zeus down without any particular gentleness. She knew he was someone that didn't take no for an answer, so she tried to be as transparent as she could be. Zeus left the garden in a whirlwind. He could not believe he had been rejected by Hera. He had never wanted a woman as his bride like he wanted Hera. And so, though it was incredibly inappropriate, Zeus continued to pursue her. Morals were not Zeus's strong suit, after all. For several days, for several weeks, for several months, Zeus came to the garden to try and talk to Hera into marrying him. Some days, Hera would walk along the river with him and talk to him. Others, she would instantly send him away, tired of his propositions. She was growing more and more frustrated with Zeus with every passing day. And Zeus, too, was growing tired of Hera's rejections. He thought back to the moment that made him fall for her and desire her as a bride. Her tending to that lost and injured bird, helping give it a fighting chance to survive. The way she loved animals and connected with them was unlike anything Zeus had ever seen. And it was then that Zeus came up with a plan. Knowing how dearly Hera cared for animals, he believed if he was an animal, he could make her fall in love with him. One night, as Hera curled up in her bed with a fireplace crackling by her feet, Zeus sent a massive storm over the gardens. Hera paid it no mind, enjoying the sound of the rain against the roof overhead. Zeus transformed himself into a beautiful cuckoo bird and descended into the storm. By the time he reached Hera's house, he was soaked to the bone, hardly able to keep flying. He crash-landed on the windowsill with a thud, alerting Hera to his presence. She rose from bed, casting her woven blanket aside and clutching a hand to her chest as she made her way over to the window to investigate the noise. When she reached the windowsill and saw the cuckoo lying there, its feathers disheveled, its entire body quivering with the cold of the rain, her guard immediately fell. "You poor dear," she muttered in her smooth, sweet voice. Gently, perhaps even more gently than she had picked up the sparrow, she picked up Zeus in his cuckoo form. She remarked that she couldn't believe the bird had flown in such a powerful storm, clearly feeling pity for the poor thing trapped out in the rain. She promised Zeus that she would dry him and keep him warm. She crossed her house and sat by the fire. With a wool cloth, she slowly dried off Zeus, feather by feather. Her touch was so gentle that Zeus wanted to transform and confess his love once more, but he held himself back. Once he was dry, Hera nestled him beneath her bosom, hoping to keep him warm there. Zeus nestled there happily as Hera rocked him. With the fire crackling beside her, she told Zeus some stories, hoping that it would provide the bird with some comfort. With each word, Zeus fell more and more in love with Hera, and Hera grew more and more connected to the precious creature in her arms. Hera spent all night caring for the bird and nursing it back to health. When the time finally came for her to set it free, she decided she would keep the bird with her for the night, at least until the rain cleared. But as she set the bird down in her bed, the bird transformed into Zeus. Hera was shocked to see Zeus standing at the end of her bed. He told Hera once more of his love for her, of her beauty and the compassion with which she treated all living creatures. He spoke of her and her power highly, promising that he would never stop her from doing the things she loved. Hera was surprised by how she felt for Zeus at the end of the speech. She knew she had been tricked by him and was certain she would be tricked again. And yet, she knew one day she would have to be wed. And she felt she was lucky to marry a man who loved her as deeply as Zeus seemed to on that rainy night in the cabin. Hera agreed to marry Zeus. Together, they had a secret wedding at the edge of a lake, far from their parents. As a wedding present, Hera was given a tree that bore golden apples. She planted the tree in the garden and visited it nearly every day. It was her prized possession, and she was grateful to spend many of her days in the comfort of its shade. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to the undersea kingdom of Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea. We will follow him from the beginning of his life, when the world was ruled by titans, and see as he rises to power in his kingdom beneath the sea. We'll relax in the rain that he sends pitter-pattering across the diverse and beautiful landscape of Greece, and we'll ride with him on his horse-drawn chariot across the waves of the Mediterranean. Poseidon was not born as the king of the ocean. In fact, he was born at a time when the oceans were still new, when the world was still figuring out itself and the mysteries and intricacies within it. His mother, Rhea, was the Titan goddess, and his father, Cronus, was in charge of the heavens and the earth itself. Cronus had vast, impressive power that he was desperate to keep. Cronus himself overthrew his father, Uranus, quite some time before Poseidon's birth. And when he did, Cronus's father gave him a warning that one of his children would overthrow him. Terrified of losing his power, Cronus knew he could not allow the children he had to grow to adulthood. When Rhea had her children, she marveled at them. Holding baby Poseidon in her arms, Rhea was astounded by the depth of wisdom she could already feel radiating from him. She knew he would go on to do great things. And she also knew that would scare her husband. And she was right, because soon after their birth, Cronus swallowed his children, hiding them in a place between worlds. For quite some time, Poseidon was hidden from the world. It wasn't until Zeus, his younger brother, rescued him and his siblings that he was welcomed back into the world. A war was then waged between Cronus and the Titans, and Zeus, Poseidon, and their godly siblings. It was during this war that Poseidon took hold of his trident, a fishing spear which allowed him to take control of the earth and heavens away from Cronus. After Cronus fell, and the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, found themselves in control of it, they looked over the beautiful land before them with wide eyes. They knew they had to split the kingdoms of the universe up between each other, and so they did just that. Zeus became the god of the heavens and earth. Hades became the god of the underworld. And Poseidon became god of the water and seas. Poseidon settled into his role as the god of the seas with grace and dignity. He was known for being almost as powerful as his brother Zeus, although more reserved and relaxed than the sometimes abrasive god of the heavens. Poseidon set off across the brand new earth that was theirs to rule in search of a kingdom that he could call his own. When he landed at the edge of the Aegean Sea, the clouds overhead were a swirl of gray and black. A storm had been brewing for quite some time. A mist hung in the air that seemed to dance across the surface of the sea that was only darker with the shade from the clouds overhead. Poseidon looked out over the sea and sky for quite some time, marveling at the beauty of it all. Marveling because he also knew that all of it, every droplet of it, was under his control. He raised his hands in the air, watching the sky above with a sparkle in his eye. As his hands lifted, rain began to pour down, down, down from the clouds. It seemed to simmer against the ocean, letting out puffs of mist and condensation that hung heavy across the surface of the sea. The sound of rain brought Poseidon a sense of peace and calm. He continued to raise his hands, allowing the storm to come down upon the earth with much more force. The sound of the rain pitter-pattering against the golden sand and the breathtaking sea was enough to put Poseidon to sleep. Knowing that it was time to descend beneath the waves, Poseidon lowered his hands, and as he lowered them, the rain came to a stop. He allowed the clouds to remain, relishing in the air of melancholy peace it brought across his domain. Poseidon climbed aboard his chariot, a chariot drawn by the finest horses the world had ever seen. It was Poseidon himself who invited horses soon after the gods took control of the earth. He gifted them to the humans, to the gods, to everyone. He loved them deeply and wholeheartedly. Every day when he climbed aboard his chariot, he would softly pet the muzzles of the stark white horses pulling it. They were gentle creatures, kind creatures who looked at Poseidon with stars in their eyes. He treated them well, and his adoration for them showed everywhere that he went. His chariot was one of the finest in the world, a mass of gold that sparked even in the dim light that filters in after a rainstorm. Some spots on the outside were flecked with barnacles, draped with seaweed that hadn't slipped off from the last time he emerged from the seas. But Poseidon paid it no mind. He was happy to have the sea with him everywhere he went. He settled onto the lush, luxurious bench seat inside the chariot. He could feel a strange warmth inside of him, something tugging at him to pay attention. He knew that today would be the day that he would find the right spot for his kingdom. He smiled at his horses and snapped the reins on his chariot, urging them on. With ease, the horses carried him onto the sea. With Poseidon's powers, the horses were able to glide across the surface of the ocean with ease. The chariot flew over the water, kicking up a mist behind it as it meandered over the waves in long, smooth movements. Every turn, every move was like gliding on ice. Poseidon loved the feeling of the mist kicking up around him, the mist tangling in his hair and his beard as the aroma of the briny, beautiful sea washed over him. There was no place he felt more at home than on the top of the ocean, at least not yet. He snapped the reins again, and with the snap, the horses descended down into the waves. All of them could easily breathe, no matter how deep they traveled down into the water. The transition from the surface to the world below was like entering an entirely different world. The noise beneath the waves was muffled, more peaceful, and Poseidon truly believed that everything was much more beautiful here as well. He loved the way the light streamed down through the waves, creating magical streaks of gold and blue in the clear water. He loved the way things seemed to be frozen in time under here. Things moved slower. Things were more peaceful. There was nothing demanding his attention. Nothing that couldn't be handled until the waves shifted again or the moon came out to play. Poseidon guided his beloved horses through the beautiful underwater world. They glided across a ridge rising from the ocean floor, and as they did, something urged Poseidon to stop. The ridge was alive with underwater greenery, seaweed that swayed in the particularly gentle current here, shellfish and crustaceans and sea stars that happily went about their lives in the peaceful stretch of home they had carved out for themselves. The minute he saw the otherworldly spot, Poseidon knew that it was where he would make his kingdom. And, indeed, soon after he located it, he built a palace beyond any of the gods' wildest dreams. Towers of mother of pearl sprung up from the earth, curved and smooth, much like the seashells peppering the ocean floor around it. Grand halls emerged from the sand, bedrooms full of every luxurious fabric imaginable. The halls themselves sparkled with gold, silver, and the finest gemstones that could be found on the earth. But perhaps what Poseidon was most excited about were the stables. There, he had enough room to store all of the horses he desired, and he picked the finest on earth. They were as white as snow, a color that popped out against the backdrop of the ocean no matter where they wandered. Their manes were golden, so golden that they looked like bits of the sun had been woven into them. Their hooves were brazen, ensuring that they could take the god anywhere that he needed to go. In his kingdom, Poseidon was pleased. Most days, he would lounge in his grand hall and watch what was going on in the earth above. As the god of the seas and the weather, he kept a close eye on the ships overhead to see if they needed his help, or perhaps the opposite. If there were families in need, or inexperienced sailors desperate to get to shore, often Poseidon would clear storms and calm the seas, giving them plenty of time to get safely on shore somewhere. When they did, of course, they would praise the god, thanking him for sparing their lives. On the other hand, if there were ships heading to war, armies heading to distant lands to cause trouble, Poseidon would often ensure they were met with trouble. He wasn't fond of violence, nor did he thirst for drama like some of his siblings. He wanted the world to be a peaceful place, and for humans within it to be happy. But after living alone in the kingdom for quite some time, Poseidon discovered that he himself wasn't as happy as he could be. Many of the other gods had wives, and Poseidon longed dearly to have someone to call his own. He traveled up to the surface on a particularly sunny day and settled on the island of Naxos. In the golden sand there, he was delighted to see the Nereids, a group of sea nymphs. They offered to dance for Poseidon. Having been alone for quite some time, Poseidon was thrilled by the offer. He sat back in the sand against a tree and watched in awe as the Nereids danced for him. Each of the girls seemed to be more graceful, more energetic, more beautiful than the last. They smiled at the god, sending sparks of warmth traveling through his body. But then, one sea nymph caught Poseidon's eye. It was as if everything else in the world faded away. The other dancers did not matter. From that moment on, all that mattered was her. Her name was Aphrodite. She was the eldest of the Nereids and was known to be one of the most kind and worldly. When she caught the god staring at her, her heart leapt in her chest. She had never seen anyone look at her that way, let alone a god. She continued to dance, and as she did, she could not shake the feeling of the god's eyes on her. There was a kindness in them, a wisdom that she had never seen anyone possess before, and yet it made her nervous. Aphrodite had spent most of her life caring for her sisters and making sure that they were all right. She spent her days making music with them, dancing with them, and enjoying their time together. She had heard that marriage, that being with another was to lose yourself, and Aphrodite did not want that. When the dance was finished, no one was surprised that Poseidon approached Aphrodite. He handed her a flower from the sea and smiled at her. In his usual low, calm voice, he told Aphrodite that he was enchanted by her. Her sisters watched on with wide, dreamy eyes, thrilled that Aphrodite had garnered the affection of a god. But Aphrodite was not entirely kind to Poseidon. She coldly thanked him and asked him when he would be going back to the sea. Her sisters were surprised by her reaction, as was Poseidon. But as they continued to talk, he started to understand. Surely this was intimidating for her, and surely she had heard some things about his siblings' marriages that had scared her away from the idea of marrying a god altogether. Undeterred, he told Aphrodite that he would be honored to have her as his bride. While her sisters were swooning on the sidelines, pretending not to be listening, Aphrodite was frozen with the proposal. She told Poseidon that her answer was no. She would not marry him, not now, not ever. To her own surprise, Poseidon simply nodded and quietly told her that he understood. Aphrodite watched from the edge of the lush forest as Poseidon bid everyone farewell and started his journey back to the sea. He readied his horses for the journey back to his kingdom, and as he did, something sparked Aphrodite's interest. Poseidon spoke to his horses as if they were people. He was kind to them, gentle to them. When he spoke to them, Aphrodite could practically see the love, respect, and affection sparkling in his eyes. He waved farewell to everyone as he descended into the sea. his horses leading the way as usual. Just before he disappeared into the water, he caught Amphitrite's eye. There was a glow in his eyes for her, an undeniable attachment that Amphitrite knew would be challenging for him to shake. As soon as he was gone, Amphitrite began packing her most important possessions in a small bag. She told her sisters that she was going. She knew the ways of the gods. They always got whatever they wanted. And she was sure if Poseidon wanted to marry her, he would do so by whatever means necessary. Instead of being forced into marrying him, Amphitrite decided it would be best to go into hiding. She went on her journey inland along the rivers, gliding over them with ease. She stopped to rest in the warmth of the sun some days, soaking in the beauty of the landscape around her while she did so. It was a journey she embarked on alone, and as such, she had plenty of time to think. She did not want to become one of the wives of the gods, always nervous, never an equal, never valued as much as their husbands. She did not want to be a trophy in Poseidon's court. She did not want to be kept away from the things she enjoyed so greatly, swimming in rivers, helping her siblings, making music and dancing for gods. She didn't want to give up her independence for anyone, no matter how powerful they may be. And so, she traveled upriver to the Atlas Mountains. There, she created a cozy, temporary home for herself in the forests surrounding a waterfall. She played music and relaxed there, hoping that Poseidon would move on to someone else. Meanwhile, Poseidon sat in his castle, far away and below the sparkling sea. He could not get images of Amphitrite out of his head. He felt like he could hear her melodic voice playing over and over in his head, and it only made him more drawn to her. He spoke to some others about her and learned of her love of the sea, of the water, of her siblings. Her independent nature only made Poseidon more drawn to her, and so he knew he could not give up on her. He went searching for her on the island. He wanted to tell her that he would not harm her, that he would not treat her as poorly as his siblings treated their spouses. But she was nowhere to be found. Her sisters refused to say where she was, and Poseidon was not one to threaten. Poseidon spent several days searching for his long-lost love. He searched beneath seaweed, under barnacles, around every bend in the river and rock in the sea. His search turned up empty at the end of each day, and he felt his worry and need to have her close deepening. Not knowing what else to do, he called upon Delphinus, his beloved dolphin. He believed that Delphinus would have better luck finding the goddess. He told Delphinus to tell Amphitrite that he would allow her to keep her freedom, to do all the things she enjoyed, that he simply wanted to love her. Delphinus set off in search of Amphitrite. He traveled along the coast of the Aegean Sea, gliding through the water with grace and with ease. He journeyed down each river he came across in search of her. But with every river he traveled down, he found himself out of luck. Finally, he made his way down a long, winding river that led to the Atlas Mountains. At every curve in the river, he called out to Amphitrite, but at every curve, there was no answer. He was approaching the end of the river at a small, peaceful pond below the base of a glistening waterfall. And it was there that he heard an ethereal voice singing out into the misty morning air. Delphinus rose from the water, wondering who could possibly be singing more beautifully than the Muses. Amphitrite sat on a rock beneath the waterfall. She combed out her hair as she sang absent-mindedly to herself. When her eyes fell upon Delphinus, she giggled and apologized for not noticing him sooner. Delphinus knew instantly why Poseidon had so easily fallen in love with the beautiful woman. The warmth she radiated was some of the most heartwarming things Delphinus had ever felt. He approached Amphitrite slowly and kindly. He told her up front that he was here on behalf of Poseidon. Amphitrite's smile fell. She instantly looked ready to fight, to defend herself. But Delphinus assured her there would be no need. He was not there to kidnap Amphitrite. He was here to speak to her. Her guard fell the moment that truth tumbled from his lips. She had never heard of a god doing something like this before. Delphinus told Amphitrite about what Poseidon had said, that he wanted her to retain her freedom and live a beautiful, full life. She could do whatever she pleased. Poseidon just wanted her by his side as an equal. Amphitrite was amazed, in awe of a god saying such a thing. Then Delphinus spoke from the heart. He told her about all the kind things he had witnessed the god do. At his core, he was a kind, benevolent ruler, a ruler who cared for peace and for the people around him, not so much for power. He was no Zeus, that was for certain. Amphitrite's heart began to grow for Poseidon. She remembered the kindness that he cared for his animals with. She had never heard of any man wanting a woman to be his equal. She knew marriage was in her future, and if she was to be wed, she wanted it to be to a man who thought that way. With a smile, she agreed to go back to the palace with Delphinus. When Delphinus arrived at the underwater castle with Amphitrite, Poseidon could not believe his eyes. The goddess was somehow even more beautiful beneath the waves. She looked over the kingdom in wonder, amazed that such a place could exist. Poseidon gently took her by the hand and welcomed her to her new home. That afternoon, the two had a wedding that was attended by all the gods. As they exchanged vows, Aphrodite could see the love glistening in his eyes. She felt valued by him, and this was just the beginning. The gods and Nereids celebrated all night together, and the marriage was as Poseidon had promised. Every day, he and Aphrodite would awaken in each other's arms. Some days, they'd lounge around the castle with each other. Others, Aphrodite would head up to the island to visit her sisters, to play music, to dance. Every passing day they seemed to only grow happier together. After such a troubling childhood, Poseidon had created not only a castle for himself, but a family. The two ruled over the seas as the king and queen, and everyone was grateful to have them. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to ancient Greece, where we will follow the fair, beautiful goddess of love, Aphrodite, as she makes her way through a world of magic to find a love of her own. It was early in the age of creation. The world, as expansive and wild as it was new and fresh, with caves, coastlines, and forests to be explored. A great war had been waged between the Titans and the gods, and in the end, the gods prevailed. In their great battle, the Titan Uranus was cast into the warm, beautiful waters off the coast of Cyprus. The cerulean waters churned against the coast, a mosaic of blue and white, mixed with effervescent foam that seemed to sparkle in whatever rays of light were cast down upon it. It was during a stormy day on the coast that locals gazed out in time to see something strange in their familiar waters. A golden light radiated from beneath the waves, making the whole of the ocean glow in an otherworldly shade. It was magic, they knew that much. But none of them could anticipate the true depth of what, or rather who, was about to emerge from their very sea. At first, all Aphrodite could see was the pillars of light spiraling down, down, down through the ocean waves, painting the sea floor in all manner of shadows and light. The sky was gray overhead, but to Aphrodite, it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. They were plumes of gray and black and stone, layered on top of each other like pieces of fluffy cotton laid out on a mat of blue. She came into being all at once, unlike most. The thick sea foam frothing at the base of a rock just offshore was her birthplace, the spot where she sprung forth from the ocean against all odds. She was from Uranus, the most powerful Titan of all, and his power would not be lost on her. For when she rose up from the gathering sea foam, her form took the breath away from anyone who saw her. The curves of her body were like the canyons and valleys of the most fruitful vineyards, tucked back far in the mountains where few got to witness the true treasure that they were. Her warm eyes radiated kindness and wisdom far beyond that of any mortal, and simply glancing into them would strike the heart of anyone who passed with longing. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful being who had stepped foot onto the earth. And as she took her first step into the golden sand off the coast of Cyprus, she knew that she had finally arrived home after an eternity swirling in the unknown. The cliffs seemed to reach for those cloudy skies, nearly brushing against them with plumes of olive trees. The air smelled both fresh and wild. There was the briskness of the ocean, and at the same time, the homey scent of wood fires crackling and olives being pressed for oil in people's yards. She inhaled the scent deeply and found herself growing more and more comfortable with the bountiful world that she had been dropped into. Aphrodite was a goddess, and upon seeing her, everyone knew what she was the goddess of: beauty and love. A nearby woman cloaked her naked body in silk cloths upon her arrival, welcoming her to this brand new world. There was much for Aphrodite to see, and as the goddess of love, there was much, much out there for her to embrace. And though Aphrodite was a goddess, undoubtedly destined to sit upon a throne at Olympus with the others, she had no intentions to do so soon into her life. She decided that she would establish her life along these bright, breathtaking coastlines while she adjusted to what being alive truly meant for herself. And for quite some time, life was divine. She would awaken in the morning to the sound of the waves brushing against the edge of the sand. The steady rhythm of the waves would lull her back to sleep most mornings, but occasionally she would be able to resist. She'd open her amber eyes to gaze out upon the sea before her, and every morning it would utterly take her breath away. The way the sun painted the ocean in a mosaic of colors of orange, red, and pink, each one somehow more beautiful than the last. She would often lay there in her comfortable bed of fronds and cloth, gazing out over the water with hope in her mind and in her heart. There was no place that made her feel more at home than the ocean, and with every passing day, that feeling only grew. After she awakened in the mornings, she would generally take her time walking along the edge of the water. She would pick up every shell she managed to stumble across and turn them over in her hands to lovingly admire them. The ocean always seemed to give the best gifts to those who were patient and kind, though Aphrodite had no way of knowing that her greatest gift was yet to come. After gathering seashells, she would make her way to the local town. She was a spectacle of sorts there. In order to not distract everyone who laid eyes on her, she would often drape her hair in cloth, hiding her appearance as much as she could, while still feeling the warmth of the sun on her face. Some days it would work better than others, and yet, even when it didn't work, she was treated with the utmost kindness by the people of her fair town. She would go to the local market and gather whatever ingredients she wanted for her oceanside cooking that night. The merchants in their booths would often offer her breakfast or lunch for free, and some mornings she would oblige. She was a divine cook herself, and yet there was something magical about eating someone else's cooking. She swore she could feel the love and care infused in every bite that she took. As time went on, that longing seemed to pull heavier on her. When she saw lovers in town, doting on each other and laughing with one another, she craved companionship, like the companionship that they had together. Being born from the foam of the sea, she wasn't quite a townsperson, and yet, having not taken a seat on Mount Olympus with the gods, she was not quite a goddess yet either. She was floating in between worlds with no one to share it with. That is, until one morning in the early weeks of summer. Like most mornings, she awakened to the sight of the sun rising up over the waves. She sat on the edge of her sleeping mat and watched in awe as the sun drifted up over the waves. Slowly, she bit into a ripe fig, savoring the sparkling flavor as it made its way over her lips and tongue. There was something especially promising about this morning, and it wasn't lost on Aphrodite in the slightest. As the sun crested up into the sky, Aphrodite rose to her feet. She wrapped herself a bit tighter in her silk robe, still shaking off the chill of the cool night air on the ocean. She watched as her dainty feet sunk into the sand, leaving a map of her travels chiseled from one end of the beach to the other. Gently, she picked up every beautiful shell that she came in contact with. Each one seemed more vibrant and beautiful than the last. And then she spotted a peculiar shell up ahead. It seemed to glow an iridescent blue and pink, shifting its sheen with every new ray of light that fell upon it. Her footsteps quickened as she made her way to the shell, eager to feel the smoothness of it in her palm. But just as her fingers were about to brush against it, someone else reached up to grab the shell. Aphrodite gasped and recoiled, nearly falling on her back in the sand. But the stranger reached out, taking her hand in his and reassuringly telling her that he wasn't going to let her fall. Aphrodite looked up to see who this man was, and as she did, she felt love strike her heart for the very first time. The man before her was coming from the waves, leaning up out of them like he was a god himself. His brown hair fell in perfect coils just above his eyebrows. Each one was drenched in seawater, and yet they retained their curls beautifully. Though his features were dark, cloaked in an air of debonair mystery, his eyes were as blue as the sea around him, almost as if they were part of it themselves. For a moment, Aphrodite was breathless. Then she managed to tell the stranger thank you. The two took a seat in the sand, each trying to catch their breath from the surprise encounter. The man picked up the beautiful shell and placed it in Aphrodite's palm with a warm smile. "I believe this belongs to you now," he purred. Aphrodite tucked her beautiful locks behind her ear and gathered the shell in both of her hands to get a closer look at it. To say it was breathtaking would be an understatement. It was like staring at the whole ocean in the palm of her hand. She thanked the stranger again, then coyly asked for his name. He introduced himself as Neretes, a sea deity who Aphrodite had heard whispers of in the nearby town. People seemed to love Neretes, lust for him even, but he was as elusive as a rainy day when you're praying for one. His eyes had a kindness and magic to them that Aphrodite had only seen in her own reflection. She smiled at Neretes and softly placed her hand in his own. His hands were unbelievably smooth and gentle, like rocks polished soft by the ocean, wearing on them day after day. Before she could introduce herself, Neretes chimed, "You must be Aphrodite, aren't you? The goddess who emerged from the sea." He said the words as if he was speaking about a fairy tale he had been told since he was a child. Aphrodite smiled. The instant that Neretes saw her smile, he knew he was in trouble. Her beauty, which was already radiant and all-consuming, now felt inescapable. He was drawn to her like the very waves that pulled him to the shoreline. The two walked along the beach together, talking about all manner of things. Sometimes they chatted about the weather. Other times they chatted about the beauty of the ocean and why they felt so drawn to it. Neretes asked Aphrodite if she was going to go to Mount Olympus with all the other gods and goddesses. But Aphrodite answered with a playful smile and a shrug of her shoulders, "I see no reason to go to Mount Olympus yet. Besides, there is so much beauty and life to explore down here." From then on, the two were inseparable. Many nights, Neretes would emerge from the waves to find Aphrodite in her makeshift home, warming herself at the edge of a fire. He would wrap his arms around her, comforting her and rocking her gently side to side as she drifted closer and closer to sleep. It was his favorite part of the day, every single day, and she felt the same. In his arms, she felt safe and appreciated in a way that she never had before. It was only in his touch that she realized how lonely she had truly been for quite some time. And she didn't feel that Neretes worshipped her for just the beauty of her body either. There was a softness and poetic nature to him that she found herself sinking into more and more every day. He often spoke of the things he liked about Aphrodite, and it was rarely focused on her appearance. He spoke of the way she made him laugh, of her appreciation for all things beautiful, of her gentleness and, when needed, her fierceness. She felt seen by Neretes, especially in those long hours by the seashore, long after the sun went down beyond the ocean blue. Their romance blossomed throughout the summer. They spent most mornings walking along the shore, picking up every beautiful seashell they could find so that Aphrodite could spirit them away to her house, where they adorned all of her shelves, creating a magical atmosphere. Their love was true, but things were far from perfect. When Neretes introduced Aphrodite to her family, his brothers, sisters, and parents, she wasn't particularly well liked. Neretes' family was tight-knit, but their feelings regarding the gods and goddesses that sat atop Mount Olympus were strained. The power of Aphrodite made them fearful, and in turn, they weren't particularly welcoming to Neretes' new love interest. It was a sting for Aphrodite, who wanted nothing but a family of her own to feel at home with. To her, it was becoming increasingly clear that the only home and family she would find would be on Mount Olympus, especially if Neretes' family continued to be unaccepting. She swallowed the thought, accepting that this is the way it was destined to be. But everything changed when Zeus came to her one day. Sitting along the seashore, his shadow cast over her, and instantly she could feel the god's power. He spoke to her with uncharacteristic kindness, telling her that she belonged on Mount Olympus with her family. She was a goddess, and without her, they were not whole. The feeling of belonging was strong with Aphrodite, and suddenly, something clicked within her. She wanted to go to Mount Olympus, to feel loved and accepted. But when she invited Neretes to join her, his reaction was not at all what she had been hoping. She dreamt of a life where they were united in power together. But Neretes had no desire for that. Instead, he wanted to stay with his family. Aphrodite begged Neretes to join her, promising that he would be able to return and see his family whenever he longed for them. But Neretes had no desire to go to Mount Olympus with her. Aphrodite was devastated. With that, she left her first love behind. It was a powerful lesson for Aphrodite, one that would remain with her all of her life. Her journey in romance was far from over, and there was much love to come in her life. In fact, without Neretes, she would have been lost when she encountered Ares for the very first time. Aphrodite's arrival on Mount Olympus was not without controversy and chit-chat. As the goddess of beauty, many deities were jealous of her. However, Aphrodite paid them no mind. After being lonely for so long, the only thing she truly wanted was companionship, and to enjoy the comfort of having family and friends who understood her power. Mount Olympus was the most beautiful place on earth, though she sometimes longed for the sprawling beaches of Cyprus. But in her heart, she knew Olympus is where she belonged. There were groves of fruitful trees as far as the eye could see, and buildings of marble and gold sprouted from the earth, as if the earth had been built around them. It was on Mount Olympus where Aphrodite encountered her second love. On the battlefield one day, Aphrodite caught sight of Ares, the god of war. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she felt a spark ignite deep inside her. There was an edge to Ares, a toughness that she knew few people could crack. And yet, when her eyes met his, she saw his facade fade away like a cliffside crumbling into the waves of the sea. There was a softness to this man, to this god of war, and in an instant, she knew that she needed to see more of it. While Ares and Eros taunted one another about their weapons, Aphrodite floated nearby, smiling to herself as she nonchalantly made her way through one of the many orchards near Mount Olympus. When the battle was finally over, she heard heavy footsteps making their way through the orchard. Without looking up, she knew who it was. "Did you win your battle, Ares? Or did Eros prove to be quite a match?" She chimed the words without turning to meet his eye. She could hear Ares stop in his tracks behind her, then chuckle, almost as if he was caught off guard. After all, many viewed Aphrodite as beautiful, but few knew the beauty and tact of her mind. "I couldn't lose a battle with someone as divine as you looking on, could I? That simply wouldn't do." His answer made her heart leap in her chest. She finally turned to him, and once more, there it was, that facade melting away, and the gentleness of Ares radiating from his soul once more. To many, Ares was arrogant, conceited, cold even. But just by looking at him, Aphrodite knew that he was so much more than that. The two made their way through the orchard, plucking apples from the trees in an attempt to see who could pick the largest. Ares was known for never losing a battle, nor a simple contest. And yet, somehow, Aphrodite managed to pluck the largest apple every single time. She smirked knowingly every time she came out on top, and Ares would simply sigh with a lovesick look in his eyes and coyly chime, "My, you must have some luck, Aphrodite." They began joining each other in the orchard every single day. No matter what Ares was wanted for, his afternoons in the orchard with Aphrodite took precedent. He found himself looking forward to his time with Aphrodite unlike anything else. Seeing her smile made his heart sing, and every time she laughed or outwitted him, he could feel the warmth of her mind. They talked about all manner of things, and Aphrodite had a way of unfurling him that no one else did. For long hours, they would lay in the grass and bare their souls to one another. Aphrodite spoke of her loneliness, of the objectification she faced as the goddess of beauty, and of her desire to write her own destiny with her family close by. When she spoke of her struggles, Ares would take her by the hand and slowly rub the back of her palm, gazing at her with intent understanding. To the Greek gods, he was known for his courage, for his bloodlust, for the strength of his body. But with Aphrodite, none of that mattered. She cared for his heart, not his body or his mind. She had no desire for battle, and in a way, she brought out that calm, neglected side in him. Often, Ares would wrap his strong arms around Aphrodite and nap with her in the sunshine at the base of their favorite tree. Sometimes, he would even mindlessly braid and comb Aphrodite's hair as they talked. Seeing such a softness in him made Aphrodite melt, and with each passing day, she found herself loving him even more deeply. With Aphrodite, Ares could be his true self, not the version of himself built to please the gods. For so long, the battlefield had been the only home he had known. But the lazy afternoons with Aphrodite under the apple trees were even more fulfilling. Many days, Aphrodite would kiss his cheeks and play with his hair, running her fingers through his plush curls as they chatted about poetry. Aphrodite had a fondness for art that Ares had never taken a liking to, and yet, hearing poetry tumble from her lips made him love it for the very first time. The two were well aware of how Mount Olympus was run. Marriage was rarely marriage of love, especially with Zeus in control. Aphrodite knew that no matter who she became betrothed to, no matter what marriage she was thrust into, Ares would be her forever love and her true love. In the garden, they would talk about this for hours on end. They would braid rings for one another, vowing to always carry their intense love for each other. No matter what chaos or madness the Greek gods brought, they found peace and comfort in each other. Ares would never break Aphrodite's heart, and Aphrodite vowed to do the same. For all of eternity, they were bound to one another, and it was a beautiful thing. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a magical journey to ancient Greece, where we will forge inspiring, wondrous creations with Hephaestus, the god of fire, blacksmiths, craftsmen, and forges. We will learn about his origin story, about his rise from the rejected son of a goddess to the craftsman for the gods. Mount Olympus was a beautiful place, and the palace atop a cloud-shrouded mountain peak was a wonderland of gold and marble, fit with the finest furnishings and abound with the most delectable, remarkable food that could be found in the world. Mount Olympus was fit for a king, or in this case, for the gods. High above the cities of Greece, Mount Olympus was where all the principal gods resided. Though they were powerful beings with divine abilities, wisdom, and wealth beyond imagination, they had many human qualities, and as with people, conflicts were common among the mighty gods of Olympus. The Greek gods were not perfect beings, and Zeus, the king of the gods and the god of sky and thunder, was perhaps one of the most imperfect of them all. He and his wife, Hera, the goddess of marriage, women, and family, often found themselves in disagreements. Their relationship frequently found itself in a state of discord because Zeus often had affairs with mortals, and sometimes he even had children simply by himself. At one point early in the lives of the Greek gods, Zeus created his daughter Athena with no participation by anyone else. This solo conception greatly hurt Hera, who decided to set forth and have a solo conception of her own. Athena was a beautiful, wise, intelligent goddess, the goddess of wisdom, handicraft, and courage. Anyone would be lucky to have her as their daughter, and Hera set out to have a child that was even more impressive than Athena herself. It wasn't an easy task, and though she knew it may go poorly, she decided to go about with it anyway. It was too painful and too embarrassing that Zeus, her husband, had had a child without her. She thought that having one of her own would remedy that Zeus would be jealous and understand the pain he had put her through. One night, as the moon rose high above Mount Olympus, casting a blanket of beautiful silver light across the marble and gold floors, Hera gave birth to her child that she had conceived on her own. Outside, the wind stopped blowing against the walls of the palace and the lush grasses surrounding it. The crickets stopped chirping. There was no sound except for the sound of her child taking his first breath. When Hera looked down on her newborn, she was expecting the son of a goddess, a sun that essentially glowed from the inside out, a sun that was beautiful, special, perfect even. Other children of the Greek gods and goddesses usually had a magical energy about them that radiated from deep inside them. But as she looked down at her newborn, there was none to be found. Her son was much less than perfect. He did not have a face of a godly perfection, nor hair that glowed in the moonlight, nor eyes that sparkled when he smiled. He was a child with what the gods would have considered flaws. Hera was devastated. Not just devastated about not having the type of son she was expecting, but devastated about how he had come to be, and about what Zeus had done to her. She felt great shame, anger, and frustration, so much so that she could hardly contain herself. In her grief and disappointment, she cast her son away. Her son, Hephaestus, spiraled down through the clouds of Mount Olympus and sailed toward the earth below, a world far, far away from the gods, away from Hera and Zeus, and all the trouble they had brewed with one another. It was a long and dangerous journey, one that not every person could survive, let alone a child. Hephaestus landed far below Mount Olympus, splashing into the sea off the coast of the island of Lemnos. The seas there were beautiful, an expanse of cerulean, cyan, sapphire, and navy, all swirling and splashing in the light of the moon. However, the seas were no place for a child, and certainly no place for a child as vulnerable as Hephaestus. But soon after he landed in the cool water, hands wrapped around him. He stopped crying as he felt the warmth of their touch. And when he gazed up at the eyes of the person helping him, even he, as young as he was, knew he was going to be saved. The woman looked down at Hephaestus with pity and worry in her stunning blue eyes, eyes that mirrored the ocean around him. She rose out of the waves unnaturally, standing upon their surface as if she was standing in the grass of a meadow in the distant mountains he had just been tossed from. She rocked him gently, cradling his head and smiling down upon him. The warmth she showed him instantly soothed him, causing a wave of serenity to wash over him and welcome him to this brand new world, the world he should have been taken into in the first place. "What have we here, little one?" the woman cooed, looking over Hephaestus. She tickled the bottom of his foot, a twisted foot that would never function like a typical one, but made no difference to her. He giggled at her gentle, motherly touch, and she couldn't help but smile. Her name was Thetis, a sea nymph and a goddess of water. Her history had been entangled with Zeus's and the other Greek gods and goddesses for quite some time, but mainly she remained down on earth, watching over the seas and taking it upon herself to look after the people that had fallen in them. It had been a mostly calm night when Hephaestus landed in her ocean, and for that she was grateful. She could not imagine the child being out here in rough waters. Thetis felt an immense connection and warmth towards the child, but she knew of the nature of the Greek gods. She had no desire to be drawn into their squabbles, and yet she knew she had to find a safe place for Hephaestus to grow and learn. She wrapped the child in a cloth in her arms and rocked him gently for a moment, staring down at him adoringly. She ran her hand over his hair and whispered to him, "I am going to give you the best childhood possible, my boy. But it will not be with the gods. It will be with the people here. You will grow and laugh and spend every day playing and learning in the sunshine here, away from them, unaware of the past that is far behind you." With those kind words, she tightened her grip on Hephaestus. With ease, she sailed across the ocean, carrying the young child in her arms. The ocean spray rose all around her, a veil that surrounded her and gave her a magical glow that caused young Hephaestus to giggle and reach out for her in awe. She could already see that he was going to be something special, that there was a unique magic in him right from the start. She landed upon the shores of Lemnos, a beautiful island in the Aegean Sea. The island had cliffs that rose high into the clouds, forests of olive and citrus trees, and the most remarkable of all, stunning coastline that kissed the edge of the sea, stretching from the villages to the remote, distant hills. Thetis took Hephaestus, a sparkling bundle of joy, and brought him to the doorstep of one of the families within the village. They were a solitary people, far removed from the other people in Greece, and most importantly, far removed from the gods. Living here Hephaestus wouldn't know of his lineage. He would know nothing of his story, of how he was cast aside without a thought. Here, he could live a beautiful life, a happy life. Thetis waved to young Hephaestus as she walked into the waves that lapped against the beautiful shoreline. It hurt her to say goodbye to the precious child, but she knew it was for the best. She descended into the waves, leaving him to the people in the village. When the sun crested over the mountains on the island, bathing the village in the beautiful golden glow of the morning light, the villagers awakened, setting out to fish, forage, and craft, as they did nearly every day. But today was different, because today they had a new member of the village, and one particular family gained a brand new member. No one knew of Hephaestus's parentage, and no one on the island cared much about the deformity that had caused Hera to toss young Hephaestus away. The family whose doorstep he was set upon took him in with smiles on their faces, grateful to have such a lovely little boy to raise. They cradled him in their arms, promising that they would give him a good life. And indeed, they did. Hephaestus was raised on one of the most beautiful islands in the world, surrounded by people who loved him. Every morning, he would awaken to the sound of birds singing and follow the other children out into the meadows, where they would play games and try to make sense of the world around them. Sometimes they would spend afternoons on the beach, where they'd lounge in the sun and swim in the chilly, refreshing waves. In the afternoons, Hephaestus would join his family in their daily chores. Unlike some of the children, Hephaestus enjoyed doing chores alongside his family. It gave him time to chat, to learn, but most of all, it gave him time to work with his hands. Because of his lameness, it was challenging for Hephaestus to play some physical games with the other children. When they played games with a ball, running around and giggling, he would often find himself sitting on the sidelines, unable to join in. But instead of growing discouraged, Hephaestus would often turn to something else. From a young age, he felt inexplicably drawn to building and crafting things from supplies around the island. When he was just a toddler, he would find rocks and play with them, crafting them into crude little spearheads or toys. As he grew older, his desire to craft only grew more and more. He spent much of his time on the far corner of the island, where the local blacksmith had a forge. On rainy days, when the island became quiet and there were no chores to be done, Hephaestus would tiptoe away from his house, sneaking away before his parents even noticed he was gone. He'd meander through the rain, breathing in the scent of the magical island, the fresh aroma of the citrus orchards, the briny scent of the sea, the earthy, invigorating scent of the loam and the sand. It all filled him with a sense of belonging and a sense of excitement. But there was one smell that would spark within him something unlike anything else: the scent of the forge at the very edge of the island. He would sit outside the blacksmith's shop, peering in the windows as he stood on a small box to support himself. He loved watching the blacksmith at work, creating weapons, trinkets, and gifts of metal from what looked to be molten lava. It was an art form, creating something useful and purposeful from crude materials, and Hephaestus had never felt so destined and drawn to something like that before. It felt like this is what he was made for. Not long after, the blacksmith took Hephaestus under his wing. But it didn't take long for Hephaestus to surpass the blacksmith in skill. When he was in front of the forge at work, it was like magic, like he was being compelled and driven by something deep, deep within him that few people ever experience. As a young child, he made trinkets and toys, but now he was making the finest weapons in all of Greece. And soon, it wasn't just Greece. Word spread of Hephaestus's weapons, and the Greek gods took an interest in him. Meanwhile, as Hephaestus became an adult, he started wondering about his lineage, about his roots, and primarily about his parents. He felt different in some ways, not because of his deformity, but because of his ability. So one day he set out on a journey, speaking to anyone and everyone that he thought could help him discover the truth of his parentage. It wasn't an easy task, because so few people knew of his existence and his true origin. But eventually, Hephaestus was able to speak to some people who knew his whole story. And when Hephaestus learned that he had been discarded by his mother, anger crashed over him like a wave. He was inconsolable, furious with his mother for her betrayal. Soon after that, some of the Olympian gods came to visit him, but not to get to know him or welcome him to Olympus, not even to discuss where he came from. They came to him eager to use his weapons, excited about his creations. Hephaestus shrugged them off at first, wanting nothing to do with the gods. But then he began to think about it. He lay awake at night, stewing about his mother, about the other gods, about his abilities, and an idea began to form. He wanted revenge on his mother for her betrayal, and with the gods being so interested in his creations, yet unaware of who he was, he knew he had the perfect way to get back at his mother. He created a vast, opulent golden throne. It was one of his finest creations, something he spent countless hours working on at his own forge. It was a throne fit for a queen, a throne that someone like Hera would not be able to resist. He delivered the throne to the goddess, presenting it to her with a smile on his face. He told her he had crafted it especially for her, using only the finest materials he could find. Hera was awestruck by the incredible throne, transfixed by its craftsmanship and undeniable beauty. She thanked Hephaestus profusely, and he went on his way, knowing what would ensue. When Hera sat upon the throne, she was suddenly trapped on it, unable to stand up. The other gods gathered around as she tried to escape the clutches of the throne, but it was no use. Even with her powers, even with Zeus's powers, there was no way for the goddess to free herself. Only then did the gods realize who Hephaestus was. They called upon him, begging him to release his mother. But Hephaestus shrugged, telling them that he had no mother. Frustrated and desperate to have his wife freed, Zeus sent Ares, the god of war, down to collect Hephaestus. But when Ares arrived, Hephaestus confronted him with torches, scaring the god away. This struck fear in the hearts of the gods. They didn't understand how Hephaestus could scare away the god of war. For the second time in such a short period, they came to really see the extent of his power. Next, Zeus sent down Dionysus, the god of wine. Dionysus approached Hephaestus with a calm demeanor, much less threatening than Ares had. The two had a jovial afternoon together, one where Dionysus slipped Hephaestus glass after glass of wine. Soon, Hephaestus became so intoxicated by the delicious wine that he fell asleep. Dionysus loaded the sleeping, inebriated Hephaestus onto the back of a mule. The journey back to Olympus was a long one, but Dionysus did it with no complaints. Instead, he passed wine to all that passed by and created merriment in the streets which he crossed, making the best out of a rather complex situation. When they finally arrived on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus got his wits about him rather quickly. Zeus spoke to him, asking him what he needed in order to release Hera. he offered to give him anything, something that greatly intrigued Hephaestus. Hephaestus declared that he would like Aphrodite's hand in marriage. She was considered by many to be the most beautiful goddess in the entire world, and Hephaestus agreed with that sentiment. Desperate to set his wife free, Zeus agreed, deciding he would rather face the wrath of Aphrodite than the wrath of Hera. Hephaestus walked over to the throne, quickly setting his mother free. She stood before her son, the same little boy she had thrown out of Olympus all those years ago, and tears began to form in her eyes. She apologized to him and commended him for becoming the man that he was in spite of her transgressions. Hephaestus stood there in silence for a long moment, surprised that his mother would apologize for her behavior. It was unlike the gods to admit to their own misdeeds, and she was doing it with deep sincerity. Hephaestus nodded, accepting his mother's apology. He had no desire to be close to her, but the resentment was finally gone. With Hera free and his relationship with his mother and his past stable, Hephaestus finally agreed to work with the gods. Soon, his forge was built upon Olympus. He had an entire palace on the mountain all to himself, a workshop where he would create weapons and equipment beyond anyone's wildest dreams. He went on to create Hermes' winged helmet and sandals, Aphrodite's girdle, Achilles' armor, Hercules' bronze clappers. He could create a piece of equipment imbued with magic that would allow the Greek gods or heroes to make it out of any situation they found themselves in. And though his work was valuable, for him, that wasn't the most important thing. Hephaestus had found his place. After being cast aside all those years ago, after spending years wondering about who his parents were, he finally had a place in the land he was from. He spent day and night in his workshop, a workshop of his dreams, crafting fantastical things that helped many gods on their journeys. As he watched them walk away, there would always be a twinkle in his eyes. He knew his work was appreciated. He knew his deformities didn't matter. And he felt fortunate that he was raised where he had been. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will tell you a story about how the goddess Athena taught Medusa a very important lesson about what it means to be beautiful. The story of Athena and Medusa began a long time ago in ancient Greece. Ancient Greece was unlike the world that we know today. Back then, winged horses, one-eyed cyclops, and other strange creatures roamed the earth. Men believed that gods and goddesses who lived in Mount Olympus ruled the earth. The gods and goddesses in ancient Greece always got involved in the affairs of men. They showed themselves and talked to mortal men face to face. They looked like us, except they were immortal. Other than this, the most significant difference between the mortals and gods is that they had magical abilities. The gods had the power to control the sun, the moon, the waters, and everything else that you can think about. The gods often used these powers to help, and sometimes punish the people they ruled over. It was then that a beautiful girl named Medusa lived in a city called Athens. The bustling town was home to many lovely and charming women, but of all these women, Medusa was the most beautiful. She had long, shiny, golden hair that reached her waist, and her face was smooth like fine porcelain. Her face was so perfect that it rivaled that of the gods and goddesses. Men came from faraway places just to get a glimpse of her beauty. Medusa was lovely, and she knew it. But instead of being thankful for her gift of beauty and using it for good, she was arrogant of the fact that she was stunning. Not a single day passed that she didn't remind everybody of this. One Sunday, while she was buying flour from the village miller, she boasted about how beautiful she was. "Miller, this flour is fresh and white, but it's nothing compared to my skin. My skin is fresher and whiter than that of the first snow," she said. The miller heaved a sigh, rolled his eyes, and went back to work. He was tired of hearing Medusa talk about how beautiful she was. Medusa's bragging didn't end there. She bragged to the cobbler that her blonde hair glowed brighter than the sun. She told the blacksmith that her eyes were greener than the most exquisite emeralds. And she boasted to everyone within earshot in the public gardens that her lips put the reddest roses to shame. There was no end to her arrogance. When Medusa wasn't busy sharing her thoughts with anyone about how beautiful she was, they would find her looking and admiring her reflection in the mirror. In the mornings, she would spend hours admiring herself in her hand mirror as she brushed every strand of her long, golden hair. "There is nobody more beautiful than you. Not even the goddesses compare to your beauty," she said as she pursed her lips and made kissing motions to herself. At night, she would close the windows and look at her reflection in the darkened mirror for an hour before she got tired and went to sleep. Medusa would take any opportunity that came her way to either talk about or admire herself. She became so self-absorbed that she didn't care about the surrounding people anymore. She could no longer carry out tasks her parents asked her to do without forgetting what it was she was going to do when she was looking at herself. One time, her mother asked her to take some water from the nearby well. Medusa obeyed her mother, but she took too long to admire her reflection in the well, and she forgot to fetch the water. "I'm sorry, Mother, but I forgot to take the water. But aren't you proud that you have such a lovely daughter like me?" she said to her mother without an ounce of guilt. All her mother could do was sigh. She didn't know what else to do with her daughter. Every day, she prayed to the gods, to the goddess Athena, the patron of the city of Athens, to help her daughter be humbler. One day, Medusa's closest friends, who took care of the Parthenon, invited her to visit the temple with them. Medusa was very excited because this would be her first time to visit the famous temple. But more than visiting the temple, she was looking forward to showing off her beauty to the people who went there. Later that night, Medusa asked her parents' permission to go with her friends to see the Parthenon. It thrilled her parents when they heard that their daughter was taking an interest in some other things other than herself, and they agreed right away. Perhaps the goddess had listened to their prayers. "You should see the pantheon that the great Pericles constructed. It thrills your mother and me that you've taken an interest in the goddess Athena," her father said. To appease and not go into another argument with her parents, Medusa nodded in agreement. But what she didn't tell them is that she didn't care about the goddess Athena. Medusa only cared that she would show other people how beautiful she was. Medusa woke up even before the rooster crowed the next morning. She went to her closet and wore the fanciest and most expensive clothes that she owned, brushed her long hair, and put on her best hair clips. In her excitement, she didn't spend that much time admiring herself in front of the mirror, like she usually did every morning. She bid her parents goodbye and went off to meet her friends. When she and her friends arrived at the temple, she couldn't help but stare in awe at how big and wonderful the temple was. "Medusa, I'm not sure if you're interested or not, but the Parthenon has 46 columns on the outside and 18 on the inside. It was Ceres," her friend said to her. "Thank you, but I need not know how many columns are inside this temple," Medusa said as she interrupted her friend. "Ceres, instead of telling me about the temple, why don't you tell me about how I look?" she asked her friend as she twirled around to give her friend the full effect. "You look lovely, as usual," her friend Ceres replied. "We will leave you here while we attend to some more important temple duties, please look around and explore the temple. We will find you once we finish with our duties." Medusa's friend said as she went off with the other caretakers to attend to their duties. Medusa walked around the temple, aware of the fact that people were looking at her everywhere she went. She knew that they were admiring her, so she strolled so that people could admire her better. "I am inside the goddess Athena's temple, yet people are looking at me instead of her. That just proves that I am more beautiful than she is," she thought to herself. The Parthenon was full of sculptures and artworks dedicated to the goddess Athena. The most talented artists in Athens made these in Athena's honor. When Medusa walked by a sculpture of Athena, she whispered that she would have made a better subject for the piece. "This is exquisite, but it would have been better if the sculptor made a statue of me instead." She thought the same thing when she passed by a painting of Athena. "The painter did a great job because the goddess has very bushy eyebrows," she scoffed. "I have perfectly shaped eyebrows. It's a shame that the painter didn't know me before. Otherwise, he would have painted me instead. He would have had a better masterpiece." On and on she went about every single piece of art and statue that adorned the temple, until she found herself in the center of the temple, where the 40-foot sculpture of Athena known as the Athena Parthenos stood majestically. The famous Greek sculptor Phidias made the statue. He sculpted the figure out of wood and covered it with gold and ivory. The statue showed Athena wearing armor and an aegis, a goatskin shield. On her right hand, she held a statue of the Greek goddess Nike. On her left hand, she carried a shield. Engraved on her shield were various battle scenes. On her helmet, a sphinx and 2 griffins stood, and a giant snake coiled behind her shield. The statue was grand and exquisite, just like the goddess Athena. It impressed everybody who came to see the statue, except Medusa. "The temple is beautiful. It's such a shame that it's built and wasted on Athena. I'm sure even the gods will agree that I am more beautiful than she. Maybe one day people will build an even bigger and better temple dedicated to my extraordinary beauty." What she had said shocked her friends and temple priestesses working within earshot. Of all the years they worked in the temple, they knew that the goddess Athena took particular interest in the Parthenon and listened to everything said inside. They also knew that the goddess did not like being compared to anyone else. They had seen the powerful goddess when she got angry, and they knew that it wasn't the best idea to irritate her. Seeing that Medusa was their friend, they tried to help her by making her take back what she had said. Athena was kind and merciful, so they were sure that the goddess would forgive Medusa. "Surely you don't mean that. Take back what you said before the goddess gets angry at you," Ceres said to her. "Why should I take back what I have said when it is the truth?" Medusa asked in disbelief. She turned towards the statue of Athena and said in a loud, arrogant voice, "I wish that the goddess would appear before me, so that everyone in this temple will know that I, Medusa, am more beautiful than her." Just then, a blinding light filled the temple. When the bright light receded, the goddess Athena, in all her glory, stood before her. Medusa trembled at the sight of the mighty goddess. She looked around the temple for somebody to help her, but she was all alone. Her friends and the other temple visitors all ran out in fright at the sight of the goddess. "My name is Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. I have heard all that you have said in my temple. Although being beautiful is a gift, it is fleeting. However, kindness and pureness of heart never grow old. If you repent and reflect upon what I have said, I will be merciful and forgive you," the goddess said to her in a soft but authoritative voice. Despite the goddess's offer, her arrogance overcame Medusa, and she said, "You are saying these because you are just jealous of my beauty. It is clear as day that even if I'm mortal, I am more beautiful than you." Athena was silent for a few seconds, and then she spoke in a sad voice. "My dear child, there are things that are more important than physical beauty. You should also take care of what is inside. I could strike you down, but I have heard all your mother's prayers, and so I will be merciful to you. You will become what you are inside, ugly and monstrous." As soon as the goddess said these words, Medusa transformed. Where her long, beautiful hair once was, snakes grew. Scales covered her once clear and porcelain skin. Anyone who looks at you will turn into stone, and nothing can save them from that. Even you, my dear Medusa, should you want to look at your reflection, will turn to stone the moment you see your face," Athena said as she looked on. Medusa was shocked at how she looked, scaly skin and snakes for hair. She cried and pleaded with the goddess to change her back, but it was too late. "I will not be heartless, and you will not be alone in your current state. Starting today, I will send you to live with the Gorgon sisters at the ends of the earth. There, you cannot harm anybody, and you will have time to think about the things you have done," the goddess continued. And with that, Medusa and the goddess disappeared from the temple, leaving only a trail of smoke. When Medusa's friends found the courage to return to the temple, they found only the hairpin that Medusa was wearing when she came with them to the Parthenon. They searched for her, but she was nowhere to be found. The turn of events saddened her parents, but they hoped that one day Medusa would realize the error of her ways. They hoped that the goddess would be merciful and return her to them. The story of Medusa is a reminder that kindness and pureness of heart are things that grow more beautiful as the years pass by. A pretty face can be gone just like the wind. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we dip into the utterly boring, snooze-worthy history of the great god Zeus. Oh, sorry, I meant to say Greek god, because some of the choices that Zeus made were far, far from great. But really, can you blame him? He's allowed to make mistakes, just like us. I mean, who hasn't turned their wife into a fly, or wiped out humanity with a giant flood, or given Pandora that totally normal and not at all notoriously dangerous box? Mistakes happen, after all. He is just a god. Now that we have taken the time to relax and find peace and comfort in where we are here and now, let us begin our story. Zeus's story began in typical ancient Greek fashion. There was a prophecy, a betrayal, and a man eating a rock, thinking it was his child. After all, what is Greek mythology but a precursor to the modern-day soap operas that grace our screen? Zeus's parents, Cronus and Rhea, were titans. His father, Cronus, was the ruler of the world when the world was still fresh and new. There were no strip malls, no traffic, but also, devastatingly, no chicken nuggets. Yes, the world was a mosaic of cerulean seas that stretched in every direction to distant horizons. The fields were swaths of green and amber, speckled with bountiful wildflowers that swayed in the fresh, clean breeze. It was a place of magic, untouched lands. Birds flitted from tree to tree, basking in the light of the sun that shone down on them, casting golden cloaks of light across the land. And though the world was beautiful, full of opportunity and beauty, Cronus was far from focused on it. He wasn't the type to stop and smell the roses. Really, he wasn't the kind to notice the roses whatsoever. Because long ago, when Cronus took the throne from his own father, he was warned that one of his children would grow more powerful than him and take over his throne. And, in his defense, I imagine it was a pretty spectacular throne. If you are the ruler of the entire earth and cosmos, the least you can do is get yourself a little memory foam on your cold metal throne. When Cronus and Rhea's children came to be, Cronus gobbled them up, one after the other, locking them in his stomach where they could never escape. But Rhea, being a sensible, normal person, could not bear the sight of her children disappearing at the hands of their father. Desperate to save Zeus, her last child, she spirited him away, sending him to a distant mountain to be raised by a tribe of nymphs. In his place, Rhea provided Cronus with a large rock that was wrapped in a swaddling cloth. With no hesitation, Cronus lobbed the rock into the air as if it was a piece of popcorn and swallowed it, satisfied that he had prevented the prophecy from coming to fruition. But, you see, the thing about prophecies is that, no matter what, they come true. The mountain where Zeus was raised was a wild, mesmerizing place. Cypress, olive, and oak trees scaled the side of the mountain, painting it in strokes of emerald, sage, and evergreen. Wildflowers seemingly sprouted from the soil everywhere, peppering the world with an array of oranges, yellows, pinks, and reds. It was, without a shadow of the doubt, a paradise. Rivers meander down the mountain, pooling as waterfalls at the base of rocky cliffsides. One could stroll along the rivers and many waterfalls for hours, leaving their troubles behind as they soaked in the beauty and majesty of the landscape. Though he had, in a way, been banished from his home, Zeus was already living in some kind of kingdom from the time he was born. In the mountains, tucked back into tiny, cozy homes, Zeus was raised in secrecy. A warrior, Curetes, drowned out the sound of Zeus's crying by doing a battle dance where he clashed his shields loudly together with a ting, 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 ting. Next time there is a crying baby near you, remember this useful technique. I can guarantee you will soon forget all about the sound of the baby crying when your large, ancient metal shields are clanging together. The nymphs doted on Zeus, feeding his notorious ego from day one. They pampered him in the mountains, swaddling him in woven cloth and rocking him to sleep with music they played on their very own harps. He was nursed on the milk of Amalthea, a goat. Clearly, he was ahead of the times. If he was born today, I can assure you he would be nursing on the finest oat milk the world has to offer. From a young age, it was clear to the nymphs that Zeus was not a normal baby, and, honestly, they should have gotten that from the very beginning when he was spirited to them. Zeus possessed super strength and intelligence. impressing the nymphs with how quickly he was able to walk and talk. Soon, Zeus was old enough to begin training himself like any young hero or warrior. Nearly every morning, he would emerge from his cave and unsheath a sword in the breathtaking golden light of the rising sun. In the nearby meadow, he practiced his steps. He would sway back and forth across the grass, slicing through the air with ease. He was adept with a sword, though he was not trained by anyone. He knew he had power coursing through his veins. He could feel it every time he was practicing his fighting against a tree, or a stump, or a pile of leaves. He knew that in time, a real battle awaited him. But in the meantime, the inanimate objects would have to do. His training lasted for several years. By then, he had explored the entire mountainside by himself. He loved the babbling brooks, the raging rivers, the wonderful waterfalls, the terrific trees, the darn cool dirt. Really, he felt the most connected to himself when he was in nature, meandering through the beauty of the mountains was one of the only times when Zeus felt at peace. The sun shone down on his skin, warming his body and soul with its comforting rays. The breeze that swept off the top of the nearby ocean put him at peace, urging him to relax into himself and simply be. The life in the mountains was serene, the type of life that urged you to savor it, rather than labor through it. Often after practicing his fighting skills, Zeus would plop down on a rock on the edge of the mountain and look out over the turbulent sea beyond him. The waves were a mosaic of dark blue, of cerulean, of turquoise and cornflower, all flowing and twirling together in unison. Though the adult Zeus would much rather look at women than the sea, younger Zeus was much more focused on the beauty of the world around him. Soon the time came. Zeus felt strong enough. All those days of breathing cool mountain air, gliding through meadows alive with wildflowers, and nursing from a magic goat had prepared Zeus for his mission, a mission that had been foretold in a prophecy long, long ago. Zeus was to overthrow his father and save his siblings, but not yet fully embracing his godhood, he recruited the help of someone else, the powerful goddess Metis. Metis, a strong, beautiful winged goddess, was eager to help him in his quest. He knew to win the war against his parents, to win the war against the Titans, he would need his siblings, who were, in miraculous mythological fashion, still alive in their father's stomach. Cronus trusted Metis though looking back, I'm sure he wishes he didn't. Metis presented him with a blue and purple drink in a chalice that was forged in their very own kingdom. She told Cronus that the drink would increase his power, but instead, it forced him to dispel his children from his stomach. With his siblings by his side, Zeus was able to throw over Cronus in the war between the gods and the Titans. In the end, the world belonged to the gods. Knowing sharing the earth was a large task, Zeus called upon his brothers Hades and Poseidon. They each drew for pieces of the world that would fall under their command. Hades drew for the underworld and got a bit of a bad rep for it. Someone has to draw the short stick after all. Poseidon went on to take over the sea, and in Greek mythology, never did have a daughter named Ariel. A missed opportunity, certainly. And Zeus, of course, received the heavens as his domain. He was given magical lightning bolts for his role, which I'm sure many people would rather he was never gifted. The rest of the gods knew that Zeus was not to be messed with, and yet they couldn't help it sometimes, because he did the strangest things when he was mad, usually with those lightning bolts. After the war was over between Zeus and his father, life settled into a place of peace for quite some time. The gods settled upon Mount Olympus, giving them endless views of Greece and the kingdoms that they called their own. The kingdom was drenched in gold, fine furnishings, and art. Music played from nowhere all the time, perhaps by speakers made to look like garden rocks, or elevators tucked just out of view. Regardless of where the music came from, Mount Olympus was a place of immense beauty, luxury, and wealth. Lush gardens surrounded the plush living quarters, gardens that contained every fruit and vegetable imaginable. Benches nestled in the shadows of impossibly tall rose bushes, whose fragrance flowed through the entire estate. It was a place that was undeniably fit for the gods, and the fountains in the shape of them made that clear. Here, Zeus reigned as the god of thunder and the king of the gods. But of course, this was not something he could do alone. In awe of the power of Metis, Zeus called upon her to become his wife. Metis agreed, naturally, because he was the king of the gods, and his beard was miraculous. For quite some time, the two enjoyed the best relationship any of the Greek pantheon could dream of. They didn't conspire behind each other's backs. They didn't turn anyone into an animal, yet. And they didn't get rid of any humans to retaliate at one another. No, for many, many years, their relationship was a peaceful one. They lived in a beautiful home crafted of marble and the finest gemstones you can imagine. Their bed was a plush escape, lined with swan and duck feathers that they sunk down into each night and slept in like gods. During the morning, when the first rays of sunshine washed over Mount Olympus, Zeus and Metis would often go for walks together through the lush garden. Metis would breathe in the sweet, serene aroma of the freshly opened roses. She loved the way the air smelled up here on the top of the earth, the way it smelled of citrusy pine trees, of lofty cedars, of the briny ocean that she could make out from the highest point in the garden. It was a place of utter peace, a place where they could connect and just be. But often, Zeus was much too wrapped up in his role as a god to pay attention to the beauty around him. He spoke to Metis in hushed, worried tones about how others were trying to seek his power. Metis knew this was true, but she also knew that Zeus and his siblings could handle whatever was thrown their way. She warned her husband not to dwell on it too deeply. After all, he was starting to sound like his own father, the father he had slain. But Metis did not realize how close her husband's story would be to his own father's, and how, unfortunately, her story would end. When Metis fell pregnant with their first child, she was overjoyed. Zeus spoke to her belly, telling her child that they would be powerful and strong, just like their father. But soon, a premonition told them that the child may be even more powerful than Zeus. It was foretold that Metis would have a daughter even wiser and more powerful than her mother, and a son that would overthrow Zeus and become the ruler of the cosmos. Zeus was devastated by this premonition. He knew he could not risk losing his seat of power like his own father had to him. And so, just like his father, he concocted a plan to swallow his own child. Metis had the power to transform into any being or animal at will. Knowing this was a surefire way to dispose of her, one day, Zeus sat with Metis at their table by a crackling fireplace to enjoy dinner. As the sun set behind them, washing the room with a rainbow of oranges, yellows, and pinks, Zeus swirled his glass of wine and playfully teased his wife. He told her the only way she could become more annoying to him that night in particular was if she was a fly buzzing in his ear. Eager to taunt her husband, Metis transformed herself into a fly. But as she sailed through the air to buzz at Zeus's side, his entire demeanor changed. With a mighty bite, he took the fly version of Metis into his mouth and swallowed her whole. Zeus, not known for being the most empathetic of deities, rubbed his stomach and strolled off to bed, caring little about the wife and child he had just swallowed. As long as he remained in power, he was content with any choices he made, even if it involved eating flies. The least he could have done was urged her to turn into a hot dog or something. But soon, Zeus's nonchalant demeanor started to seemingly catch up with him. Pounding headaches consumed his life, forcing him to remain in bed or lounging in darkness most days. He could feel a strange pulsing inside his head, and at times, he swore he could hear the clanging of metal. The pain reached such a crescendo that Zeus hurried to the side of one of his warriors, begging them to split his head open to see what was going on inside. It was rough before MRIs came onto the scene, let me tell you. The warrior split Zeus's head open, and to his shock, a fully formed woman popped out. She wore remarkably strong armor and a stern, powerful look on her face. She introduced herself as Athena, the daughter of Zeus. She had been raised inside his head by her mother, Metis, and was banging her sword and shield together for years to garner Zeus's attention so that she could be set free. Reluctant, but knowing this was not the child that was going to overthrow him, Zeus welcomed Artemis into the Greek pantheon. She was a noble goddess, the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and weapons. The aura that constantly radiated off her told everyone this, no matter what room she walked into. But even the gods get lonely, and Zeus was no exception. In no time, he had his eyes on Hera, another goddess. And though their marriage would far from be a happy one, and would put several humans, demigods, and gods themselves in danger, neither of them could ignore the attraction they had for one another. Although that attraction wasn't showcased at the very beginning of their relationship. Hera was Zeus's sister, and you'll have to forgive them for that. There were not a whole lot of gods floating around back in the day. Wanting her attention desperately, Zeus turned himself into a cuckoo bird to seduce Hera. In retrospect, perhaps Hera should have seen this as a shining example of how cuckoo her life would become if she married Zeus. At their wedding, every god was in attendance. The room was awash in layers and layers of white flowers that glistened in the light of the setting sun. As they took each other's hands and said their vows, they could see the beautiful valleys and rivers of Greece far, far below them, painting the landscape with a story that they had a large, wonderful part in. When Zeus and Hera kissed, beams of sunlight shined down on them, illuminating them in a breathtaking glow. Many of the gods in attendance genuinely clapped, while others clapped out of not wanting to be smoked. But it wasn't long before someone saw the land as empty as wanting more. Prometheus, the Titan god of fire, crafted man and taught them how to use fire that was stolen from the gods of heaven themselves. Zeus was not one to be stolen from, and soon Prometheus found out. In classic Zeus fashion, he had Prometheus disposed of in a way that would surely awaken you from the peaceful slumber you are hopefully nearing. So I believe we are both better opting out of those details. In response, a frustrated Zeus did the most logical thing an early god could do. He decided there needed to be more than just men on earth. So he ordered Hera to create the first woman, Pandora. He urged Hera to create Pandora with a thirst for knowledge of all kinds. And, at the same time, he sent her down with a box full of troubles to plague mankind, ordering her not to open it. But Zeus knew the type of woman he had ordered Pandora be created to be. There was no chance that Pandora would be able to resist opening the box. She was a kid 2 weeks before Christmas who found her presents in the hallway closet. Can you really blame her for opening it? She was following the very nature of which she was founded. Pandora opened the box, and from that, the troubles of humankind began. Pandora apologized for the madness she sent forth on humanity, when in reality, Zeus had a rather big thing to do with it. He enjoyed passing blame, that one. You'll have to forgive him. There were no self-help books at the time. Humankind spread like a wildfire across the land. Zeus looked down upon them most days, and the majority of the time, he was horrified by what he was seeing. No one was kind, no one honored their gods, and none of them were faithful or righteous, except for a single couple. Deucalion and Pyrrha were much loved and respected by Zeus. They were pious, kind people who worshipped the gods and worked hard. Deciding that he was done with the problems of mankind, Zeus sent a massive flood to wipe everyone out except for Deucalion and Pyrrha. I'd like to believe they were on an ark of some kind, but the jury is still out on that one. After knowing that they could not survive on their own, Zeus sent bags of stones down to the couple. He urged them to toss the stones over their shoulders into the water, where they would be transformed into humans that Deucalion and Pyrrha could raise to be pious, understanding, and respectful of the gods and the earth. The next many years of Zeus's life were filled with escapades much like this. As humankind grew, his interest in them grew as well. He had several flings with women, nymphs, and others on earth. Hera grew to be an eternally jealous wife, though Zeus was equally jealous of her. Zeus had quite a thing for humans, though it seemed he could only gain their affection by trickery or switching into animal form. Over the course of his long, strange, questionable life, he transformed into a bull to earn Europa's affections, a swan to connect with Leda, and a satyr to connect with Antiope. It's possible they didn't like the beard otherwise, but unfortunately, we will never know their true feelings on Zeus. When Zeus wasn't seducing women, he spent much of his time coming up with ways to punish those that he disliked. And if anything, you cannot deny that Zeus was creative.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight we will journey to the mythic lands of ancient Greece, where gods walked among mortals and destiny was shaped by divine hands. Together, we will explore the tale of Ares, the god of war, and the mortal Cadmus. This is a story of strength, wisdom, and a bond forged in unexpected ways. Let this legendary tale of trials, loyalty, and love carry you into a deep and peaceful sleep. The towering peaks of Mount Olympus stretched high above the clouds. The wind whispered through the marble halls, and the soft glow of the setting sun bathed the stones in hues of gold and amber. Below, the world lay quiet and still, as if held in the gentle embrace of the gods themselves. In the distance, the soft murmur of a distant stream mingled with the rustling of olive trees, their leaves shimmering like silver under the fading light. All was calm, a rare moment of peace atop the sacred mountain. Ares stood on a broad terrace, his armor set aside, resting against a stone bench. He had recently returned from a great battle, and his armor was etched with the marks of countless clashes, scratches from swords, dents from shields, and the faint scourge of flames. Yet now, in the stillness of the terrace, the god of war found himself enjoying the quiet after the storm. He breathed in deeply, allowing the serenity to fill him, knowing that this peace, like all things, was fleeting. But for now, it was enough. Ares enjoyed the calm that followed a battle, the stillness that wrapped itself around the earth as if to soothe the wounds left by war. Clash of steel, the shouts of soldiers, the chaos of the battlefield, those sounds had long since faded into the distance, leaving behind only silence. And in that silence, Ares found something close to satisfaction. There was a strange joy in this balance, knowing that while war brought chaos and destruction, it was followed inevitably by peace. This was the way of things, a cycle that had existed long before men fought their first battles, and would continue long after the last sword had been raised. As much as he relished war, Ares understood the necessity of peace. And in moments like this, he allowed himself to appreciate the harmony between them. From his terrace on Mount Olympus, Ares could see the breadth of the world stretched out beneath him. He could see the rolling hills of Greece, the city of Athens, the rivers weaving their way through the countryside. He could see villages and farmsteads with smoke curling lazily from their hearths and chimneys. There were soldiers in training, merchants preparing their goods for sale, and children playing. Ares enjoyed watching the lives of mortals, each day filled with its own small battles, its own quiet struggles and victories. Ares cast his eyes across the lands of Greece, resting them on a shimmering lake. He would see his dragon gliding gracefully through the cool depths. Its dark scales gleamed in the sunlight, catching the rays and reflecting them like jewels. The creature, despite its size, moved with a fluid elegance, its massive form cutting through the water without a sound. Ares watched his pet with pride. The dragon was a reflection of him in many ways. Powerful, fierce when provoked, yet content when left to its own peace. It was then that Ares spotted a mortal man, followed by a small army of other men. It appeared that the men were following something. Ares narrowed his gaze. It appeared that the men were being guided by a cow. Ares watched in amusement as the leader, followed by his men, headed towards the waters where the dragon lay. Interesting, Ares muttered to himself, the faintest smile touching his lips. Just then, a soft breeze stirred behind him, and Athena stepped onto the terrace. "What has your attention, brother?" Athena's voice was light, but curiosity laced her words as she came to stand beside him. Ares gave a small nod toward the distant figure below. "That one," he said, a note of amusement coloring his tone. "He's led himself into an interesting situation, I'd say." Athena's gaze followed Ares' gesture, her thoughtful eyes resting on the men in the distance. She knew the tale well. With a soft sigh, she began to recount the story. That is Cadmus," she said quietly, "son of Agenor, king of Tyre. He has travelled long and far, searching for his sister who was taken by Zeus. His journey has been filled with hardship, and yet it remains fruitless." Ares listened, his interest mild but present. After many months without success, Cadmus turned to the oracle at Delphi for guidance. Athena continued. The oracle, in her wisdom, told him to abandon his search for his sister. Instead, she advised him to follow a magic cow. Wherever that cow chooses to rest, there he is to build a city. Ares chuckled softly, the sound light and almost playful. "So, the oracle has sent him to my dragon, has she?" His eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched the scene unfold below. "Let's see how he fares. Though I expect my dragon will not be so easily bested." Cadmus stood quietly as the cow settled onto the soft grass, its journey complete. This, he knew, was the place where his city would rise. But before the foundations could be laid, the gods must be honored. Turning to his men, their faces calm and trusting, he gave a simple nod toward the waters that shimmered in the distance. "Go to the spring," he said, his voice measured and steady. "Bring back water for the ritual." The men moved without hesitation, making their way to the nearby spring. Around them, the world was peaceful, the air still and undisturbed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the land. The soft rustling of leaves in the breeze was the only sound, mingling with the quiet murmur of the water as it flowed through the rocks. The surface of the spring was clear and inviting, reflecting the fading sky like a perfect mirror. Everything seemed serene and tranquil. As Cadmus's men approached the spring, the water's surface rippled ever so slightly. At first, the men paid it no mind, thinking it nothing more than the natural movements of the water. But the ripples grew, spreading outward in soft, widening circles. From beneath the calm surface, a shadow began to rise. It moved slowly, deliberately. The dragon moved with a quiet grace, its enormous form rising fully from the water. Its eyes, bright and gleaming, held the ancient wisdom of a creature bound to protect something sacred. There was no anger in its gaze, only the steady resolve of a guardian fulfilling its eternal duty. Without warning, Dragon's tail flicked, sending a wave across the water as it surged toward the men. They barely had time to react, their movements slow and confused. before the dragon swept them aside as effortlessly as the wind bends blades of grass. The men were cast into the air. From his high perch, Ares watched the scene unfold with a faint, amused smile. His dragon had done exactly what it was meant to do: guard the sacred spring. There had been no true contest. The men stood no chance against the creature's power. Leaning back, Ares crossed his arms, his expression one of casual satisfaction. It seems they didn't stand a chance. He mused, his voice light as he glanced over at Athena. My dragon is not one to be trifled with. Athena stood beside him, her gaze serene as she watched the spring below. Perhaps they were not meant to succeed, she said softly, her tone thoughtful. Fate moves in ways even we cannot fully see. Ares chuckled, the sound low and indulgent. Perhaps, he replied, casting one last glance at the still waters before turning away. But for now, my dragon has done its part. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue across the quiet landscape, Cadmus made his way toward the spring. A cow rested peacefully on the grass. The stillness that surrounded him felt unnaturally heavy. The soft light of dusk reflected off the waters, calm and undisturbed, as if nothing had happened at all. But his men were gone. There were no signs of a struggle, no cries to echo through the trees. Only the silence of the spring and the faint whisper of the breeze. A quiet heaviness settled over Cadmus, but it was not the weight of sorrow or fear. It was the understanding that this land, this sacred and mysterious place, demanded a price. His men had fallen, not by chance, but by the will of something much larger than himself. He knew, then, that this was a task meant for him alone. There was no fear in his heart, only the steady resolve of a man who had learned to trust in the god's will. His path had been set long before he had arrived here, and now he would see it through. With a deep breath, Cadmus turned toward the spring, his steps deliberate and sure. He did not rush, nor did he falter. He had no weapon to draw, no shield to raise. All he had was his mind, his heart, and his trust in the gods. Cadmus knew that brute strength alone would not win this trial. This was a test of wisdom and faith. The dragon's power was undeniable, but there was something greater at play. The gods had led him here, and he would not waver. As he approached the water's edge, The stillness of the spring seemed to echo the calm within him. The dragon awaited, and Cadmus would meet it with neither fear nor rage. The surface of the spring rippled once more, soft waves spreading outward as the dragon rose from the depths. Its massive form coiled through the air with effortless grace, its dark scales shimmering faintly in the last light of day. The creature towered above Cadmus, its long, sleek body reflecting the quiet strength of an ancient guardian. The dragon's eyes, glowing like molten gold, settled on Cadmus. The mortal stood before the great beast, his heart steady and his mind clear. He did not reach for a weapon, nor did he challenge the dragon with force. Instead, he bent slowly to the earth, reaching for a branch from a nearby tree. The branch was light, its leaves soft and fragrant, carrying the scent of olive and earth. Holding it aloft, Cadmus stepped forward with quiet reverence, his movements slow and deliberate. He did not speak, for there was no need. The dragon watched him closely, its eyes narrowing as it sensed the will of the gods within the mortal before it. Then, with a low, rumbling sigh, dragon lowered its great head in acceptance. There had been no clash of weapons, no battle of wills, only the quiet understanding of fate. The confrontation was over before it had truly begun. A victory not of strength, but of wisdom. As the dragon withdrew, its massive form disappearing once again beneath the still waters of the spring, the landscape returned to its former serenity. The water, now calm and reflective, mirrored the sky above, which had turned a soft shade of twilight blue. Far above, Athena watched with quiet amusement. Her brother's dragon, undefeated by so many before, had been subdued not by force, but by a mortal's cleverness and empathy. A slow smile spread across her face. Cadmus had proven to be more resourceful than she and Ares had anticipated. There's more to him than I thought, Athena mused as she glanced toward Ares. And this mortal may yet surprise us. Ares frowned, his amusement fading as he watched the dragon retreat beneath the waters. His prized creature, a symbol of his strength and power, had been bested, not by the might of a warrior, but by a simple gesture of peace. The idea irked him, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. It wasn't the way of things in his view. Battle was meant to be won through strength, not cleverness. Yet here was Cadmus proving otherwise. Subdued with an olive branch, Ares muttered, his tone laced with irritation. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Athena raised an eyebrow, her expression thoughtful as she continued to watch Cadmus. Strength alone does not define a warrior, she replied, her voice calm but firm. Cadmus has faced many trials, not just with force, but with intellect and heart. That is what makes him worthy of the gods' favor. Ares scoffed lightly, turning fully to face her now. Oh, come on, Athena. Don't tell me you think he's some kind of chosen one. This was nothing more than a stroke of luck. He leaned forward slightly, the air between them light, but with a hint of challenge. If you ask me, he still has much to prove. Athena met his gaze, unfazed by his skepticism. Perhaps, she conceded, her voice even. But his journey is not yet complete, and the gods have their eyes on him. I would caution you, brother, not to underestimate the will of fate. Ares laughed, shaking his head as he looked back to the earth below. Fate, huh? You'll see about that, dear sister. He gave her a playful grin, his confidence unshaken. Perhaps I'll test his mettle a little further. Let's see if your clever Cadmus is as worthy as you say. Athena gave a small smile. She turned to leave, her parting words carrying on the wind. Just remember, she called back over her shoulder. The gods are watching as the waters of the spring shimmered beneath the fading light of day. Cadmus stood in quiet contemplation. The dragon had been defeated, but a sense of uncertainty lingered in the air. His men were gone, and though he had passed the trial, the path ahead remained unclear. Silence stretched around him, a soft rustling of leaves, the only sound that accompanied his thoughts. Before that silence could settle into doubt, gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and wisdom. Athena appeared beside him, a figure bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, like moonlight filtering through the branches. Her presence was calm, her gaze steady. You have done well, Cadmus, she said. But your journey is not yet complete. Cadmus turned to face the goddess, his heart still steady in the face of the unknown. What must I do? He asked quietly, his voice respectful. Athena smiled, her eyes filled with the quiet wisdom of the ages. Take these, she said, holding out her hand. Cadmus extended his hand, and into it, Athena dropped a handful of sharp, gleaming teeth. These are the teeth of Ares' last dragon, long since past. Sow them into the earth, and from them shall raise warriors who will aid you in building your city. Without hesitation, Cadmus pressed the teeth into the soft soil, one by one. The earth parted easily beneath his hands, as though welcoming the teeth into its depths. Around him, the air grew still, and the quiet seemed to deepen. The world itself seemed to hold its breath, as though waiting for the magic to take root. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of water, all of it faded into the background as the ancient power of the dragon's teeth began to stir. Slowly, the ground began to shift. A faint tremor rippled through the earth, and the soil parted once more. From the places where the dragon's teeth had been sown, figures began to rise, strong, fully armed warriors. They emerged with the grace and quiet strength of ancient trees, tall and unyielding. Their faces were solemn, their expressions unreadable, as though they had waited for centuries to be called forth. One by one, the warriors stood, their spears held high, the power of the earth coursing through their veins. They did not shout nor rush forward. Instead, they stood still. It was as if they had always been there, as much a part of the land as the rocks and trees that surrounded them. Ares watched the scene unfold below, his annoyance deepening with every passing moment. First, his prized dragon had been subdued, and now Athena, his own sister, was meddling in his affairs, and she, of all the gods, thought it was her duty to reward the mortal with new warriors. Ares' jaw tightened as he observed the warriors rising from the earth, fully formed and armed, awaiting Cadmus's command. The sight only fueled his frustration. She never knows when to leave things alone, Ares muttered under his breath, his fingers curling into a fist. His gaze narrowed on the scene below, the irritation bubbling up inside him. Cadmus did not deserve such a gift. With a flick of his hand, Ares decided to make his displeasure known. A mere gesture, but one filled with divine will. The once silent warriors turned their gaze from Cadmus to one another. Their expressions hardened, their grips tightened on their spears. Without a word, they turned on each other. The clash of steel echoed across the hills as the warriors began to destroy each other. Ares watched with a grim satisfaction, a small smile playing on his lips. Let her meddle all she wants, he thought. I will always remind them whose will truly commands the battlefield. Cadmus stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching as the warriors clashed. Their strikes were swift, their spears flashing in the soft light of dusk. Soon, the battle was over, and Cadmus was alone again. The warriors, who had risen from the ground moments ago, were now gone, their forms scattered like dust in the wind. As Cadmus surveyed the aftermath, a ripple of energy shifted the air around him. He turned, and there before him was Ares. Cadmus met his gaze, unwavering, but said nothing. He understood that this was not a time for words, but for reckoning. You've done well, Ares said, his voice rich with amusement. Not many mortals can face my dragon and live to tell the tale. You have strength, Cadmus, though it seems Athena had a hand in your success, as she often does. Cadmus met the god's gaze, his expression unwavering. There was no room for pride or indignation, only the steady realization that his fate had always been bound to the god's whims. Ares took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief. But now, you face a different challenge, he said, his tone teasing. You have dared to best my dragon, and for that, you must pay a price. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. I give you two options. Mortal, face your death here and now, or serve me for 8 years as penance for your actions. Cadmus's mind did not waver. There was no fear in his heart, only a calm acceptance of what lay before him. I will serve you, Cadmus said simply, his voice steady. For 8 years, I will be at your command. Ares smiled, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. You are wise, Cadmus, he said. Perhaps he will prove more useful to me than I first thought. He gestured for Cadmus to follow. Come then. Your time in my service begins now. The days that followed were marked by a quiet sense of duty. True to his word, Cadmus served Ares without complaint. His tasks were varied. Some involved overseeing minor conflicts in distant lands, while others were simpler, such as maintaining order within Ares' domain. Each day, Cadmus carried out his duties with the same steady resolve that had guided him throughout his journey. There was no resentment in his heart. This, too, was part of his destiny, a path laid out by the gods themselves. And so, he adapted to his new life. At first, Ares regarded Cadmus as just another servant, But as the weeks passed, something shifted. Ares watched as Cadmus handled each task with quiet determination, never faltering, never questioning his place. There was a strength in Cadmus that went beyond the physical, a strength of spirit that intrigued the god of war. Though Ares would not say it aloud, he found himself growing fond of Cadmus's unwavering loyalty and calm demeanor. And there was a bond forming between them, subtle at first, but undeniable. Ares had tested many mortals in his time, but few had earned his respect as Cadmus had. The god of war began to look at his servant not just as a mortal, bound by obligation, but as someone who might one day stand beside him as an equal, someone worthy of a god's respect. Ares, ever the god of challenge, did not let Cadmus's service go untested. In his curiosity and amusement, he devised tasks that would push the mortal's limits, both in body and mind. Some challenges required physical endurance, overseeing the training of new warriors or managing difficult campaigns. Others were subtler, meant to test Cadmus's wisdom and strategy, negotiating peace between warring factions, or navigating complex disputes between rival clans. These were trials that could break lesser men, and Ares watched closely, waiting for the moment when Cadmus would falter. But no such moment came. In the evenings, after the day's tasks were done, Ares would often find himself sitting alongside Cadmus, overlooking the vast lands from his high perch. There was no need for conversation. The quiet between them was enough. A shared understanding that did not require words. One evening, as the two sat quietly overlooking the distant hills, Ares posed a question about a brewing conflict. Without hesitation, Cadmus offered a thoughtful solution, one that favored strategy over force. Ares listened, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. After a long pause, a rare smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "You are wise, Cadmus," Ares said, his voice carrying a note of admiration. "Wiser than most of the gods." As the years passed, Ares began to notice a shift in Cadmus, not in his strength or loyalty, but in the way his gaze lingered on Harmonia, Ares' daughter. The interactions were subtle at first. Quiet smile here, a shared glance there. But over time, it became clear to Ares that something deeper was blossoming between the two. At last, the day came when Cadmus's years of servitude would end. Ares summoned the mortals to the terrace, where, nearly a decade ago, he had first watched Cadmus following the cow. "You have served me well, Cadmus," Ares said, his voice steady. "Your time here is complete. You are free to return to the mortal realm." For a moment, Cadmus stood in silence, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. The freedom he had long awaited was within his grasp, yet his heart felt heavy. After a pause, he turned to Ares, his voice low but firm. "I wish to stay, my lord." Ares raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Stay?" he asked, genuinely intrigued. "Why would a mortal choose to remain in the service of a god when freedom is offered?" Cadmus took a deep breath, his thoughts turning to Harmonia, whose presence had become the light of his days. "As long as I serve you," Cadmus began, choosing his words carefully, "I am able to see Harmonia. But if I return to the mortal realm, I will be separated from her. I cannot bear the thought of that distance." Ares watched him closely. The god had noticed long ago how Cadmus's gaze lingered on his daughter, and how Harmonia's eyes often sought him out as well. A bond had formed between them, deeper than mere affection. For a moment, Ares said nothing, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Then, a slow smile curved his lips, one not of mockery, but of genuine amusement and approval. "So, you would remain a servant just to stay close to my daughter?" Ares' tone was less a question and more a test, his gaze challenging but not unkind. Cadmus nodded, his expression resolute. "I would, my lord. To be near her is worth more than any freedom I could be given." Ares studied him, the silence stretching between them. Then, with a low chuckle, he shook his head. "Foolish, perhaps, but admirable." Stepping forward, Ares clasped Cadmus's shoulder, his grip strong, but not harsh. "You are a rare mortal, Cadmus, and I do not deny that you have proven yourself worthy of more than servitude." Ares paused, his gaze turning thoughtful as he looked out over the land below. "Why settle for one life?" he mused. "Why not have both the mortal realm and my daughter?" Cadmus blinked, confusion flickering across his face. "What do you mean?" Ares turned back to him, a glint of something almost playful in his eyes. "I propose a better solution. Cadmus, return to the mortal realm, as is your right, but take Harmonia with you. Marry her. She belongs with you, and I believe you have earned the right to have her at your side." The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking in slowly. Cadmus's breath caught in his throat, a mixture of disbelief and joy flooding him. "Marry the Harmona," he echoed, barely able to contain the hope rising in his chest. Ares nodded, his expression softening, though his voice remained firm. "You have served me with honor, and you have earned more than my respect. You have earned my daughter's love. She is yours, Cadmus, and I will see to it that your union is blessed." The day of the wedding dawned with a golden light that bathed the land in warmth. A soft breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, and the quiet murmur of anticipation filled the air. Gods and mortals alike gathered beneath the open sky, their faces serene as they awaited the union of Cadmus and Harmonia. Ares stood to the side, his usual air of fierce command softened by the occasion. He watched as Cadmus and Harmonia approached the altar, their hands entwined, their faces radiant with love. For the first time, Ares felt not the drive of battle, but a quiet pride, a sense of contentment in seeing his daughter united with a man who had proven himself worthy. As the ceremony drew to a close, the celebrations began in earnest. The gods offered their blessings, gifts of beauty, wisdom, and peace, while the mortals danced beneath the soft glow of the evening light. There was no rush, no sense of urgency, only a quiet, joyful harmony that filled the air. In this moment, all was as it should be, peaceful, balanced, and blessed by the gods.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide on a journey through the myths of ancient Greece. Together, we will explore the hallowed halls of Mount Olympus and follow the story of Hestia, the goddess of home and hearth. In the quiet sanctum of her bedroom on Mount Olympus, Hestia, the eldest of the gods, was enjoying some well-deserved alone time. Outside, the raucous sounds of a party echoed through the halls, a cacophony of laughter and music that seemed to shake the very foundations of the celestial abode. The distant sound of music and mirth tempted Hestia for a brief moment. Maybe she should join them. But then the crash of glass, followed by a surge of laughter, quickly changed her mind. The noise, the chaos, it was all too much. She preferred the tranquil embrace of her own space, surrounded by the gentle flicker of the hearth. Hestia was, after all, the goddess of the hearth and home, a deity who found comfort in the quiet and the calm, far removed from the boisterous revelry of her fellow gods. Her Her domain was one of warmth and serenity, where the gentle crackling of firewood and the soft glow of embers spoke more to her soul than any wild celebration could. In this peaceful haven, Hestia embraced the stillness. She had always been this way, ever since she could remember. She blamed the circumstances around her birth for her introspective nature. You see, the day that she was born was the day her father had received word of a curse, that he would be overthrown by one of his children. No sooner than Hestia had been born, her father threw her up into the air, opened his mouth, and swallowed her whole. And when her siblings were born, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, and lastly Zeus, he did the same with them. One by one he gobbled them up, fearing the prophecy's fulfillment. For many years, the 6 children lived inside their father's belly, until Zeus broke them free and they took their rightful place atop Mount Olympus. It was these years in the dark, caring for her younger siblings, that Hestia believed made her the quiet and caring goddess she was today. In the grand hall, the party continued. Hestia, settling into a comfortable chair, opened a book. Soon she was lost in the rhythm of words. That was until the door creaked open. Hera, her sister and queen of the gods, entered. Hera walked with a grace that seemed to make the room glow. Behind her sauntered Demeter, Hestia's younger sister and goddess of the harvest. Hestia, you're missing out. The party is just divine, Demeter exclaimed. Hera's eyes were kinder, filled with an understanding that belied her queenly stature. Hestia, why do you always choose solitude over celebration? Hestia closed her book gently, her voice as soft as the light from the hearth. After so many years in the darkness of our father's belly, I've grown to cherish the quiet, she explained. Demeter laughed, a sound that seemed too loud in the serenity of Hestia's room. But we are all there, Hestia. All of us. It wasn't just you in the belly, and we all turned out fine. Yes, but none of you were there as long as I, Hestia replied calmly, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. Being the eldest, I spent the most time in that shadow. It taught me the value of peace, of a tranquil heart. Demeter shrugged. Well, if you ever change your mind, the party awaits. With a whirl of her vibrant dress, she left the room, her laughter echoing down the hall. Hera lingered, her gaze filled with a gentle concern. Aren't you ever lonely, Hestia? Hestia smiled, a soft, contented curve of her lips. I am never alone. I have the warmth of the hearth, the company of my thoughts. Solitude is a friend, not a foe. Hera nodded, her expression a mix of admiration and worry. "You're stronger than most realize, sister." With a graceful nod, she departed, leaving Hestia in her cherished solitude. Alone again, Hestia gazed into the flames of her hearth. Her mind wandered to the coming dawn, to the announcement she had long contemplated. It was time, she realized, to make her stand, to share her truth. The fire crackled in agreement. Tomorrow, she would reveal her decision, one that would echo through the halls of Olympus and beyond. Hestia awoke as the first light of dawn broke over Mount Olympus, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink. The tranquility of the morning stood in stark contrast to the remnants of last night's festivities. She began her day, as she often did, by restoring order after the party. Stepping softly through the hallowed halls of Olympus, Hestia's gentle hands gathered the scattered remains of the night's revelry. Her path was lined with forgotten wine glasses and strewn garments, each a colorful testament to the carefree abandon of the gods. She moved with a quiet grace, her touch almost reverent as she righted each glass and folded every item of clothing left behind. As Hestia approached the great hall, the scale of the previous night's celebration became apparent. The grandeur of the hall, usually a beacon of celestial majesty, was now veiled in the aftermath of chaos. The once pristine marble floors were marred by the footprints of dancing deities, and the walls, which echoed the laughter and music of countless ages, now bore witness to a night of unrivaled jubilation. The great hall, with its high ceilings and towering columns, was strewn with remnants of the feast. Tables lay askew, some still laden with the leftovers of ambrosial feasts and nectarian drinks. Banners and streamers hung limply, their magic waning with the coming of dawn. In the center of the hall, the hearth, Hestia's sacred domain, stood untouched and serene, a stark contrast to the disarray surrounding it. Its steady flame burned quietly, offering a silent homage to its goddess. As Hestia tidied the great hall, her attention was drawn to a peculiar rhythmic sound. It sounded like snoring. Intrigued, she followed the noise. The snoring grew louder, punctuated occasionally by softer, more delicate yawns that seemed almost musical in comparison. Nearing one of the long tables, draped in a cloth as blue as the sea, Hestia noticed a curious scene. The tablecloth stirred gently, a telltale sign of life beneath. She reached out, gently lifted the edge, and peered underneath. There, in a tangle of limbs and loosely draped linens, lay Poseidon, god of the sea. and one of Hestia's brothers. Surrounding him were several nymphs, their forms curled in sleep, their expressions peaceful. The sight of her brother, tangled in sleep with the beautiful creatures, brought a knowing smile to Hestia's lips. As she watched, Poseidon stirred. His eyes blinking opened at the dim light of dawn filtering into the hall. Catching sight of Hestia, he mumbled groggily, "You missed quite the party." Hestia, with a gentle shake of her head and a smile still playing on her lips, replied softly, "I believe I missed nothing that would bring me joy." Her voice was a quiet reminder of her choice, a path so vastly different from those of her siblings, yet perfect in its own right. She lowered the tablecloth, leaving Poseidon to his dreams. As she straightened up, the sound of commanding footsteps echoed through the hall. Zeus, the king of the gods and Hestia's youngest sibling, entered the great hall. His presence was like a storm, powerful and impossible to ignore. He surveyed the aftermath of the night with an amused twinkle in his eye before his gaze fell upon Hestia. "Ah, Hestia, ever the diligent one," Zeus said with a warm, brotherly tone. "We are blessed to have you to restore order to our wild festivities." Hestia offered a respectful nod, the corners of her lips curling into a small, serene smile. "Thank you, Zeus, but there is something I must discuss with you, and it cannot wait any longer." Zeus's brow arched, a spark of curiosity lighting his eyes. "Of course, Hestia. What weighs on your mind?" "It's a matter I wish to announce to all," Hestia stated, her voice steady and resolute. Understanding the gravity of her words, Zeus turned and called out, "Hermes." In a blink, Hermes, the swift-footed messenger god, appeared. His youthful face was alight with curiosity, sensing the unusual seriousness in the air. "Hermes, spread the word. Hestia has an announcement to make, one that requires the attention of all on Olympus," Zeus commanded. With a swift nod and a mischievous grin, Hermes vanished, his speed a blur, to carry out Zeus's command. As Hermes darted away, the hall began to buzz with anticipation. It was rare for Hestia, the quiet and contemplative goddess, to call for such a gathering. Whispers and speculations swirled among the gods like leaves in a tempest. What could Hestia, the embodiment of hearth and home, have to declare that warranted such urgency? Hestia stood calmly amidst the growing excitement, her inner strength a stark contrast to the frenzy of conjecture. Her decision, nurtured in the depths of her soul, was ready to be revealed, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the tapestry of Olympus. Soon the great hall was filled. All 12 Olympian gods were in attendance. They settled into their seats, their eyes fixed on Hestia, who stood with a serene yet commanding presence. Hera, ever the epitome of grace and understanding, looked on with supportive eyes, while Demeter's expression betrayed a hint of skepticism, still unable to fully grasp her sister's need for an urgent meeting. Poseidon and Hades, who had always known Hestia's spirit, nodded in silent understanding of what was to come. Even Zeus, the mighty ruler of Olympus, awaited her words with a sense of respect and anticipation. When Hestia spoke, her voice, though soft, echoed powerfully in the hallowed hall. Today, I declare my vow of virginity and independence, she began, her words resonating with a strength that belied her quiet demeanor. This vow is not born from a disdain for marriage or family, but from a deep desire to be a unifying force, a constant flame that binds the homes and hearts of all, divine and mortal alike. Her declaration was met with a mixture of surprise, admiration, and in some cases, confusion. Hera approached Hestia, her eyes warm with newfound understanding. "Sister, your choice is brave and noble," she said, her voice tinged with respect. Demeter, though still somewhat perplexed, offered a smile of reluctant admiration. Zeus rose to his feet, his presence commanding the attention of all. "Hestia, your decision is a testament to your strength and dedication. As king of the gods, I hereby honor and uphold your vow." His words cemented her choice, granting it a sacred weight. In the moment of solemnity that followed, Zeus's eyes sparkled with a familiar, mischievous glint. He cleared his throat, a grand smile spreading across his face. And what better way to honor such a profound vow than with a celebration, he announced with a booming voice that echoed through the hall. The gods, ever eager for mirth and revelry, erupted into a chorus of cheers and laughter. The irony of celebrating Hestia's vow of solitude and peace with a boisterous party was not lost on them. But the allure of another festivity was too enticing to resist. Amidst the growing excitement, Hestia stood, a gentle smile on her lips, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She appreciated the sentiment, even if the form it took was humorously at odds with the nature of her vow. The gods, in their characteristic fashion, began to chatter and plan, their voices a cacophony of enthusiasm and suggestions. Wine flowed once more, and the hall, just moments ago a scene of serene declaration, transformed back into a hub of divine jubilation. Hestia watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with a quiet, unwavering peace. The contrast between her path and the ways of her fellow gods was stark, yet There was beauty in this diversity, in the tapestry of characters and choices that made up the pantheon of Olympus. As the party preparations began, Hestia's presence remained a calming force, a reminder of the balance between celebration and tranquility, between the boisterous joy of the gods and the serene flame of the hearth she guarded so dearly. The newly convened party at Mount Olympus was in full swing, a whirlwind of laughter, music, and dance. Amidst this spectacle of divine celebration stood Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, his presence like a beacon of unrestrained joy. His laughter rang out, mingling with the clinking of glasses and the rhythmic beats of lyres and drums. Dionysus, with his carefree spirit and infectious charisma, had become a familiar, albeit unofficial, fixture at Olympian feasts. His arrival was always heralded by a surge in energy, a shift towards wilder, more jubilant festivities. Though not an Olympian god by title, his influence was undeniable. His ability to enchant and delight the gods was a testament to his unique power. As Dionysus moved through the crowd, the gods were drawn to him like moths to a flame. His cup never seemed to empty, the wine within as enchanting as the god who offered it. With each sip, the deities found themselves lost in euphoria, the worries of their divine lives melting away in the face of Dionysus's vivacity. In a moment of heightened merriment, Dionysus raised his voice above the din, his words bold and clear. "My fellow gods, how I long to be one of you, to officially stand among the revered Olympians." This declaration, bold and unexpected, rippled through the crowd, sparking a mixture of reactions. Some gods, caught up in the spirit of the party, cheered at the idea, their voices a chorus of encouragement. But others, like Hera and Zeus, exchanged glances that spoke of the complexities of such a proposal. The Council of Olympians is limited to 12, Zeus reminded the assembly, his voice echoing with the weight of tradition and order. Amidst the swirl of celebration, Hestia stood apart, her figure a silent, observing presence. Her eyes followed Dionysus with a thoughtful gaze. The sound of laughter, the sweet aroma of wine, the warmth of the dancing bodies around her, all of it felt distant, as if she were a spectator to a world she only partially belonged to. Hestia's thoughts wandered inward. She pondered her place among the gods, her role as the guardian of the hearth. While she held a position of respect and significance, her nature often left her on the fringes of these grandiose gatherings. "Is my seat among the Olympian 12 essential to my purpose?" she questioned silently, her heart seeking an answer in the quiet spaces of her soul. As Dionysus continued to be the life of the party, his laughter echoing like a melody of freedom. Hestia's contemplation deepened. She considered the possibility of stepping aside, of allowing Dionysus, with his zest for life and his desire for inclusion, a place among the Olympians. Perhaps my essence, my true calling, lies beyond these hallowed halls, she mused. As the revelry at Mount Olympus roared on, a new figure made his entrance, adding a distinctly different flavor to the night's affairs. Priapus, the god of fertility, known for his brazen demeanor and singular focus on carnal pleasures, swaggered into the party. His presence was hard to miss, a blend of audacity and unabashed virility. Surveying the scene with keen interest, Priapus sidled up to one of the lesser gods, a playful yet sly smile playing on his lips. "What's the occasion for this grand celebration?" he inquired, his voice dripping with curiosity and a hint of mischief. The lesser god, slightly taken aback by Priapus's sudden appearance, replied, "It's in honor of Hestia's recent vow of chastity and independence. She has chosen a life of solitude over marriage and romance." Priapus's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his grin widening. "Hestia? Now, that's a surprise," he exclaimed. Then, with a chuckle, he added, "Such a waste of a pretty woman, but I bet I can sway her." No woman can resist the charm of Priapus. How can she deny the god of fertility and masculinity? His words, though spoken in jest, carried his characteristic overconfidence, a belief in his irresistible allure that often bordered on comical. Priapus, with his single-minded view of the world, saw Hestia's vow not as a symbol of her strength and independence, but as a challenge to his own powers of seduction. Emboldened by his conviction and egged on by the laughter of those around him, Priapus set off through the crowd, determined to demonstrate his charm to Hestia. The gods watched with a mixture of amusement and disbelief as Priapus, ever the embodiment of masculine desire, made his way toward Hestia, fully intent on proving his point. Priapus, with his typical bravado, made his way across the hall toward Hestia. The goddess, her attention on the flickering flames of the hearth, seemed oblivious to the approaching god. Priapus, confident in his allure, leaned in with a roguish smile and began weaving his words, each laced with innuendo and suggestive jests. "Dearest Hestia, surely a goddess of your beauty cannot truly desire a life of solitude. Allow me, the god of fertility, to show you the joys you're missing." Hestia, turning to face Priapus, regarded him with a calm, unimpressed gaze. Her composure remained unshaken, her response measured and firm. "Priapus, your reputation precedes you, but it holds no sway here. My vow is my bond, and your words no matter how craftily spun, will not alter my course. As this exchange unfolded, Dionysus, who had been observing from a distance, felt a surge of displeasure. He found Priapus's actions disrespectful and distasteful, especially in light of Hestia's recent, deeply personal vow. Moving with purpose, Dionysus approached the pair, his usual jovial expression replaced by one of concern. "Priapus, I believe you've made your point," Dionysus interjected, his tone firm yet diplomatic. Turning to Hestia, he asked with genuine concern, "Is he bothering you, Hestia?" Hestia, appreciative of Dionysus's intervention, but still very much in control of the situation, replied, "Thank you, Dionysus, but I can handle Priapus. It seems he fails to understand that some choices are made out of strength, not weakness." Priapus, caught off guard by Dionysus's interruption and Hestia's unwavering stance, could only offer a sheepish grin in response. The encounter served to highlight not only Hestia's resilience and dignity, but also Dionysus's sense of respect and understanding of boundaries, qualities that were often overshadowed by his more hedonistic pursuits. As Priapus retreated, the gods around them resumed their festivities, but the moment left a lasting impression. Hestia's strength and Dionysus's unexpected show of support painted a picture of mutual respect and depth of character, often unseen amidst the Olympian revelries. Hestia, observing Dionysus's intervention and the respect he showed, felt a profound realization dawn within her. Dionysus, often seen merely as the god of wine and revelry, possessed a depth and understanding that went beyond his festive facade. In that moment, Hestia saw him not just a deity of mirth, but a being truly worthy of a place among the Olympian gods. Approaching Dionysus, Hestia spoke with a sincerity that mirrored the gravity of her thoughts. "Dionysus, your actions today have shown a wisdom and respect that befits an Olympian. I have been contemplating my role among our kind, and I believe you are more suited for the position I hold. I offer to relinquish my seat in your favor." Dionysus, taken aback by her proposition, immediately protested, "Hestia, I could never dream of taking your place. Your role, your presence among us is irreplaceable." Hestia, however, remained resolute. "It is not about being replaced, Dionysus. It is about fulfilling our true purposes. My path lies elsewhere, and your energy and compassion are what Olympus needs now." Seeing that the conversation required a more formal setting and the attention of all, Hestia stepped onto a nearby table, the action itself drawing the eyes of the gathered gods. With a fork in hand, she gently clinked it against her glass, the clear, ringing sound cutting through the din of the party. Gradually, the hall fell silent, every eye turning towards her with curiosity and expectation. Standing tall amidst the hushed crowd, Hestia prepared to make her announcement, a declaration that would reshape the very fabric of the Olympian hierarchy. Her heart was steady, her resolve clear. This was a moment of change, not just for her, but for all the gods of Olympus. Dionysus, I have come to a decision, she began, her voice imbued with a serene certainty. I wish to step down from my seat among the Olympians. My purpose extends beyond these walls, to a realm where I can serve as the guardian of hearth and home in its truest form. Zeus, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, summoned the Olympian gods to a private chamber. The air was thick with a mix of surprise, speculation, and a profound sense of change. As they settled into the sacred space, a hush fell over the assembly, all eyes on Zeus. Zeus, the king of the gods, stood with a gravity that matched the importance of the moment. We stand at a crossroads, he began, his voice echoing with the weight of history and authority. Hestia has made a decision that is unprecedented in our history. Her dedication to her role as the guardian of hearth and home has been unwavering, and now she seeks to pass this mantle to Dionysus. The chamber was silent as Zeus pondered, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his divine brethren. After careful deliberation, I have decided to honor Hestia's request. Dionysus will join our council, bringing with him a new perspective and vitality. The gods, absorbing the magnitude of this decision, responded with a mix of emotions. Some were visibly surprised, others nodded in support, understanding the depth and sincerity behind Hestia's choice. With the decision made, Zeus led the gods back to the party, where the atmosphere was electric with anticipation, as Zeus announced the change. Hestia, stepping forward, addressed the assembly. Her voice, though soft, carried a power that resonated through the hall. My dear family and friends, I am grateful for the years I have spent among you as an Olympian, but my journey now takes a new path, one that will allow me to serve in a different, yet equally important way. Her speech was heartfelt, touching the hearts of all present. Dionysus, visibly moved and humbled, accepted his new role. I vow to honor this position with the same passion and joy that I bring to all aspects of life, he declared, his voice strong and filled with genuine emotion. This marked the beginning of a new era for the Olympian gods, a blend of tradition and renewal. Hestia's legacy as the goddess of the hearth endured, her influence felt in every warm and welcoming home, in every flame that flickered in the darkness. She remained a symbol of stability, her strength not in loud declarations, but in quiet conviction and unwavering dedication to her principles. Hestia, whose choice to step down was not an end, but a new beginning, a testament to the enduring power of quiet strength and selfless dedication.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Chris, and tonight we will embark on a serene journey through the enchanting world of ancient Greek mythology as we explore the captivating story of Dionysus. Let the rhythms of this timeless tale lull you into a state of relaxation, gently guiding you to fall asleep under the spell of age-old legends and divine adventures. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest, where the sun's rays danced through the leaves, and the air hummed with the secrets of the earth, there lived Dionysus. He was unlike any other being in these woods, raised by the beautiful nymphs of the forest. Dionysus grew up believing he was one of them, yet always feeling a strange disconnect, a sense that he belonged to another world. The forest was a sanctuary of enchantment and mystery, where Dionysus roamed freely, his heart in tune with the rhythm of nature. The nymphs, graceful and wise, were his family, his protectors, his teachers. They shared with him the secrets of the woods, the language of the animals, and the melodies of the streams. One day, as Dionysus wandered alone, he stumbled upon a hidden glen where the vines twisted and turned in intricate patterns. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed against the leaves, the vines shivered and grew, wrapping around his arm in a warm embrace. Startled, Dionysus felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a power he had never known, yet it felt intimately familiar. Confused and exhilarated by this magical moment, Dionysus returned to his nymph guardians, his heart pounding with questions. Under the canopy of ancient trees, they sat him down, their faces solemn. They revealed to him the truth of his origins, a story of divine lineage and tragic deceit. "Dear Dionysus," she started, her eyes meeting his, You are not just one of us, nor are you merely a mortal. You are the son of Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, and Semele, a mortal woman of extraordinary grace and beauty. Dionysus's eyes widened. Zeus, the ruler of Olympus, is my father? He asked, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. Yes, my child, another nymph replied. Your birth is a tale of love and tragedy. Zeus, in his admiration for your mother, Semele, came to her, and from their union, you were conceived. But how? How did my mother perish? Dionysus's voice trembled, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. The first nymph sighed, a note of sorrow in her voice. Hera, Zeus's wife, out of jealousy, tricked Semele. She convinced her to ask Zeus to reveal his true divine form, a sight no mortal can endure. Unable to refuse her request, Zeus revealed himself in all his glory, and Semele was overwhelmed, consumed by his divine light. The silence fell, heavy with the weight of the untold. Dionysus, absorbing the truth of his origins, felt a storm of emotions raging within him. Sorrow for the mother he never knew. Anger at the deceit that led to her demise, and a burgeoning curiosity about his divine heritage. So, I am a child of both the heavens and the earth. Dionysus finally spoke, his voice steadier. Bridge between the world of gods and mortals. Yes, Dionysus, the nymph gently affirmed. You are a being of both realms, destined to walk a path that blends the mortal and the divine. Your journey is unique, and your powers, as you have begun to discover, are a reflection of your extraordinary lineage. Dionysus stood there, amidst the ancient trees, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He was more than he had ever imagined. A demigod, child of Zeus, destined for a path filled with wonders and challenges. The nymphs, with tears glistening in their eyes, encouraged Dionysus to follow his heart, to seek out his destiny beyond the forest. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Dionysus stood at the edge of the woods, the threshold of his familiar world. He looked back at the forest that had cradled his childhood, then forward to the unknown. With a deep breath, he stepped out, embarking on a journey to find himself, to embrace his divine heritage, and to uncover the mysteries of his existence. The adventures of Dionysus, the god of wine and pleasure, had just begun. As Dionysus ventured beyond the protective embrace of the forest, he embarked on a journey across the varied landscapes of ancient Greece. With each step, his understanding of both the world and himself deepened, leading him towards his destiny. In a village caressed by the gentle Mediterranean sun, Dionysus discovered his first true connection to divinity. The villagers struggled with their vineyards. The grapes, though abundant, yielded only bitter wine. Dionysus, drawn to the vines as if by an ancestral call, touched them with hands that resonated with a newfound power. The vines responded, flourishing under his care, yielding grapes that produced a rich, ambrosial wine. Villagers, amazed by this transformation, celebrated Dionysus, hailing him as a blessing from the gods. This moment marked not just the discovery of winemaking, but the awakening of Dionysus's divine power, intertwining his essence with the vine. Word of Dionysus's miracles spread, and people from distant lands sought him, drawn to his wisdom and charisma. Among them were the marginalized, those whom society had cast aside. To these people, Dionysus offered not just the secrets of the vine, but also teachings of liberation, of finding joy beyond the constraints of societal norms. Dionysus welcomed everyone, his followers growing into a diverse community. They revered him not just as a teacher, but as a symbol of freedom and unbridled spirit, a god who transcended the ordinary. Inspired, Dionysus organized a grand festival in a hidden valley, a celebration of wine, art, and ecstatic freedom. His followers, adorned with ivy and animal skins, gathered in anticipation. As night fell, the valley came alive with music, dancing, and the flow of wine. Led by Dionysus, the revelers danced under the moonlight, entering a state of euphoric trance. The festival became a realm where the ordinary was transcended, where the spirit was freed, and where every soul connected with the divine. As Dionysus delved deeper into his divine nature, the devotion of his followers solidified. They began to see him as more than a master of the vine, but as a deity of transformation and transcendence. The Dionysian cult evolved from a gathering of followers into an organized community, with rituals that celebrated the mysteries of life and rebirth. The cult attracted a diverse array of followers, from artists and poets seeking inspiration, to farmers and laborers seeking solace from their toil. Dionysian rites became synonymous with liberation, with ceremonies that embraced the wild, unstructured aspects of life. In a defining moment, Dionysus stood atop a hill, overlooking a sea of followers in a valley below. The setting sun cast a golden glow, illuminating the faces of his diverse congregation. It was here that Dionysus fully embraced his identity as a god, a deity not of wrath or judgment, but of joy, freedom, and rebirth. He raised his arms, embracing the expanse of sky and earth, and spoke. "My beloved followers," Dionysus began, his voice carrying over the valley. "Today marks not just a gathering, but the dawn of a new era, an era where the joy of the vine will flow freely across the world, bringing with it the spirit of celebration, freedom, and unity." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, seeing the spark of hope and excitement in their eyes. For too long, the rigid structures of society have confined our spirits, stifling the true essence of what it means to be alive. As your God, I challenge these constraints. I bring a promise of liberation, call to break free from the shackles of convention and to dance in the light of true freedom. The air seemed to thrum with the power of his words, the essence of his message resonating deeply with everyone present. And to those who have felt lost, to those who have been shunned or misunderstood, know this: you have a place by my side. As the guardian of the misfits and the outcasts, I offer you refuge and acceptance. Under my guidance, we will forge a world where every soul, regardless of its journey, can find joy and peace. Dionysus's voice rose, infused with passion and conviction. Together, we will spread the joy of the vine to every corner of the world. We will celebrate life in all its forms, and in doing so, we will touch the divine. This is my vow to you as the god of wine, pleasure, and rebirth. As he concluded, the valley erupted in a thunderous cheer, the sound echoing off the hills and into the heavens. This chapter in Dionysus's life marked his transformation from a curious wanderer into a powerful deity. His connection with wine, his role in liberating the spirit, and his challenge to societal norms were now firmly established. As Dionysus's fame spread, his journey took him to the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. On a day when the sea was calm and the horizon seemed endless, Dionysus stood on the shore, gazing out at the vast blue expanse. A pirate ship, its sails billowing in the gentle breeze, approached the shore. The pirates, seeing Dionysus alone and assuming him to be a nobleman or a wealthy traveler, seized him, envisioning a handsome ransom. Dionysus offered no resistance, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and foresight. He was taken aboard the ship, where the pirates bound him with ropes, but the ropes refused to hold him, slipping off his body as if repelled by an unseen force. The pirates, initially amused, grew increasingly unsettled as their captive remained calm and unbound. As the ship sailed away from the shore, Dionysus decided it was time to reveal his true nature. The air around him shimmered with an ethereal light, and the ship began to transform. The sails turned into grapevines, heavy with ripe, luscious grapes. The oars morphed into serpentine tendrils, writhing and twisting in the air. The deck became covered with ivy, and the sounds of flutes and distant drums filled the air. The pirates, struck by terror and awe, realized that they had not captured a mere mortal, but a god. Dionysus, with a mere thought, filled their minds with visions of both pleasure and madness. Some danced uncontrollably. Others sang with voices they never knew they had. And a few cowered in fear, overwhelmed by the divine spectacle. In their panic, the pirates leaped overboard, seeking escape from the overwhelming presence of the god. As they touched the sea, they transformed, not into drowned men, but into dolphins. Their human minds remain, filled with the memory of their folly and the divine retribution they had faced. Dionysus watched them, his punishment a lesson rather than a curse. He did not seek to harm, but to enlighten, to show the power of the divine and the folly of underestimating the forces beyond human understanding. The ship, now abandoned, drifted to a nearby port. The story of the miraculous transformation and the fate of the pirates spread spread rapidly, becoming a legend. Dionysus's reputation grew, not just as a god of wine and revelry, but as a powerful deity capable of awe-inspiring feats and merciful justice. As Dionysus wandered through the lands with his growing band of followers, their path was illuminated by the joy and liberation they spread. Among them, a particularly zealous follower approached Dionysus with an idea that struck a chord deep within him. Great Dionysus, we have danced under many moons and shared the divine nectar across numerous cities, yet we have not graced Thebes with our presence. Its people are yet to taste the true freedom that only you can offer. The follower suggested, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Thebes. The name echoed in Dionysus's mind, stirring a distant memory. He had heard of Thebes before, but the reason lay shrouded in the mists of his past. As they journeyed towards the city, Dionysus found himself haunted by fragmented recollections, like pieces of a puzzle, longing to be completed. It was during these quiet moments of introspection that the story the nymphs had told him unfurled once again in his mind. Thebes, the city where his mortal life began, where his mother, Semele, had lived and tragically died due to Hera's cunning deceit. It was in Thebes that his divine and mortal paths had first intertwined. Arriving at the gates of Thebes, Dionysus felt an unspoken bond with the city. Its streets and buildings seemed to whisper secrets of his past, of a life he never knew. Yet, he kept these personal musings to himself, focusing on his mission to spread the ecstasy of his cult, despite the excitement of his followers. Dionysus's return was met with resistance. Pentheus, the king of Thebes, viewed the god and his entourage with skepticism and fear. Determined to maintain order, Pentheus banned the Dionysian rites, proclaiming them a threat to the city's moral fabric. This decree only fueled Dionysus's resolve. He quietly began to invoke his divine powers, casting a spell of ecstatic madness upon the women of Thebes, including Pentheus's own mother. Under his spell, the women of the city left their homes, venturing into the wilderness to engage in wild, uninhibited, naked celebrations. Amidst this chaos, Dionysus slipped away to a place that held the whispers of his past, the ruins of his family home. Here, amid the crumbling walls and faded echoes of laughter and sorrow, Dionysus felt a deep connection to his mortal lineage. standing in the remains of what once was, he called upon his divine heritage, focusing his powers to bridge the realm of the living and the dead. As the air around him shimmered with a ghostly light, a spectral form began to materialize. It was Semele, his mother, appearing as she had in life, radiant and full of love. Dionysus, overwhelmed with emotion, reached out to her. Though he could not touch her, the connection was palpable. "Mother," Dionysus whispered, his voice heavy with years of unspoken words. "I have so longed to know you, to understand the legacy I carry." Semele, her eyes brimming with both joy and sadness, spoke softly. "My dear son, your journey has been one of great trials and triumphs. You have grown beyond the bounds of mortality, finding your place among the stars and the earth." They spoke of love, loss, and the intertwining paths of gods and mortals. Semele shared her pride in his achievements and offered him peace, reassuring Dionysus that his journey was destined for greatness. As their conversation grew to a close, she began to fade, her form dissolving into the ether. "Be brave, my son. Embrace your path, for it is unlike any other," were Semele's final words, spoken with a mother's love that transcended the barriers of life and death. As the spectral form of Semele disappeared, another presence made itself known. Persephone, queen of the underworld, emerged from the shadows, her expression a mix of surprise and admiration. "Dionysus, your powers are indeed remarkable," Persephone said, her voice echoing the depths of the underworld. "To summon the spirit of the dead is no small feat. Your reputation precedes you, not just as a harbinger of pleasure and liberation, but as a deity revered by mortals." Dionysus, still reeling from his encounter with Semele, nodded respectfully to Persephone. "Thank you, Queen Persephone. My journey has been one of discovery, of understanding the breadth of my powers and my place in the world." Persephone guarded him with a knowing look. "Your actions have not gone unnoticed, Dionysus. In fact, Zeus, your father, has requested your presence. It seemed you have stirred the heavens as much as you have the earth." Persephone's words hung in the air, laden with both opportunity and uncertainty. Dionysus, still standing amidst the ruins of his past, felt a surge of conflicting emotions at the prospect of meeting Zeus, his father, and standing among the gods of Olympus. "I am both excited and fearful," Dionysus admitted, his voice betraying a rare vulnerability. To meet my father, to stand amongst the gods. It's a destiny I've pondered in dreams, yet never fully grasped as reality. What awaits me in that celestial realm, I wonder. Persephone smiled. A look of understanding crossed her face. The path of a deity is fraught with both wonders and challenges. But remember, Dionysus, you are of both Earth and Olympus. Your unique nature is your strength. With these reassuring words, she beckoned him to follow. Together, they began their ascent to Mount Olympus, the abode of the gods. The path before them shimmered with an otherworldly light, winding through the clouds and beyond the bounds of the mortal world. As they climbed, the air grew thinner, and the sky shifted into a tapestry of ethereal hues. Dionysus felt the weight of his mortal ties lessen with each step, a sense of divine purpose filling him. The closer they got to Olympus, the more his apprehension gave way to a burgeoning sense of destiny. Finally, they reached the summit, where the air was alive with the powers of the gods. Olympus unfolded before him in all its glory. A realm of majestic palaces, lush gardens, and beings of incomparable power and beauty. Standing at the threshold of Olympus, Dionysus took a deep breath. This was the moment of truth, the meeting of his mortal past and his divine future. With Persephone at his side, he stepped forward, ready to embrace his fate among the gods, ready to meet Zeus, the father he had never known. As Dionysus stepped into the resplendent realm of Mount Olympus, he found himself amidst one of the famed parties of the gods. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the sounds of celestial music, laughter, and the clinking of nectar-filled chalices. It was a scene of divine revelry, and Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, felt an immediate sense of belonging. The Olympians, renowned for their grand feasts, had outdone themselves. Tables laden with ambrosia and other worldly delicacies stretched as far as the eye could see. Gods and goddesses danced and mingled, their forms radiating with ethereal grace. Amidst this splendor, Zeus, the king of the gods, noticed Dionysus's arrival. With a broad smile, he approached his son, his arms open in welcome. Dionysus, my son, your arrival brings even more joy to our celebration. Zeus boomed, his voice both warm and commanding. He embraced Dionysus. Dionysus, though initially overwhelmed, soon found his rhythm within the divine party. His natural charisma and affinity for celebration drew many Olympians to him, eager to partake in the delights of wine and dance he so generously offered. However, amidst the revelry, Dionysus's gaze fell upon Hera. The queen of the gods sat regally, her expression one of barely concealed displeasure at his presence. The memories of her hostility towards him and his mother lingered uncomfortably in his mind. Despite Zeus's words, Dionysus couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He was not one of them. Not really. He was merely a demigod, standing on the fringes of this celestial domain. He yearned for a place among the revered 12 Olympian gods, but those positions were already occupied by deities of immense power and ancient lineage. Despite Zeus's words, Dionysus couldn't help but feel, as the weeks went by, Dionysus was invited back to Mount Olympus on an almost daily basis. He became a familiar and lively presence at the divine gatherings. His infectious enthusiasm and mastery of wine and celebration endearing him to many of the gods. Dionysus brought a new vibrancy to their parties, infusing them with an energy and wildness that even the Olympians had rarely experienced. One day, after a particularly exuberant celebration, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home, took Dionysus aside. Unlike the others, she seemed distant from the revelry, her demeanor calm and contemplative. "Dionysus," she began, "I have watched you closely these past weeks. You bring a joy and a spirit to Olympus that is both unique and needed. My own path, I have realized, lies elsewhere." Hestia then revealed her decision to take an oath of independence and chastity. She felt increasingly out of place amidst the ongoing festivities and debauchery of Olympus. Her essence was tied to the hearth, to stability and peace, a stark contrast to the dynamic nature of the celestial celebrations. "I wish to relinquish my seat among the Olympian 12. Hestia continued, her eyes meeting Dionysus's. "I believe you are the one to take my place." Dionysus was taken aback by her proposal, feeling both honored and humbled. Together, they approached Zeus and the other gods to present Hestia's decision and Dionysus's potential ascension. Zeus, upon hearing Hestia's wish and Dionysus's potential to fill her place, contemplated the proposition. The other gods, having grown fond of Dionysus's vibrant character and his ability to bridge worlds voiced their support. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Zeus agreed. "Dionysus," he declared, "your journey has been one of transformation and revelation. You have shown yourself to be not just a bringer of joy and liberation to mortals, but also a worthy member of our divine assembly. We welcome you as one of the 12 Olympian gods." The gods raised their chalices in celebration, heralding the arrival of a new era in Olympus, with Dionysus as one of its revered members. Dionysus, overwhelmed with gratitude and a sense of fulfillment, joined in the festivities, now not as a guest, but as an equal among the pantheon of gods. With Hestia's blessing and the acceptance of the Olympians, Dionysus's place in the divine realm was secured, marking a new chapter in his extraordinary journey from a demigod to a revered Olympian.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey through ancient Greece with Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, nature, the moon, and childbirth. We will learn of Artemis's upbringing and her life in adulthood. Artemis, the goddess of wilderness, vegetation, and childbirth, came to this earth under rather strange circumstances. Long ago, Zeus, the god of thunder, laid eyes upon Leto, the goddess of motherhood. The moment Zeus saw her, he was utterly struck by her beauty and strength. For days, he could not bring himself to think of anything aside from the grace of her movements, her mesmerizing hair, the way he felt when her breathtaking gaze swept up to look at him. He was love-struck, and seeing no other way to solve this, he decided to pursue Leto. And Leto, too, had been struck by an overwhelming passion for the god. Looking upon him made her heart leap as it had never leaped before. She felt a strange wave of calm and excitement wash over her, a wave that she was happy to be completely submerged in. There was peace in the wave. She felt her future in the wave. It did not take long for Zeus and Leto to become completely entangled with one another. Escapes into the forest, week after week, only caused their love to grow, and soon Leto discovered that she was pregnant. But there was a problem with Leto being pregnant. Zeus was still married to Hera, the queen of gods. Though Hera was regularly vengeful of any human or nymph lovers that Zeus took on, she almost never retaliated against any goddesses or titans. Things, however, were different with Leto. When Hera discovered that she was carrying her husband's children, she became enraged and heartbroken. In an attempt to prevent Leto from giving birth, she issued an order preventing everyone on Earth to give Leto shelter in order for her to bear her children. Leto was forced to wander from land to land, desperate to give birth, but no one would allow her to stay. Finally, she stumbled upon the island of Delos, the barren floating island made by her sister, Asteria, so that Leto could give birth. Leto settled on the island, and with the help of a few goddesses and nymphs, she finally gave birth to her twins, whom she named Artemis and Apollo. Apollo was a proud and powerful god, practically from the moment he was born. He soon became a symbol of youth and beauty. His features were so divine, so stunning, that he was ethereal. He was the god of archery, the sun, music, and dance. Most of the Greek gods loved and admired him, and he went on to have many romances with several powerful and divine beings. Artemis, however, approached life in a much more demure way. She was a beautiful goddess, much like her mother, and she knew from an early age that she would be pursued by gods and mortals alike when she came of age. But Artemis did not require nor desire the love of men. She found all the joy she needed in the peace of the forest. When she was just a teenager, Artemis made the long journey up to Olympus to visit her father, Zeus. Zeus was surprised to see his daughter, who so infrequently visited him. She told her father that she had made certain choices for her life, and she wanted him to acknowledge and respect them. Firstly, she wanted to remain a maiden forever, a virgin untouched by romantic love and the hands of another. She did not want to be held down by any relationship or person, nor did she want to be pursued by anyone. Zeus was puzzled by this request at first. Many of his children were fond of romance. Some would say too fond of romance. They enjoyed the power they had as gods, and they enjoyed pursuing other powerful people in ancient Greece. But that was clearly not at all what Artemis was seeking. Still a bit unsure, Zeus agreed to Artemis's request, promising to aid her in making sure her wishes were respected. But that wasn't the only request that young Artemis had. She smiled at her father, pleased by how well the conversation was going. She told her father that she would like a bow and arrows. A bow and arrows crafted by the mighty Cyclops. Zeus was once again surprised. Apollo was the god of archery. He could gift Artemis a bow and arrows at any time. But that is not what she wanted. She told Zeus that so many of the gods and goddesses viewed Apollo as all-powerful, and her as an afterthought. She wanted to prove to the world and to Olympus that she was just as strong and talented as her brother was, no matter what it took. Sensing how important this was to Artemis, and also well aware that this is not something he would be able to reject with ease, Zeus went to the Cyclops and procured a powerful bow and arrows from them. Artemis happily tucked them away in her quiver, a quiver that she had been using for over a decade by then. She truly was just as skilled as her brother, though few were able to recognize that. But Artemis had one final request for her father, and it was perhaps the most important. She asked Zeus if he could help her form a group of nymphs. Nymphs who would travel through the woods, forests, and marshes with her, protecting any young girls or women that were in need of help. Zeus believed this to be a noble quest, though he was rather surprised by it. He agreed to help Artemis form a group of nymphs that she could travel with during her duty to protect young women. With that, Artemis was pleased. She offered her father her gratitude and then headed on her way, excited about the future and her destiny. Her soul was at peace, knowing that her life's purpose was waiting for her along her chosen path. And so it began. Artemis no longer resided in Olympus, nor on the island of Delos that she had been born on. She had gone on to wander through more miraculous places, wilder places that better matched her roving heart and free spirit. She disappeared into the forests and woodlands surrounding what she referred to as City of Men. And it was in these forests that Artemis began to live a life beyond her wildest dreams. A life that was so fulfilling, so overflowing with joy, promise, and hope, that it seemed as though it had been ripped from the pages of a fairy tale book, albeit a non-traditional one. Artemis wanted to live a life full of all the things that ignited her with joy and delight. She wanted to spend each day refreshing her soul and embracing the purpose of her life in the nature that surrounded her. And it was in the woods that she could do just that. Some days, Artemis would awaken as the sun rose up over the mountains encircling the beautiful forest that she was living in. The golden rays of the sun, rays that were brought down by her own brother, Apollo, would splash across her face, flooding her body with comforting warmth that always stirred her awake with a smile. In those early morning minutes, she would allow her eyes to flutter open slowly and take in the forest around her. And my, was there a lot of incredible things to take in. The forest around her was lush, with leaves that were as plush as pillows and as fragrant as the fields of wildflowers that were found just beneath them. The entire forest was a kaleidoscope of green, emerald and sage and moss and jade, a mix of fresh shades that danced and swirled against one another with every gust of wind that laced through the trees. The rays of golden sunlight always seemed to stream through them, like they were swaths of paint drawn down from the sky. These beams of sunlight sparkled and shimmered, illuminating the plush forest floor and every plant and leaf that it had the pleasure of brushing over in those dewy drops of gold. It truly looked too stunning, too frozen in time to exist in this world. And yet, Artemis awakened to it each and every morning. She would stay there in bed for a long moment, looking out over the forest. Her gaze would often drift up to the treetops, where birds were shaking off the comfort of sleep and embracing the promise of a new day. Their fuzzy feathers glistened in the early morning light as they dipped and dove from tree to tree, shaking branches lightly and rattling leaves with every new path they effortlessly carved through the forest. It wasn't just the beauty of their movements that fueled Artemis's cup. It was the beauty of their song and the poetic simplicity of her life among them. Artemis loved music almost as much as she loved the hunt, and almost as much as she loved providing safety and protection to the women in need. As soon as the birds began to sing their beautiful melody into the universe, Artemis was rising to her feet, eager to embrace the bright and wonderful day before her. She would walk to the riverside, slinking through the shadows of the giant, ancient trees to do so. As a chaste goddess, a goddess of protection, Artemis often liked to travel without being seen. It was something she was very comfortable doing, something that gave her an extra layer of confidence that she was very happy to embrace. She was okay with being unseen in the world because she was a person who felt the world so deeply regardless. She would often arrive at the riverbed with a smile on her face. This early in the morning, it seemed as though even the fish themselves had yet to stir. She would remove the cloak that she often wore, delighted by the feeling of the fresh morning air brushing against her skin. And slowly, ever so slowly, she would descend into the water. With every step she took, the cool water would rise more and more over her body, welcoming her to this invigorating, refreshing world. The smoothness of the rocks beneath her feet was an ultimate comfort for her. She felt most at home in flowing rivers and streams like these, places far removed from the rest of the world, where she could listen to the song of the birds in peace and let her thoughts wander around her like petals on a capricious breeze. It was not long before the nymphs would awaken. Artemis greeted them all with a bright smile, urging them to join her in the water as they did nearly every morning. Some of the nymphs joined, stepping into the cool water one after the other. But some of the nymphs remained out of the water, dangling only their toes or hands in the cool current. Then some of the nymphs would begin to play instruments. Some would strum their lyres, sending a breathtaking melody echoing through this secluded part of the forest where they could simply be free. Embracing the music and the feeling of this kind of freedom, the girls often danced with one another. It was not a dance for anyone but themselves. They were not dancing to impress, nor to attract any attention. They were dancing to feel their souls grow within their bodies. They were dancing to express joy, to express the sheer, untethered love that they had for the universe. As their bodies moved, their joy only grew. It felt so freeing to be so connected to nature and so entangled with the music and the feelings of peace and happiness that it brewed inside of them. For quite some time, they would dance to the music. They'd smile and laugh with one another, and sometimes they would dance in silence, their eyes closed as they truly felt the power of the music. Slowly, as the time passed, the nymphs playing the music would strum slower and slower. The music would gradually die down. The harmonies and melodies instead replaced by the wondrous and fulfilling sounds of the forest. The beautiful calls of the birds became louder. The babbling of the stream around them, as it brushed against their skin, became a drone that they were tuned into and aware of yet again. The sound of the leaves dancing in the wind was so clear that they felt as though they could name each leaf that was brushing against another. With that, the girls knew it was time to continue on with their day. Often, they would step out of the stream to dry off and would share breakfast and food with one another. They would sit along the edge of the river, not quite yet ready to leave it, and offer fruit to one another. They would pluck the ruby-red seeds of a pomegranate out of its shell and eat them bite by bite, relishing the taste of the sweet and sharp juice as it ran over their tongues. Every slice of life was to be savored, appreciated, and breakfast was no different. Gradually, the day would often wear on, and Artemis would decide what it was she exactly felt like doing that day. She often floated from task to task, like she was being pushed by a gentle breeze, without too much urgency or stress involved. She knew that she was here to enjoy life and partake in the simple pleasures that it offered. At the same time, she knew she had a role to protect women, a role that she took rather seriously. And so, every day, she would put her fingers to her lips and let out a whistle that cut through the forest with ease. The nymphs would wait by her side, smiling and humming in unison as they waited patiently for what was to come next. They would hear the sounds of the hooves before they could see the creatures causing the noise. It was a distant rumble at first, so distant it was almost deniable that you had heard anything at all. But gradually, the noise would grow and grow until it sounded like a smooth and graceful herd of animals making their way through the forest. And indeed it was. While many of the Greek gods and goddesses had chariots pulled by noble steeds or fantastical creatures, Artemis had a chariot that was pulled by deer. Every time Artemis laid eyes on her deer, she was overcome by feelings of love and care. The deer were beautiful, fragile, graceful creatures. When they looked at her, their large, fuzzy ears would flap with delight, backlit and silhouetted by the light of steadily rising sun. Their tawny coats and white underbellies seemed to glow, without a single speck of dirt on them. Their black noses twitched as their dark brown eyes looked upon Artemis as a friend and a guide. And truly, Artemis was, because every day she would climb atop her chariot, taking a few of the nymphs with her. With a gentle snap of her reins, the deer would take off, leading her and nymphs into the forest to explore and see if there was anyone in need of their help. Along the way, Artemis and the nymphs would admire nature, taking in the beauty of the landscape around them. They talked about the trees that grew taller and greener every day. They talked about the wildflowers, which seemed to be expanding across the meadows more and more with every drop of nourishing sunshine and life-giving rain. But gradually, the conversation would slow, because almost every day, the women would start to sense something in the forest. Some days, they would come upon a young girl who had traveled too far from her hometown in search of firewood or food. It was an unforgiving forest. It was, indeed, true wilderness. When Artemis and the nymphs would find the girl, very often, she would be terrified, sure that she was never going to get home again. But Artemis would greet the girl with a smile and welcome her onto the chariot, wrapping her arms around her as she steered to make her feel safe. Artemis would talk to the lost girl about the forest as the deer took them toward the girl's home. Their farewells at the edge of the village were always full of cheerfulness and eternal gratitude. Sometimes, Artemis would find a woman that was trying to escape men who were pursuing her, women who simply wanted to live their lives. And, much like the lost girls, Artemis would welcome these women onto her chariot and drive them to safety. Only, in these cases, Artemis shot her silver arrows through the forest, warding off the men that were pestering the poor woman. It was a job that took up much of her time, a job that involved a lot of rescuing, a lot of searching through the large forest, and a lot of heart-to-hearts. But at the end of the day, there was nothing Artemis would rather be doing. Every night, as Artemis laid her head down on her bed, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. She had spent the day eating berries and fruits she foraged with her nymphs. She had bathed in a river and danced to the song of songbirds and lyres. She had traveled through the forest to help another woman find peace. And every night, as the moon began to rise up over the lush canopy of trees, it would wash Artemis in a silver cloak. And as it did so, Artemis would smile, because she knew that she was fulfilled.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your companion on a journey through the enchanting and timeless realm of Greek mythology. Our tale follows the swift and cunning Hermes, messenger of the gods. Allow the adventures of Hermes and the celestial drama of gods and nymphs to carry you into a tranquil world, easing you into a restful slumber amidst their tales. It is here, with Hermes, that our story begins. In the hushed twilight that cloaked Mount Olympus, the mighty ruler of the gods summoned Hermes to his chamber. Hermes, accustomed to the whims and urgent calls of the gods, found himself before Zeus's grand bedchamber. With a gentle knock on the door, Hermes entered. Zeus stood by the window, gazing upon the world below with a pensive air. "Ah, Hermes, my trusted messenger," Zeus began, his voice betraying a hint of unease. "I find myself in need of your unique talents once again." Hermes, ever observant, noted the uncommon sheepishness in Zeus's demeanor. "My lord," said Hermes, his voice steady and calm, "how may I serve you this evening?" Zeus sighed, turning from the window to face Hermes. The moonlight cast shadows that played across his divine features, revealing a rare vulnerability. "I have been indiscreet," he admitted, his gaze dropping to the floor before finding Hermes' eyes. "Hera has discovered my entanglements with the nymph, Lo, and she is understandably furious." Hermes was not surprised by Zeus's confession. The king of gods was known for his amorous adventures. "Zeus, you have indeed been a friend to many a lady," Hermes said, his tone light, attempting to inject a hint of levity into the tension. Zeus managed a wry smile at Hermes' remark, but quickly became somber again. "Yes, and now I fear Hera's wrath might disrupt the harmony of Olympus. Hermes, you have always had a way with words, a soothing balm for even the most tempestuous heart. I ask you to speak with Hera, to calm her storm," Zeus said, his request layered with both hope and desperation. Hermes felt a flicker of reluctance. Mediating between Zeus and Hera was no minor task. Hera's anger was as fierce as her love was strong. "Zeus, you ask much of me," Hermes replied cautiously. Hera's anger is not easily quelled, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. I know. Zeus agreed, his voice heavy with regret. "But who else can navigate the turbulent waters of Hera's heart with such grace and diplomacy? I entrust this to you, Hermes, not only as my messenger, but as a god of wisdom and cunning." Hermes considered Zeus's plea, understanding the weight of the task. To mend the rift between the king and queen of the gods was a daunting challenge. Yet, Hermes felt a stirring sense of duty. "Very well, Zeus," he finally said, his voice resolute. "I will speak with Hera. I cannot promise her forgiveness, but I will strive to bring peace to Olympus once more." Zeus's expression softened, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Hermes. Your loyalty and wisdom are treasures to us all." Before venturing into the tempest that awaited Hera, Hermes sought counsel among the other gods. His path first led him to Athena, who advised, "Approach Hera not just with words, but with a gesture of reverence. Remember, respect is a currency she values above all." Taking Athena's wisdom to heart, Hermes then sought something that could serve as a fitting tribute. He knew Hera's love for her garden and its myriad of enchanting flowers, and so he chose a rare bloom, one that shimmered with dew and the light of the moon. With the gift secured, Hermes approached Hera's magnificent garden. The place was a testament to her love for beauty and order, filled with flowers of every hue. Peacocks strutted majestically among the flora. Their iridescent tails mirrored the vastness of the night sky, a sight to behold. In the heart of this splendor, Hera tended to her beloved birds, a presence as commanding as the peacocks were graceful. Hermes stepped forward into the garden, the rare flower in hand, and cleared his throat gently to announce his presence. "Great Hera, Queen of the Gods. Your garden is as breathtaking as the tales say," Hermes began, his voice laced with genuine admiration. "I come bearing a gift." Hera turned, her gaze piercing, yet she couldn't help but notice the singular beauty of the flower Hermes offered. "Hermes?" She addressed him, her voice cool yet measured. "Your words are as smooth as your path through the skies. What brings Zeus's messenger to my sanctuary?" Hermes, knowing discretion was the better part of valor, chose his words carefully. "My lady, Zeus recognizes the pain his actions have caused. He wishes for nothing more than to soothe the strife that afflicts your heart." Hera's expression hardened at the mention of Zeus, her eyes reflecting the storm brewing within. "So, Zeus sends his herald to placate me. He errs if he thinks a flower and sweet nothings will erase his betrayals." Hermes bowed slightly, acknowledging her anger. "I understand your anger, my queen. My role is but to convey a message of peace." A silence fell between them, the tension palpable. Hera's gaze drifted back to the flower, then to Hermes, a decision forming in her mind. "Peace," she mused, "is a luxury bought with a price. If Zeus seeks my favor, he shall have it, but not without consequence. Lo, the nymph who has caught his wandering eye shall be the vessel of my wrath. The declaration hung heavy in the air. Hermes, though skilled in the art of negotiation, found himself at a loss. Hera's intent was clear and her resolve unshakable. She turned back to her peacocks, dismissing him without another word. The throne room of Olympus, usually a beacon of divine authority and power, felt unusually tense on this day. Zeus sat upon his throne, waiting for news about how the conversation between Hera and Hermes transpired. The grand doors opened and Hera entered, her eyes pools of depth and wisdom, fixed upon Zeus with a cold finality that made the air around him chill. Zeus, Hera began, her voice resonating with a steely calm. Your pretty little distraction has been dealt with. Zeus met her gaze, though the edge in her tone caused a stir within him. Hera, my queen, he replied, maintaining his composure. What actions have you deemed necessary? Io will no longer be a concern, she stated, her words slicing through the tension. I have transformed her into a cow. Do not bother trying to find her. I've put her under the watchful guard of Argus Panotes. With his 100 eyes, no god nor mortal will be able to approach him without detection. Zeus, for all his power, felt a shiver snake down his spine. The finality in Hera's voice, the cold detachment with which she sealed Lo's fate, struck a chord within him. Is such severity necessary, Hera? Zeus ventured, an attempt to reason with her. Io should not be punished because of my indiscretion. Hera's gaze hardened, her resolve unwavering. It is not just Io who must learn the consequences of such entanglements. It serves as a reminder to all, yourself included, of the sanctity of our vows. Zeus, recognizing the futility of argument, bowed his head slightly. Your will be done, he conceded. With a nod, Hera turned, her cloak swirling around her as she exited the throne room. Her decree had been delivered, her authority asserted. As the doors closed behind her, Hermes made his timely entrance. The messenger god, swift and silent, approached Zeus. Zeus, Hermes began, his voice carrying a note of regret. I have witnessed Hera's decree. Despite my efforts, I was unable to sway her heart. For that, I apologize. Zeus looked at Hermes, his gaze reflecting a mix of appreciation and burden. Hermes, your efforts were valiant. Hera's resolve is not easily softened. But it is not your apology I seek. It is your aid. Hermes, ever attentive, inclined his head slightly. Zeus, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the skies, shared his plight. Lo's fate weighs heavily upon me, Hermes. Hera has transformed her into a cow, and Argus Panoptis, the 100-eyed giant, watches over her. His vigilance is such that not all his eyes sleep at once. It is a task beyond the reach of many. Yet, I believe your swiftness and cunning could achieve what others cannot. Hermes absorbed Zeus's words, the gravity of the task dawning upon him. To outwit Argus, a being of such unparalleled vigilance, was a challenge that demanded all of his guile and speed. Zeus, Hermes replied, his voice resolute. You ask much, yet the injustice dealt to Io cannot stand. If my speed and wit can serve to undo this wrong, then you shall have my aid. I will undertake this task and see Io freed from her bonds. Zeus's face, for the first time since the ordeal began, showed a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Hermes. Your courage and loyalty shine as beacons in these troubled times. With a nod of understanding, Hermes turned to leave, his mind already racing with plans and possibilities. Hermes understood that mere speed, though a formidable asset, would not suffice for the task at hand. The cunning messenger god knew that subtlety and strategy would also be required. Determined to craft a plan that would ensure his success, Hermes pondered his approach. To face Argus directly would be foolish, he mused, his mind weaving through possibilities. A disguise, then, to blend into the mortal realm unnoticed. The idea took hold, and Hermes set about gathering what he needed to transform himself into the very picture of a simple farmer. He collected worn clothing that spoke of days spent toiling in the fields, and a beard that would obscure his divine features. He could not replace his shoes, however. The Talaria, as they were called, granted him unmatched speed. Even with his disguise perfected, Hermes acknowledged a critical challenge: the need to lull as many of Argus's eyes into slumber as possible. A lullaby, he thought, would be the key to softening the giant's vigilance. There was, however, one notable obstacle. Hermes was not a singer. His voice, though persuasive in speech, lacked the melodic quality to soothe and enchant through song. In search of a solution, Hermes turned to the Muses, the goddesses of art and creativity. Upon hearing Hermes' plight, they proposed an alternative to his vocal dilemma, an instrument to play the lullaby on his behalf. Delighted by this suggestion, Hermes ventured into a sacred grove. There, by the bank of a gently flowing river, he found his materials waiting. A cluster of reeds, each one a promise of melody. With careful hands, Hermes created his instrument, a panpipe. Each reed was cut to a different length to produce a range of soothing tones. The first breath Hermes blew into the panpipe was a moment of creation, a birth of music so enchanting that the very leaves of the grove seemed to lean closer. The melody that flowed was both simple and complex, a lullaby that carried the power to soothe even the most restless. With the panpipe ready and his disguise in place, Hermes felt a surge of confidence. The elements of his plan, each carefully considered and crafted, had come together. He was no longer just the messenger god. He was a strategist, an artist, and a liberator in the making. As the moon climbed high into the night sky, casting its silver glow over Olympus and the world below, Hermes prepared to set out on his mission. The path before him was fraught with danger and uncertainty. But the thought of lo, ensnared and awaiting salvation, fueled his resolve. With the panpipe at his lips, and the guise of a farmer cloaking his divine nature, Hermes was ready to face Argus Panoptes. The night was a canvas of stars, each one a silent witness to the deeds of gods and mortals alike. His first steps were light, barely disturbing the dew that had settled upon the grass. The terrain of Greece lay stretched before him, a tapestry of beauty and myth. Hermes, with the speed that had earned him renown, traversed the land with ease. Yet, despite the urgency of his mission, he could not help but be moved by the landscapes that unfolded around him. Olive groves, bathed in moonlight, whispered ancient secrets, while distant mountains, their peaks touching the sky, stood as guardians of the world below. As he moved, the terrain shifted from the lush valleys adorned with wildflowers their fragrance a melody of the night, to rugged hills that spoke of endurance and time. The gentle babble of streams accompanied his passage, a reminder of the ever-flowing nature of life, and the sea, its vastness a mirror to the heavens. Yet, it was not just the natural beauty of Greece that captured Hermes' attention. The remnants of human endeavor, temples and ruins, stood as monuments to the aspirations and devotions of mortals. In the quiet of the night, these places felt sacred, imbued with prayers and dreams long past, but never forgotten. Hermes' journey was a solitary one, yet he was never alone. The spirits of the land, the nymphs and the dryads watched over him, their presence a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. As dawn began to paint the sky with the first light of morning, Hermes neared his destination. The journey had taken him across the breadth of Greece, from shadowed groves to moonlit shores. Yet, as the silhouette of Argus's watchful domain came into view, Hermes paused. The challenge that awaited him was formidable, a test of wit, skill, and heart. The domain of Argus Panoptis was a place of formidable solitude, nestled in a valley where the shadows seemed to whisper secrets of ancient watchfulness. In the midst of this stark landscape, a field of cattle grazed peacefully. As Hermes approached, he heard the snores of the giant. As loud as they were, he could not see the beast anywhere. Taking care not to reveal his divine nature, Hermes melded into the shadows, donning his farmer's disguise with care. The worn fabric of his clothes and the rough beard he wore as part of his guise made him indistinguishable from any mortal who might wander these parts. With his talaria hidden, Hermes ventured closer to the field of cattle. Amidst the herd, his eyes searched for Lo, the nymph now trapped in bovine form. At first glance, the cattle seemed indistinct from one another. But then, like a beacon, one cow caught his attention. Even in this form, Io's grace was unmistakable. Her eyes, though changed, still sparkled with the essence of her nymph beauty. Hermes approached her cautiously, whispering, "Io, it is I, Hermes. I've come to rescue you." He wasn't sure if she could understand him, but the gentle nudge of her head against his hand suggested a recognition beyond mere animal instinct. buoyed by this small sign of understanding, Hermes began to lead Io away, marveling at the simplicity of their escape. Perhaps luck is on our side, he thought, allowing himself a moment of relief. But then, the ground beneath his feet shifted, and what he had taken for a great hill stirred. Moss and earth cascaded from the form as it rose, revealing not a part of the landscape, but the slumbering giant himself. Argus Panoptes, so large that he had been mistaken for a hill. His clothes, a patchwork of earth and foliage, stood before Hermes. Giant's awakening was a slow rumble, a shifting of mass and muscle. Argus's 100 eyes snapped open, catching Hermes in the act of leading Io away. The eyes, bright and unblinking, focused with an intensity that turned the air cold. Argus rose to his full, towering height, a behemoth whose very presence seemed to dominate the landscape. The scale of him was immense, each movement causing the ground to tremble. His eyes scattered across his body, ensured that no angle was left unseen, no shadow unchecked. Hermes, standing before this colossus, felt a surge of fear. The ease of their initial escape now seemed a naive fantasy. Facing Argus, with Io by his side, and only his wits and the panpipe as his allies, Hermes knew he had to act fast. His hand reached for the panpipe, the instrument that carried their only hope of escape. Brought the panpipe to his lips, but his mouth was dry with fear. He blew into the instrument, but no sound was made. But Hermes, known for his quick wit and resolve, drew upon his inner strength. Shaking off the paralysis of fear, he filled his lungs with the cool morning air and blew into the panpipe with all the focus he could muster. The melody that emerged was hauntingly beautiful. Argus, his advance momentarily halted, listened. The giant, for all his formidable presence, was not immune to the enchantment of the music. His eyes began to blink, heavy with a sudden and irresistible drowsiness. One by one, as the melody spiraled around him, his eyes closed, succumbing to the lure of slumber. The moment his final eye shut, Argus's massive form swayed, then fell to the ground with a crash that echoed through the valley. The snoring that followed was deep and sonorous. With Argus asleep, Hermes did not pause to relish the victory. He continued to play, the notes of the panpipe guiding Io away from the field. The melody served as both their shield and guide, enveloping them in a protective cloak of sound until they were miles away from danger. Only when the landscape around them had changed, the menacing valley giving way to gentler, familiar terrain, did Hermes allow himself to stop playing. The immediate threat behind them. He looked at Io, now safe under his watchful care. Hermes, feeling a mix of relief and triumph, addressed Io with a gentle assurance. You're going home now, to your forest of nymphs. This ordeal is over. As he led Io into the heart of the forest he called home, her nymph sisters emerged, their faces alight with joy and disbelief at the sight of their lost companion. Without a moment's hesitation, they gathered around Io, their hands weaving through the air in a dance as old as time itself. Before Hermes' eyes, the cow was enveloped in a soft, radiant glow where the cow once stood. Io, in her true nymph form, reappeared, her beauty undiminished by her ordeal. With tears and laughter, the nymphs embraced Io. Hermes, watching from a distance, felt a profound sense of satisfaction at the sight of their happiness. His mission accomplished, he turned and sped back to Olympus, the wind at his heels. Upon his return, Hermes found Zeus awaiting news of the quest, his divine presence filling the space with anticipation. Io is safe and back among her own, Hermes announced, a smile playing on his lips. Zeus, his expression softening into one of relief and gratitude, nodded his thanks. He recognized not just the skill and bravery Hermes had shown, but also the compassion and cunning that had guided his steps. Your deeds today have ensured that peace graces Olympus once more, Zeus declared, his words echoing the sentiment of all who would hear this tale. The story of Hermes' daring rescue and the reunion of Io with her sisters would be told and retold for centuries to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies of Olympus with hues of gold and crimson, a sense of tranquility descended upon the realm of the gods. For a brief moment, the usual tumult of divine affairs gave way to a peaceful interlude, a reminder of the harmony that could be achieved.
Good evening. Tonight, I am going to tell you the story of unrequited love. A love that a god felt for a female who did not wish to reciprocate it. And now, imagine that you are in ancient Greece, a land between the sky and sea, a land where stories hold the key to our past and also to our future. A place where there are hundreds of stories to hear and to tell. There, the sun shines high, the wind is cool, and many sailboats grace the waters as they journey around the islands, islets, coves, and bays. You too would surely like a trip to this historical land. And so, you relax as you listen to this story. Are you ready now? Then let's begin. This story takes place a long, long time ago in ancient times, when humans and gods and goddesses, nymphs and magical creatures roamed our planet. This was when the light of the sun was known as the great god Apollo, and the glow of the moon washed over the earth every night by his counterpart, the goddess Serene. Apollo, the god of light, son of Zeus, had but one important duty: to drive a 4-horse chariot across the sky, to give light to all men, women, children, and living things. As he did so every day, Apollo would race his chariot from one end of the earth to the other, watching the world as it woke up beneath him every morning. Now, you must understand that Apollo was a god who held quite a lot of power. For with his light, the sunlight, he caused plants and trees to grow. He gave energy and power to every living thing. Without him, none could live as prosperously. And because he was the great god of the sun, he was loved by many maidens. Throughout his existence, Apollo fathered many children and took many lovers. Truth be told, the goddesses adored him, sought out a place in his realm, and wished to experience his love. The mortal women, too, often gazed up to the sky, admiring Apollo's warmth and strength. Apollo did not marry any women or goddess, but that is not to say he did not have lovers. He had dozens, in fact. But our story is about the first female whose beauty bewitched Apollo, before anyone else claimed his heart. She was also his most famous love. This female's name was Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus. Daphne was a nymph, a beautiful, sprightly, and sensuous creature who lived among the sparkling ripples and waves of the water. Nymphs were not human, and not fully goddesses, perhaps minor goddesses, you could say. And there were many of them who roamed the earth. Wherever there was nature, trees, caves, beaches, or meadows, you would find the nymphs gathering there. The nymphs were responsible for looking after the plants and animals of their realm. They protected the living things who grew freely, filling the earth with colour and vibrant energy. There were also many different types of nymphs. For example, the nymphs of the flowers, who lived between the blossom's petals. The nymphs of the breeze, who flew on the wisps of cooling winds that sailed around the earth, following their father, the wind god. There were nymphs of fountains, rivers, and springs, those who chose water as their constant companion. They were also called Naiades, the nymphs of trees and forests, whom some called Dryades. From the tall pines to the great oaks, the forests hid many of the nymphs between their branches and leaves. Then, the nymphs of the sands, who made their home amongst rocky shores and shell-covered beaches. these graced the tides as the ocean rolled back and forth, back and forth. There were many other types of nymphs, too many to name them all now. What is important to remember is that they were lovely, graceful creatures, and their beauty was, in fact, what shaped the earth's beauty. Daphne was a naiad nymph, caretaker of the waters. Her ethereal beauty was a blend of the water's restlessness and calmness. As she moved along the river, she caused it to flow in many directions, giving life and grace, and reflecting the sun wherever that river journeyed. One day, as Apollo raced his chariot high in the sky, he noticed his own reflection in the river, and, as he followed it, he also noticed the beautiful nymph who was responsible for keeping his water pure and flowing. Yes, there she was, her long hair dancing in the water, her naked limbs caressed by diamonds of light as they danced on its surface. The irresistible Daphne. Apollo had heard the other gods and creatures speak of Daphne and her beauty before, but this was the first time he saw her with his own eyes. He needed not even a full minute to decide that she was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. He could hardly tear his eyes away from her, but duty called, and as the day wore on, he sped his chariot across the sky, from one end of the earth to the other, all the while thinking of this nymph he had seen, unable to get her out of his mind. When Apollo consulted his friends, they told him what he hadn't known before. Daphne was a peculiar creature, and he should be aware of this. She did not desire to marry any man or god. She was a nymph committed to her work, to caring for the water. There was no human nor god alive who could distract her from her daily tasks. "Trust us, we've all tried before," they admonished Apollo. The truth was that Daphne admired Diana, the moon goddess. Diana was said to be pure and chaste, while serving the universe as was her duty. And Daphne wanted to be just like her. She did not want to marry anyone and become committed to anybody, be he a man or a god. Well, as you can imagine, Apollo did not think this to be much of a challenge. The next day, as his chariot passed over her river, Apollo called out to her. Daphne gazed up at the sun god. Showing off again, she said to herself. She continued swimming, continued ignoring him. And again, Apollo called out to the young nymph. "Daphne, don't you desire to ride with me in my chariot of fire?" he asked, but she paid no attention to him. Apollo tried to get Daphne to look at him day after day, but she could not be convinced. Finally, he decided to look for Eros, the god also known as Cupid. His arrows, when shot into the heart of any creature, would pierce them with love and desire. This was Eros' daily activity, and surely he could help Apollo out here, the sun god thought to himself. However, Apollo could not help but laugh when he found Eros and saw him playing with his bows and arrows as if they were great hunting weapons. Apollo felt proud of his own powers, which could not even stand comparison to Eros' single arrow trick. He swooped on over to the god of desire and gave a little laugh. "Why do you play with weapons of war? They are probably better off in the hands of someone who knows how to wield real weapons, taunted Apollo. Hand them over, and maybe you should play with kindle flames instead. Eros was not amused. Apollo thought quite mightily of himself, and he was indeed powerful. But that was no reason to make fun of the other gods or their duties. Strike everything else you want with your great arrows, Apollo, he called back, and leave mine alone, lest they strike your heart. Apollo laughed, and was about to tell him that he did indeed need 1 or 2 of his arrows for Daphne's young heart. However, before the sun god could get any closer, here is what the god of desire, Eros, did. He carefully chose 2 arrows from his full quiver. One was a golden arrow. It was very sharp, and gleamed in the light that shone down from Apollo's being. This one he held carefully, fitted on his bow, pulled back the string until it was tight enough, and then pointed it straight at Apollo's heart. Upon release, the arrow flew through the air and hit its target. The sun god was smitten as he looked down on Daphne. If it was love that filled his heart in days past, now it was the desire so strong that nothing else could compare. But Eros was not finished yet. He had planned a second arrow, a very, very blunt one, this time tipped with lead. This one he adjusted to shoot straight to the heart of Daphne. And those who knew Eros and his ways knew that the arrows tipped with lead would do the opposite of love. They would repel. Whoever was struck by these arrows would also be struck with hatred for the one who was in love with them. And they would also be immune to all the so-called weaknesses that being in love sometimes brings. Now, you must remember that when this story took place, Apollo was still a youth. He had never been in love before, and, as we all know, falling in love for the first time is an experience unlike any other. And now, Apollo's first love was consuming his heart and mind. The way the sea consumes the sand when the moon's tide carries the water back to the shore. All day long, as he drove his chariot, he could think of nothing else but the beautiful Daphne. His wheels were on fire, and so was his heart, when night came and the western wind had cooled the chariot. He still could not put her out of his mind. Daphne was the theme of his dreams. She ruled his thoughts as if a nymph could ever overpower a god. She never did fall in love with Apollo, for the arrow that pierced her heart was the one tipped with lead. Whenever he passed above her, she felt repulsed. She hated him. She despised him and wished he would disappear forever. Of course, she also knew that without the light of the sun, darkness might overwhelm the world. And so, if he must love her, then let him love her from a distance. She would not give in. Daphne was determined to stay as pure as the moon goddess Diana, whom she still adored. One day, Apollo could not stay away from the object of his love no longer. He followed Daphne as she flitted through the grass. It was a beautiful spring day. The flowers were blossoming around Daphne's feet. Little birds fluttered down to sit on her shoulders. As she walked, barefoot in the wet grass, Apollo thought to himself that it looked as if the grass beneath her feet shimmered in golden showers. The white-hot flames of his chariot shone down like a spotlight on her, and made the sparkles around her glow like an aura of beauty. He was mesmerized. Apollo came lower to touch her. He wanted to kiss her soft lips, feel her skin, caress her hair, and lie down with her in that golden grass. But before he could approach her, Daphne heard him moving and spun around. "Keep your distance, Apollo," she warned him. "Come now, Daphne," protested the sun god. "I am not your enemy, but your lover. I bow to you and you alone. I might conquer all others on earth, but you have conquered my heart, and I only wish to worship you, to kiss you." He moved forward to grasp her hair, but as Daphne heard these words, she began to run, and run, and run. The more afraid she grew, the faster she ran. She was spurred on by the fear in her heart, just as Apollo was spurred on by love as he started to chase her. She sped on, her heart racing, her hair blowing in the wind. He followed her close, his chariot gaining speed and wings on fire. Daphne could feel Apollo's heart close behind her. She picked up her feet and ran faster, faster, faster. But then, the nymph of the water realized that she could never, ever outrun the sun. She was nearly at the banks of the river, ruled by her father Peneus. She did not stop until her feet touched the water, and then she cried out, "Father, help me! Save me from Apollo!" She was calling out to the river god, her father, Peneus. In that fateful moment, Peneus heard her cry. He looked to see that his daughter was being overcome by a being more powerful than other gods. And if it was love that was spurring him on, well then, his power would be even more invincible. He knew what he had to do to save his daughter. No longer would she be the unbound, carefree nymph that she was before. No longer could she roam the forests, swim in the rivers, go wherever she pleased. He would change her into a different creature. But this way, she would not be overcome by Apollo. He would turn her into a laurel tree. It was a tough decision for any father to make, but Peneus knew that it would be for his daughter's own good. As Apollo came nearer, he reached out to grasp Daphne's arm, and with the other he clasped her waist to pull her towards him. Suddenly, the skin of her flesh started to dry up and grow darker, the color of bark. Apollo thought she had stopped and was about to turn to face him, when he saw from her long and nimble legs the roots of a tree grow outward and reach to the earth, digging themselves into the soil. He looked into Daphne's eyes and saw there was a look of both anxiety and relief, all at the same time. And as he gazed at her face, he saw it morphing beyond recognition. Her long, flowing blonde hair, those strands that he saw as jewels and had come to love, started to blow in the wind, reaching wildly up to the sky. He watched as her hair kept on blowing, kept on morphing, and took on the shape of leaves and branches. Apollo did not know what was happening to his beloved Daphne. A magical, mystical effect was taking place, but he did not know where it came from, or how. As he stood, looking at her now frozen, he thought he could hear her voice, even through her pursed and frozen lips. I could never love you, Apollo, not in the way that you love me. I am the child of the earth, and forever here, connected to the earth, I will now stay. Apollo cried out in fear at this voice. He took a step backwards and gazed in astonishment. For now, he saw that the young nymph had completely morphed. She was no longer a girl, but a tree. A laurel tree with deep green leaves, steady branches, and a trunk rooted firmly in the earth. He tried to touch her, but she did not feel as supple as before. Woody branches now stuck out, poking at his fingers. Even so, he moved forward to embrace her. Still he saw beauty in that earthen tree, those deep green leaves. He reached out to pluck a few of the leaves, a few of the branches, and shaped them into a crown he placed on his own head. Very well, Daphne. Since you cannot be my bride, at least you shall be my tree. You are my laurel one. I shall wear you always in my hair, and think of you all day long for every day to come. Daphne could hear Apollo as he spoke these words, but now a deep calm and peace had filled her heart. For her father had heard her cries, and had given her the chance to keep on living near the earth that she loved so much, and wait for no man, no mortal, and no god, no immortal, to ever touch her in a way she did not desire. In her mind, Daphne was free. She might be forever stuck to the soil. She might not have the freedom to move about as she once did. But this was the kind of freedom she knew how to treasure. This way, no other creature could ever own her. She could finally be like the moon, an object that all men admired, but no one had ever enslaved. She could finally live in the light of her heroine, Diana. Apollo was forced to go on with his day and his existence, and, oh yes, he did find other maidens to love, even other goddesses. Yet, he never forgot his first love, Daphne. From that day on, Apollo always wore the wreath of the laurel tree in his hair, and, on Mount Olympus, anyone who had completed a mission fit to be honored by the gods was given a laurel crown to grace their heads as well. It was considered a mark of beauty, a crown of glory. And, to this day, men and women all over the world still speak of laurels won. It should also be said that from that day on, all other living creatures thought twice before they ever dared to mock the god of desire, Eros. For everyone learned from the mistake Apollo had made. In the land of ancient Greece, every 4 years, a laurel wreath was given to the winner of the Pythian Games, a competition held to honor the sun god, Apollo.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight we will journey to the shadowed depths of the underworld, where the god Hades prepares a special gift for Persephone's return. As he strolls with his loyal companion Cerberus, Hades seeks wisdom from Charon and the Fates, discovering the true meaning of love and understanding. Let this tender tale of devotion and connection lull you into a restful sleep. Hades stood on the balcony of his grand home, gazing out over the vast, shadowed landscape of the underworld. To the untrained eye, it might seem as if the underworld were painted only in blacks and grays, a muted world devoid of life. But he knew better. As his eyes softened, he saw the true colors hidden within the shadows, deep, velvety reds like embers in the distance, dark blues that whispered of midnight oceans, and greens so rich they seemed to pulse beneath the surface. It was a realm of color, subtle and secret, a beauty that revealed itself only to those who knew where to look. Normally, Hades found peace in these hues, a quiet pride in the way his world thrived in its own dark splendor. But today, it all felt dull, lacking the vibrancy it once held. The landscape seemed colder, quieter, as if waiting for something or someone. He sighed, feeling the weight of Persephone's absence settle over him. She had been gone all spring and summer, tending to the human realm, bringing life and warmth to fields and forests far above. Her laughter, her warmth, her presence, all of it was missing. Hades found himself counting the days until she would return. He turned and walked back into the house, crossing the dark marble floors toward his study. His calendar lay open on the polished desk. He leaned over it, smiling at the date marked with a small red flower. In just 1 week, she would return to him, and the thought filled him with a warm anticipation. I should give her something special, he murmured to himself. Something to show her just how much she's been missed. But what? He frowned thoughtfully, scanning the room as if the answer might reveal itself among his books or trinkets. It needed to be more than just a token, something meaningful, something that would remind her that this realm was hers too. Hades paced around his study, his thoughts spiraling as he tried to come up with the perfect gift. Frustrated, he sighed and rubbed his temples. Perhaps a walk will clear my mind, he muttered. There was something about the quiet shadows of the underworld that often brought him solace, and maybe even a spark of inspiration. He stepped outside into the stillness. A hint of a smile tugged at his lips as he called out, "Cerberus!" Almost instantly, there was the sound of thundering paws. Cerberus came bounding toward him with uncontained excitement. Each head wobbled with joy, tails wagging in unison. Hades crouched down, chuckling as he patted each head in turn. "There you are, my fierce guardian," he said, scratching behind one ear. Ready for a walk? Cerberus let out a playful bark, his 3 heads nudging Hades eagerly. Come on then, he said, feeling a bit lighter. Together, they set off down the path, the soft glow of the river Styx lighting their way as Cerberus trotted happily by his side. As Hades and Cerberus strolled along the edge of the river Styx, the 3-headed dog began to prance around, his enormous paws kicking up bits of gravel. Hades watched him with a bemused smile as Cerberus bounded ahead, then turned back, each head looking at him expectantly. What is it, old friend? Hades asked, amused. Cerberus gave a trio of eager barks, his eyes full of excitement. Hades chuckled. You want to play fetch, do you? He scanned the ground until he spotted a sturdy, ancient branch lying nearby. Bending down, he picked it up and waved it before Cerberus. All right then, Hades said, winding his arm back and sending the branch flying across the shadowy landscape. Cerberus took off after it, his paws thundering against the ground as he chased it down. In a flash, Cerberus reached the branch, all 3 heads snapping it up at once. He trotted back proudly, his tails wagging with joy. Then he deposited the branch at Hades' feet with a sense of accomplishment. Good boy, Hades said, giving each head a gentle pat. He picked up the branch again, launching it even farther this time. Cerberus dashed after it, leaping with each bound, his joy evident in every movement. They continued like this for a while, until Hades accidentally threw the stick a little farther than he anticipated. Cerberus bolted after it, his tails wagging furiously as he dove into a bush. For a moment, all was silent. Then, with a rustling of branches, Cerberus re-emerged. But instead of the stick, he carried an old, battered helmet in his jaws. Well, what have you found there? Hades chuckled, crouching down as Cerberus trotted up proudly. Each of his heads held the helmet delicately, as if presenting a precious treasure. Hades took the helmet, turning it over in his hands and inspecting it. It was covered in dust and bore dents and scratches from battles long past. It was likely left behind by some wandering soul. Hades smirked, raising an eyebrow at Cerberus. So, this is your idea of a gift for Persephone, is it? A dirty old helmet? He chuckled, shaking his head as he gave Cerberus a fond pat. I appreciate your creativity, my friend, but I'm not sure she'd fancy it quite as much as you do. Cerberus tilted his heads, giving Hades a puzzled look. The dog was sure he'd solved his master's dilemma. Hades laughed softly, his voice echoing through the quiet woods. "Thank you for your good work, Cerberus. You're always helping in your own way." Hades set the helmet down gently against a nearby tree, giving it a final pat as he straightened up. "All right, let's keep moving. There's still plenty of underworld left to explore, and perhaps a more fitting gift to find." As they continued along the mist-laden path, Hades noticed a figure up ahead by the docks. It was Charon, patiently guiding his boat along the river Styx. At the sight of him, Cerberus perked up and took off, bounding ahead with tails wagging. Charon turned just in time to brace himself as Cerberus leapt up, greeting him with enthusiastic licks and nuzzles. The ferryman chuckled softly, his normally somber expression softening as he stroked one of Cerberus's heads. "Easy there, Cerberus. You'll tip the boat over one of these days." Hades approached with a smile, watching his old friend and loyal companion. "Ah, Charon, I didn't expect to see you out here. I hope Cerberus isn't pestering you too much." "Not at all," Charon replied. "He's good company in these shadowed lands. He brightens things up a bit, doesn't he?" He gave Cerberus a final pat and straightened, his gaze drifting back to Hades. "I hear Persephone will be returning soon?" "Yes," Hades replied, a hint of warmth in his voice. 1 week from today, to be precise. I thought I might find her a gift, something to welcome her back properly. But I've yet to find anything suitable. I don't suppose you have any ideas?" Charon leaned on his staff thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he considered the question. That's a challenging one. Persephone deserves something unique, something as enchanting as she is." He tapped his staff lightly against the ground. "You know, if it were me, I'd seek advice from the fates. They have a way of knowing things that even the rest of us do not. They might point you in the right direction." Hades nodded, mulling over Charon's suggestion. The fates were notoriously cryptic, but their wisdom was unmatched. If anyone could help him find something truly special, it would be them. "Thank you, Charon," he said, a small smile playing on his lips. "I suppose I'll pay them a visit. Perhaps they'll have a hint of inspiration for me." Charon inclined his head, a rare smile crossing his face. "Good luck, my friend. If anyone can find something worthy of Persephone, it's you." With a nod of gratitude, Hades signaled to Cerberus, who obediently trotted back to his side. "Come along, Cerberus," he said, glancing back at Charon one last time. "The fates await." And with that, they turned away from the river and headed toward the shadowed paths that would lead them to the three sisters. Hades and Cerberus walked in silence, their footsteps softened by the thick mist that clung to the ground. The path had grown narrow, lined with twisted trees and darkened by shadows that seemed to stretch and coil, as if alive. They were deep in a secluded part of the underworld now, a place few dared to tread. Cerberus began to slow, his three heads lifting in unison, each one sniffing the air cautiously. Hades could feel it too. The power that lingered here was undeniable. He placed a reassuring hand on Cerberus's central head, whispering softly, "Easy, old friend. The fates mean us no harm." They continued forward, their forms nearly swallowed by the thick fog as they neared a small clearing. In the center, three shadowed figures stood, draped in robes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. "Good day, Fates," Hades greeted, his voice steady but soft, respectful of the power that radiated from the three figures. The Fates inclined their heads in unison, acknowledging his presence. Hades stepped closer to the first sister, Clotho, who sat at a small spinning wheel. Her slender fingers deftly wove threads into a delicate, shimmering tapestry. She was the youngest of the three, with a serene expression and eyes that sparkled like starlight. "Clotho," he greeted, his voice respectful. "I seek guidance in choosing a gift for Persephone, something worthy of her return." Clotho's fingers continued to move, the threads slipping through her hands as if they had a life of their own. "A gift, you say?" she murmured, her gaze fixed on the spinning thread. "Gifts woven from gold or gems hold little weight, for they are mere things. True gifts are woven from time, from love, from memories shared." She paused, lifting her eyes to meet his. "What you seek, Lord Hades, is something that cannot be bought. It must be spun from the moments you cherish, crafted from the heart." Hades nodded, her words settling over him like the soft mist that surrounded them. He felt the beginnings of an idea, a spark that had not been there before. Clotho returned to her weaving, the faint smile still gracing her lips as if she, too, sensed the path that lay ahead of him. Hades moved on to the second sister, Lachesis, who stood quietly beside a loom. Her fingers glided over a tapestry of countless threads, each one measured and cut with precise care. She glanced up as he approached, her eyes wise and unfathomable. "Lord Hades," Lachesis greeted, her voice calm and steady. "You come seeking a gift for Persephone, something that might measure up to your love for her." "Yes," Hades replied. "I want it to be worthy of her, something that speaks to who we are together." Lachesis smiled faintly, tracing the thread between her fingers. Each life has its measure, its purpose, and its place, she said, speaking more to herself than to him. You have more to offer than you realize, Hades. Think of what only you can give her. Measure your love not by what you buy, but by what you create. She looked at him then, her gaze penetrating. A gift born from your own hands, woven from the memories you have shared and the dreams yet to come. Such a gift speaks louder than gold or jewels, for it carries within it the weight of both your past and your future. Hades felt the weight of her words, their depth resonating within him. The idea stirred and grew, becoming clearer. He knew now that the gift must reflect the journey they had walked together, the love that endured even as the seasons changed. Hades approached the third sister, Atropos, who sat upon a stone, ancient shears poised in her hands. As Hades met her eyes, he felt a profound respect for the power she held. Atropos, the ender of threads, was the one who knew the true value of time. She tilted her head, observing Hades with a keen look. You wish to give Persephone a gift, she stated, her voice low and measured. But remember, Hades, all things are fleeting. Even the moments you cherish with her are but threads in a greater tapestry. Hades nodded, listening intently. Atropos continued, what is precious lies not in permanence, but in its ability to change and grow. Give her something that endures, yet remains in motion, something that can transform, as your love does, season after season. Her words sank into him. He understood then that his gift needed to be something alive, something that would bloom and fade and bloom again, something that would carry the essence of the life they shared together. Hades inclined his head, offering a deep, respectful bow to each of them. Thank you, he murmured, his voice carrying the quiet weight of gratitude. You've given me more than guidance. You've reminded me of what truly matters. With a newfound clarity, Hades left their dwelling, Cerberus trotting beside him. He now knew that the gift for Persephone must be something crafted from his own hands, something that would grow and change as they did. Hades and Cerberus wandered next to the Asphodel Meadows, a vast meadow of silvery grass where the souls of those who led quiet, unremarkable lives found eternal rest. Hades and his pet walked among them, feeling the soothing stillness of the field. He paused now and then to observe the gentle faces of the souls that moved nearby, their expressions serene and undisturbed. A few turned to him, acknowledging his presence with a faint, knowing smile. Hades nodded back, his heart warmed by the tranquility surrounding him. It struck him how this place, simple as it was, held a beauty uniquely its own. He knelt beside a patch of soft, pale flowers that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, their petals delicate and still. His fingers brushed over them thoughtfully. What if he could create something similar for Persephone? A place where she could escape the endless tide of souls, the demands and weight of her responsibilities. Somewhere peaceful, where she could rest and simply be. Next, Hades and Cerberus wandered into the Elysian fields, a paradise reserved for the souls of heroes and the virtuous. Here, the world seemed to bloom, vibrant and full of life. Rolling meadows were dotted with wildflowers, and towering trees stretched their branches skyward. Cerberus sniffed about, his 3 heads weaving through the flowers. Hades chuckled softly, watching his companion frolic among the blooms. As he continued along the winding paths, he felt the peaceful energy of the Elysian fields settle over him, filling him with a sense of calm and inspiration. The thought of Persephone drifted into his mind. Here, surrounded by such beauty, he felt her presence more keenly than ever. It was this kind of beauty that she brought to the mortal world when she walked the earth in spring and summer, the way life seemed to flourish wherever she went. He thought of her gardens above, vibrant and green, bursting with color and life. Then the idea came to him. What if he could bring a piece of that life, that light, into the underworld for her? A place she could call her own, a space that would be alive with her favorite flowers, where she could find solace amidst their colors and fragrance, even in the darkest months. It would be his tribute to her, a reflection of the world she loved, right here beside him in the underworld. Hades smiled to himself, a plan beginning to form. He would create a garden, a living, growing space that would mirror the beauty of spring and summer above. It would be a piece of paradise just for her, where she could retreat, away from the bustle of her duties, a small sanctuary that would remind her of the world she missed and the life they shared together. Hades returned to his mansion, filled with purpose and a newfound excitement. He wasted no time, gathering seeds and plants he'd carefully collected over the years, rare blossoms that thrived in the underworld's unique soil, glowing flowers that Persephone had always admired. For days, he toiled tirelessly, shaping the space just as he imagined, a place of life and color amidst the shadowed landscape. Cerberus trotted by his side, eager to help. Hades smiled, watching his loyal friend dig holes for the plants with his powerful paws, each head carefully inspecting the work as they went. Together, they transformed the once bare corner of the grounds, creating a vibrant oasis that stood out like a splash of color in a world painted in blacks and grays. He arranged delicate flowers that glowed softly in the dim light, planted vines that would curl gracefully around the garden's stone arches, and placed a small fountain in the center. Everything was crafted with Persephone in mind, each element chosen to bring her joy, to remind her of the world above, where she brought life to all she touched. As he stepped back to admire his work, Hades felt a surge of satisfaction. The garden bloomed before him, a striking contrast to the muted tones of the underworld, a reflection of the warmth and light Persephone would soon bring back to his realm. He stood in quiet contemplation, his heart brimming with love. In a week's time, she would be here, her laughter filling the halls once more. And when she saw this, her own little piece of paradise, he knew it would bring her as much joy as she brought him. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, I will tell you a story about how the 4 seasons came to be. The legend of why we have 4 seasons begins with the story of Demeter and Persephone a long time ago in ancient Greece, in a world wholly unlike the world today. Back then, winged horses, one-eyed cyclops, and other strange and beautiful creatures freely roamed the earth. It was also during that time that men still believed that gods and goddesses who lived in Mount Olympus ruled the earth. The gods and goddesses looked a lot like humans, but the big difference is that they had exceptional magical abilities, like the power to control the sun, the moon, the waters, and everything else. The gods used these powers to help and sometimes punish the people they ruled over. Among these gods and goddesses was Demeter. Demeter was the goddess of the earth and harvest. Her job was to make sure the soil was fertile so that whatever the people planted grew well. She also made sure that the weather was just right so that essential crops such as wheat, which people used to make bread, grew well. Demeter took her responsibility seriously. She went out every day to make sure that the trees and plants grew healthy and bore a bountiful harvest. If there was any problem, the people knew that they could come directly to her, and Demeter would resolve it right away. She was caring and kind, and because of this, she was very popular among the people of the earth. Demeter loved the mortals, but if there was one person who she loved above everyone else, that was Persephone. Persephone was Demeter's only daughter and her constant companion everywhere she went. Where Demeter is, Persephone would be close behind. Persephone was beautiful in every way you can imagine, befitting a goddess's daughter. She had skin as smooth as porcelain, long, flowing hair that glittered when the sun shone on it, and the reddest lips that put the roses to shame. But more than her physical beauty, she had a kind and caring heart. This quality endeared her to every man and every creature on earth. Persephone had the uncanny ability to make anybody feel happy and at ease around her. She spread light and happiness wherever she went, and so naturally, everybody that she met loved her dearly, but none loved her more than her own mother, Demeter. Demeter liked nothing more than to spend hours in the company of Persephone. They talked about everything, laughed, and sang every song. Demeter loved taking care of Persephone and was a proud mother as she watched Persephone grow into the charming and caring young woman that enchanted everyone and everything around her. Unbeknownst to Demeter, Hades, the god of the underworld, was one of Persephone's most ardent admirers. Her radiance and light fascinated him, and he desperately wanted her to be his queen. One day, Persephone was gathering spring flowers with her mother. She sang as she picked the brightly colored flowers from the field, all the while thinking how her mother's face would light up when she gave her the flowers. As Persephone was happily picking flowers in the field, the entrancing smell of the narcissus flower caught her attention. I must have that flower to give it to my mother, she thought, as she followed the flower's scent, which led her far away from the protective gaze of Demeter. She was ecstatic to find out there was a whole field of narcissus for her to pick. She quickly knelt and picked the narcissus flowers until she had more than she could carry. However, because she was so preoccupied with picking the narcissus flowers, she didn't notice that everything around her had suddenly turned eerily quiet. The birds stopped singing, and there was an ominous feel to the wind. Something was going on, but what? When she finally stopped picking the flowers for long enough to notice the strange feeling that was enveloping the field, it was too late. The earth suddenly cracked open, and Hades, the ruler of the underworld, emerged in a black chariot, pulled by 9 fierce hellhounds. Persephone froze in fear at the sight of Hades in his chariot, and try as she may, she couldn't get on her feet to run. Hades wasted no time, snatched Persephone in his arms, sending the flowers that she had picked flying up in the air. Hades and his hellhound-drawn chariot returned to the underworld, taking Persephone with him. The earth closed as it had opened and left no trace of the terrible thing that had happened, except for the narcissus flowers scattered in the field. Hades brought Persephone to the underworld, a dark, lonely kingdom that he ruled. As soon as they arrived, he led Persephone to a room filled with gold, jewels, silk, and rows of food-laden tables. Please, don't look at me that way. I will not hurt you while you are under my care. Say that you will be my queen, and I will give you everything that your heart wishes, Hades said to Persephone. Persephone had heard tales of Hades from her mother, and none of them were pleasant. He could be cruel at times, so she knew that if she were to survive this ordeal, it would be in her best interest not to say anything to anger him. She also knew that if she ate any food from the underworld, she wouldn't be able to return. She just had to play along with Hades and try not to eat while she attempted to figure out the best way to return to her mother. What my heart desires is for you to return me to my mother, Persephone said to Hades, trying to sound brave, although he terrified her. Ask me whatever you like, but that, my lovely Persephone. Don't worry. You will learn to love this place, and maybe in the process, learn to love me. You are free to roam anywhere you please in the underworld. But know now that you can never escape this place, Hades said, as he left Persephone alone in her room. Meanwhile, Demeter couldn't do anything but pace around, wondering where Persephone was. It was dusk, and there was no sign of her daughter. Demeter looked for her daughter by the pond, in her favorite meadow, even in the hills that she knew Persephone used to frequent, but there was no sign of her. Persephone, Persephone, where are you? Demeter called out to her daughter. But no matter how many times she called her daughter's name, there was no answer. Exhausted, Demeter went home and cried herself to sleep. The next day, she searched for her daughter once more. Demeter searched inside the caves, the rivers, and the meadows. She left no stone unturned, but alas, Persephone was nowhere. I will not rest until I have found my daughter again, she told herself, as she stared absent-mindedly into the horizon. She felt deep in her heart that her daughter was alive, and for as long as she had that feeling, she knew that she would find her. Demeter looked for her daughter day in and day out. Because of this, she no longer paid attention to her duties as the goddess of the earth. The soil was no longer fertile, and nothing grew well. It alarmed the people because if this situation continued, there could be famine in the land. The people prayed desperately to Demeter, but she was deaf to their pleas. There was only one thing in her mind and her heart, and that was to find her daughter. The situation had gotten from bad to worse, and the people's prayers reached Zeus, the king of gods himself. He grew concerned about how Demeter was behaving. It wasn't like the goddess of the earth to abandon her duties. Zeus sent his trusted messenger, Hermes, to find out what happened. Zeus learned from Hermes that Hades had kidnapped Persephone and that Demeter had forsaken all her duties to look for her daughter. Concerned that if this situation continues, the people might starve, Zeus asked Hermes to bring Demeter to him so that he could talk some sense into her. Zeus could not hide his surprise when he saw Demeter's state. She had disheveled hair, dirty clothes, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes lost all its glimmer. She was a shadow of her former self. Demeter, you have abandoned your duties as the goddess of the earth, and you have turned a deaf ear to the people's cries. Go back to your duties once more and restore order to the earth, Zeus said to Demeter gently, as he felt sorry for her. I am looking for my daughter Persephone, and I will only restore the earth if she is returned to my side safely. Tell me where she is, Demeter told Zeus stubbornly, her hands clenched into a fist on her sides. She knew that the king of the gods knew what had happened to her daughter. Zeus knew that there was no reasoning with a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. And so he struck a deal with Demeter. Very well. Hades brought Persephone to his kingdom to be his wife. And, as you know, I rarely interfere, but this situation is different. I will send Hermes to negotiate her release. But you must give me your word that you will restore order to the earth once she is by your side. Demeter stared at Zeus for a few minutes before answering. She was trying to control the rising anger that she felt inside. Persephone was kidnapped, and by Hades of all the gods. When she spoke, her voice was stern but soft. You have my word. As soon as Hades returns Persephone to my side, I will restore the earth to all its glory, Demeter said. Zeus nodded to his right, where Hermes was standing, and with this, the messenger of the gods went to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's release. In the underworld, Persephone's inner light and sunny disposition transformed the sad and gloomy atmosphere of Hades' kingdom. Where there was once barren land, small white flowers grew by the river Styx, comforting the lost and confused souls ferried there. Her kind heart even tamed the hellhounds who now followed her everywhere. Even if she didn't want to admit it, but Hades' sincerity and patience moved her kind heart, and slowly she accepted Hades' invitation to explore his kingdom. Her presence alone lighted up the underworld. She missed her mother terribly, but she had enjoyed the company of the god of the underworld, and she was considering becoming the queen of the underworld. Hermes found Persephone sitting with Hades on an elegantly curved couch made from the most elegant gold. Hades had a pomegranate in his hand. Persephone, my only love, you have eaten nothing since you came here, and I am distraught that you might fade away if you do not eat. Eat just a little of this delicious fruit, Hades said to Persephone, extending the fruit to her. Persephone felt so hungry that before she realized, she had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds before returning the fruit to Hades and covering her mouth with her hands. What had she done? Now she had to stay in the underworld forever. Hermes saw what had happened, and he knew that if he were to take Persephone with him, he would have to use all his negotiating skills to strike a deal with a cunning and powerful god. Great Hades, he began as he approached him, I am here at Zeus's command to bring back Persephone to her mother. I remind you, it's not a good move to ignore Zeus's commands. I know why you are here, Hermes, Hades replied. He had known from one of his spies that Hermes was on his way to take Persephone away from him. But now that she had eaten the fruit with her own free will, he knew that she had no choice but to return to him. She has eaten 6 pomegranate seeds of her own free will. I will return Persephone to Demeter for 6 months each year, and for the following 6 months, she will come to the underworld with me. Hermes knew that this was the best deal that he could get, and so he looked at Persephone and said, Very well, it is a done deal. Come with me, sweet Persephone, and I will take you back to Demeter. Hermes said to Persephone as he extended his hand to her. Persephone wasted no time and went with Hermes. When they emerged from the underworld, she saw her mother anxiously waiting for her return. Mother, Persephone cried as she ran into her mother's arms. At last, she reunited with her mother, and she felt so happy. Demeter cried happy tears as she held her daughter tightly in her arms. And as she did, the flowers bloomed in the meadows, and the trees all came back to life. The soil was fertile again, and the wheat in the fields miraculously bore fruit. The earth rejoiced with Demeter, and all was well. In between tears, Persephone told her mother how she ate 6 pomegranate seeds and how she had to come back to the underworld and stay a month for every seed that she ate. And so the 4 seasons as we know them today came to pass. Every fall and winter, the earth is barren and cold as Demeter mourns Persephone's return to the underworld. And every spring and summer, the flowers bloom and the earth rejoices at Persephone's return to the earth. And this is the story of how the 4 seasons came to be. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to a sleepy forest village in ancient Greece. There, we will spend some time with Arachne, a wonderfully talented weaver, as she creates stunning works of art that show people the beauty of the world and the land around them. We will join her on her weaving journey as her confidence grows, perhaps even as her confidence grows a bit too much. Our story begins deep within the countryside of ancient Greece in a peaceful, calm village. The houses of the village were peppered throughout the vast and lush forest, a forest teeming with life and teeming with inspiration. It was at the edge of this forest that a young baby girl named Arachne was born. The home she was born into was a modest one, a cozy farmhouse where the hearth crackled day and night, filling the room and the hearts of its inhabitants with warmth and comfort. Just outside the light, airy windows of the home lay a sheep field. It was lush and vast, a place where the sheep could run and play, living their lives the way that nature intended for them. There were low bushes teeming with berries and fresh, crunchy leaves, a healthy meal that made the sheep in this field some of the most healthy and carefree in the entire world. Arachne's father, Idmon of Colophon, was known far and wide across Greece. He was a successful shepherd and, not only that, a successful dyer in purple. People traveled from across the land to buy wool that had been dyed by him, dyed in many beautiful hues from a bright crimson to a dark purple. In the mornings, he would often take young Arachne with him to gather plants, flowers, and berries, some of which were used in the dyeing process. As they walked, he would talk to Arachne about the beauty of the land, about how well the land provided for them. Arachne would listen and smile, soaking in every word her father said. He talked about the wool they made and dyed like it was sacred, and in a way, it was. It was the family's lifeline, their pride and joy. And when Arachne looked at it, she understood just how true that was. It was simply beautiful, breathtaking even. Sometimes as a young girl, She would sit and run her fingers over the wool, smiling to herself as she did so. It was so soft to the touch, so comforting, and the hues that they dyed it were elevated reflections of the world around them. They were the deepest violet, the brightest purples, the richest and vibrant crimson and red that anyone had ever seen. Arachne would stare at them for hours, blending them together in her mind and painting pictures with the fresh wool. And soon, Arachne was able to do just that. At a young age, her mother taught her how to weave. The first time Arachne sat beside the fire and weaved was a moment that would change the course of her life. With every movement she made, with every loop of the wool, she felt like she had found her life's purpose. It was like she was truly connected to the world and to herself for the very first time. Her mother and father gazed at her in awe as she wove intricate works of art. It was like a new language that she was speaking, a language that very few people were fluent in. Arachne found a joy unlike any other as she wove her designs with the wool from her family's farm. Soon, it became all Arachne wanted to do. She would awaken in the morning, just before the sun had risen. There was always a chill in the air, a brisk bite to it that promised her that new discoveries were on the horizon, that there were things to explore, and that there was magic in the day ahead. She would shrug the covers off of herself and greet the day with a smile. In the winter, she'd stoke the fire, preparing it for the day ahead, and then head straight out into the fields to collect what she needed for the day. Often, she'd pay respects to the sheep, running her fingers over their wool and speaking to them in loving tones, thanking them for what they provided her family and the world with. Then, as the mist was still clinging to the hillsides and shrouding the mountains, she would go on the hunt for berries and flowers. She'd collect them in a wooden basket, piling them up in a vibrantly colored mound. Just as the sun began to crest over the trees, she would begin to head back home. The sun splashed vibrant oranges, golds, and reds across the green grass, illuminating the landscape in a heavenly glow. And that glow, that brilliant, warm light of the sun, meant that it was bright enough for Arachne to weave. She'd hand her morning bounty to her father, kiss him on the cheek, and scurry off to the place she had created behind the house. A perfect, cozy little spot for her to weave all day long. It was tucked behind the house in the center of a peaceful clearing, a place where she could feel in touch with nature, and therefore more in touch with her inspiration and the love within herself. All day long she would weave there, letting her inspiration guide her, creating art piece after art piece without an end in sight. Some days she would create them with specific people in mind, or she would create art pieces that would sell well to the general public. But normally, as the day went on, she was happy to slip into a place of dreams, a place where she would weave whatever her heart desired. When she was weaving, it simply felt like breathing to her. It was an extension of herself that she was creating. It didn't take long for people around Greece to hear of Arachne's art. It wasn't just her parents who thought her art was remarkable. It was everyone who saw it. Many of them had never seen woven fabric that detailed, that intricate, and beautifully designed. People flooded the farm to buy her work and to give her compliments, and Arachne was far from prepared for such fanfare. She went from being a young girl living peacefully on her parents' farm to being a celebrity of sorts. It was overwhelming for a young girl like Arachne, who had lived a rather secluded life, but there was part of her that enjoyed it. She had never thought her artwork was special, nor had she ever thought of it as a gift, no matter how many times her parents told her it was. Now, with so many people telling her she was talented, Arachne got quite an ego boost. She got a much more confident air about her when she was weaving, and when she sold her work, she was able to sell it for a much higher price. She let the compliments get to her head, and soon she was acting entirely too proud. But as her pride grew, so did the beauty of her work. It became so beautiful that nearby nymphs would emerge from the forest and the streams and cross through the fields to see her work. They would gather at night when Arachne was tucked away in bed, and they would discuss her work. They would touch it and inspect it, trying to imagine how it was possible for anyone to create art so beautiful. When Arachne worked, they would pop out of the woods and watch her. Arachne could feel them watching her, and often she would even offer them a smile and invite them closer. She liked that the nymphs admired her work so greatly, and truly, it wasn't just her work that they admired. It was the way she looked while she worked. She was so graceful, and there were such fluid, beautiful motions in her weaving. It was like she was painting with her body, with the tips of her fingers. Every step of her process, from carding the wool to weaving the shuttle along the loom, was like watching poetry in motion. It inspired wonder and awe in everyone who watched her. One nymph in particular was mesmerized by Arachne's weaving. She dreamed of Arachne one day teaching her how to weave, and so, in an effort to gain her trust and compliment her, she told her something she wholeheartedly believed. She told Arachne that it seemed like the goddess Athena herself had taught Arachne how to weave. To almost anyone, this would have been a compliment. Athena was a great goddess, and one thing she was the goddess of was the arts, like weaving. But Arachne had more pride in her work than anyone else. She was upset with the suggestion that Athena had taught her. She scoffed at the nymph, saying loud and proud, "Let Athena try her skill against mine." Athena was not a goddess to be tested. In fact, none of the gods or goddesses were to be tested. They were all vain beings, beings that would never put up with being outshined or seen as lesser than by any mere mortal. Saying something like what had come out of Arachne's mouth would put you in instant danger. And, unfortunately for Arachne, Athena was nearby the day she dared to utter this. She had been hunting in the nearby woods, as she did many days, and when she heard this proclamation, she was immediately displeased. Athena was much more forgiving and understanding than the other gods, however, and as such, she decided to give Arachne another chance. Deep within the woods, the goddess put on a disguise. She ran her hands over herself, and in a flash of magic and wonder, she was transformed into an elderly woman. She had a hunchback and carried a large cane. The wrinkles crisscrossing her face told ancient stories, and she knew the disguise was so convincing that no soul would be able to see through it. She hobbled through the woods, completely sinking into the role she had given herself. As she approached Arachne working, she felt a sense of frustration wash over her. Indeed, Arachne was skilled, but certainly no more skilled than her, a goddess. In her disguise, Athena walked up to Arachne. She extended a wrinkled hand to her and placed it on her shoulder. She said in a crackling voice,
"I hope you shall not deny my advice. You are talented and may challenge mortals as you deem fit, but you certainly cannot compete with a goddess like Athena. I advise you to ask for her forgiveness. She is the most merciful of the gods, and if you are lucky, she may forgive you."
Arachne stared at the old woman for a long moment. She shrugged the woman's hand off herself and chimed, with utter confidence, "I am not afraid of the goddess. Let her try her skill against mine, if she so dares." Athena had been patient and understanding with the mortal, but such a direct, unmistakable challenge could not be ignored by Athena. Frustrated and knowing what she must do next, Athena shrugged off her disguise. The mortals that gathered nearby to watch Arachne work gasped in shock as a shimmer of magic surrounded the old woman. When the disguise faded away like a dream, Athena stood in the old woman's place. She donned her armor and her helmet, as well as a tense, focused expression that sent chills down everyone's spine. Everyone dropped to their knees and bowed to the goddess. It was so rare to be in the presence of a goddess, let alone one as powerful and remarkable as Athena herself. Arachne, however, did not bow, nor did she take a knee for Athena. She stared at Athena in a daze, her jaw hanging slightly ajar, her eyes wide with surprise. The only thing she could utter in a low, surprised whisper was, "She came." Not much else needed to be said. It was clear what had to take place. Athena and Arachne stood on the sidelines as townspeople scurried to set up a loom for each of them. Arachne's confidence had been shaken for a moment as she gazed upon Athena in all of her glory. But as soon as she saw the loom being assembled, her confidence began to grow once more. Weaving was like breathing to her. It was what she had been born to do, and it was something that she truly believed she was better than Athena at. She didn't regret those words she had spoken. She only hoped that she could outperform Athena like she felt she could. The two stood before their looms. There was plenty of wool for them to weave, enough for them to make immaculate, breathtaking works of art unlike anything the world had ever seen. They stared at each other across the clearing, both of them buzzing with anticipation and with the deep, deep desire to create that flowed through their veins. There was no marker to start the competition. No one waved a flag or said any words. The two simply gave each other a confident nod and dug their hands into the wool. With that, the competition began. Both of them slipped into what looked like a trance. They were creating. They were living and breathing the art that they were weaving on the loom. They worked with such speed and perfection that the audience couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their hands were moving so quickly on the loom that they seemed to blur, and the colors coming together on what had become their canvas blended together into what looked like a painting. Arachne did not feel pressure as she created. Even in a moment as tense as the ones she found herself in, weaving was like breathing to her. Her hands and fingers worked tirelessly, dancing and fluttering over the loom with incredible precision. Across the way, Athena did the same. However, Athena was buzzing with frustration, with anger. She hated to do things like this to mortals, but she felt she had to keep them in line to protect her reputation as a goddess. And truly, Arachne had been asking for it by speaking of the goddess the way that she had been. The sun made its way across the sky as the women worked. As it crept from its highest point towards the horizon. It splashed the art with an array of colors, changing it as it streaked across the sky and, in a sense, making it come alive. Soon, the competition was nearing its end. The audience could see both of the women slowing. The colors stopped blurring, and the beautiful painting they had created slowly began to come to light. It was Athena who stepped away and put her hands up first. She smiled at the work she had created, knowing in her heart that it was some of the finest art the world had ever seen. And she was right. Her piece was so intricate that some people began to tear up at the sight of it. It was a detailed rendition of her and Poseidon fighting for the patronage of Athens. With his trident, it looked as if Poseidon was stabbing the earth, drawing an explosion of saltwater spring that gushed from the depths of the earth. The depiction of it was so realistic that it looked like seawater was emerging from the painting. A few people dared to even walk up to it and brush their fingers over it to see if it really was just wool. Along the edges of the weave, Athena had placed an olive tree. The olive tree looked like a living, breathing tree, like its branches were wrapping around the outside of the weave and embracing it. People swore they could smell the freshness of the leaves as they leaned into the work of art. And then, in the center of the weave, there was imagery that was far from subtle. There were images of mortals who had challenged the gods, mortals who had fallen on a terrible fate because of it. There was Icarus falling after flying too close to the sun, Salmoneus being tormented in Tartarus, and several other mortals being punished for disobeying the gods. People in the audience stepped away from the weave when they noticed this. It made their stomachs churn, not only because of the message, but because of how detailed it was. When Arachne stepped away from her finished work, she did it with a smile on her face and pride coursing through her. But that pride would be short-lived, because when Athena saw what she had created, the contest was immediately over. Arachne's weaving depicted ways that the gods, particularly Zeus, had misled and abused mortals, tricking and seducing many women. There was an image of Europa holding onto a bull in the challenging waves as Zeus drove them to Crete. There was an image of Leda brushing her fingers over the swan which Zeus had transformed himself in. The images were so lifelike, with waves and feathers that seemed to move. The audience knew things were about to take a turn for the worse. And almost immediately, they did. After seeing Arachne's tapestry, Athena flew into a rage. She couldn't believe a mortal would dare to create imagery like Arachne had. She put her hands on Arachne's head filling it and her whole body with deep feelings of shame and hatred for herself. Disheartened, Arachne ran from her workshop. Later that day, Arachne was found dead, killed by her shame and guilt. Athena thought of Arachne's work. It had been beautifully done, even if the subject matter had been an insult. The world did deserve to see such beauty. Impulsively, she struck Arachne, commanding her to live. With her touch, Arachne was transformed into the very first spider. Arachne scurried up the tree and began to make webs in the branches overhead, weaving intricate rows of her silk. Athena watched, pleased with herself, and told Arachne that her and all her descendants would learn from this lesson forever. They would weave and weave and weave every day of their lives, thinking deeply about what they'd done. Arachne spent the rest of her days doing just that. She spent her time weaving just as she had when she was still a human. Her webs were like works of art, and every day people gathered to see them. To this day, spiders scuttle into trees and corners of buildings to create, just as they have been commanded to do. If you look closely, you can see the beauty and skill in their work. Beauty and skill that has been passed down from their ancestor, passed down from Arachne. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we venture back in time to unwind with the ancient Greek myth of Zeus and Europa. A love story that will take us through wildflower meadows, over cerulean seas, and underneath the shade of towering cypress trees. When spring swept across the vibrant landscape of Phoenicia, nestled against the azure waters of the Mediterranean Sea, it was hard to ignore. The city of Tyre stirred alive as those first few rays of spring sun washed over the bustling streets and flourishing countryside farms. The grayness of winter seemed to melt away in an instant, and wildflowers popped up in its place. Swaths of them that stretched from the sandy coastline all the way up the hillside to the towering mountain peaks that could be found inland. It was as if the earth itself was rejoicing, putting on a new, colorful outfit for the glorious warm months that were to come. And in that spring wonderland, there was a young woman in the royal family who truly enjoyed it for all of its beauty and magic. Europa was the daughter of the king of Phoenicia, and as such, She lived a life that was brimming with innumerable comforts and opportunities for joyful days. But Europa wasn't the type of royalty to stay locked away in the castle, eating fine foods and lounging around until the sun set. Europa was a woman who relished in the freedom and beauty of the outdoors. As soon as the sun rose, she would be on her feet and out the door, eager to wander through the craggy mountains, the lush forests, and the long, fine stretches of meadows where the wildflowers were able to flourish. Most days, she would journey down, 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 down to the far corner of the family property, where she could escape from the prying eyes of her parents and the constant crowds of suitors that would gather around the castle, asking for her hand in marriage. Europa was a woman of immense beauty and intelligence, though she was not a woman interested in marriage with any of the suitors that came knocking on her door. She wanted to live her own life and to have her own marriage, not one for political gain, not one as part of a business deal, one of affection and love and respect. So, instead of speaking with these suitors, she spent her days on the far corner of the family property, where she could hide behind the rows of fragrant lilac bushes and pass her time. This is where she felt most comfortable. This grove on the property was a particularly stunning one that few people ever laid eyes on. It was nestled at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea. The rows of flowering trees were peppered all the way up to the cerulean water and white sand beach. It was a private cove, one where Europa felt like she could actually be herself in silence. Although she wasn't truly alone, there were animals with her, the squirrels and sparrows and songbirds who, too, were at home in this lovely stretch of wilderness. Europa felt like she had more in common with the animals around her than the people waiting for her in the castle. But there was one more reason Europa wasn't really alone. One reason that would not be brought to light until several months later. There was someone admiring her from afar. Zeus, who sat on his throne on the distant Mount Olympus, had been watching Europa for quite some time. Her immense beauty was the topic of many conversations among gods for several years, Zeus hadn't believed a woman of such beauty could possibly exist until he laid eyes on her. Her radiant dark hair and flecked green eyes immediately drew Zeus to her, unlike ever before. Though, the more he admired her from afar, the more in love Zeus fell. It wasn't just her physical beauty that Zeus was attracted to. It was the beauty of her caring personality. On more than one occasion, Zeus watched as Europa walked inland through the fields of flowers. She would grab a small leaf and dip it in the bubbling freshwater stream there, allowing the cool, clean water to gather on the leaf. Then she would walk back, tiptoeing to avoid spoiling the water, and she would set the leaf on the ground beside an exhausted bee, saving its life. She cared so deeply for the smallest, most insignificant creature that she would take a 30-minute journey just to provide them with a little fresh water. Zeus saw her do this time and time again, and each time he found himself falling more and more in love with her. He loved the way she would swing her arms as she walked, swaying gently in the flowing breeze like she herself was a daisy or a rose in the windswept field. He loved the way she would sing to herself as she dipped her toes into the cool, refreshing water of the Mediterranean Sea. The way the songs she made up were expressing her love of the land, her love of the ocean. Truly, he loved the way that she loved, with her whole heart, unaffected by the rules and expectations of her family and friends. Some days, he would watch her as she curled up under a juniper tree and closed her eyes. He'd see the rise and fall of her chest as she slowly fell asleep underneath the fragrant branches of the tree. Her fingers tangled in the grass around her. This continued for several months. The best part of Zeus's day was when he had time to admire Europa and check in on her. But one day, something changed. He tried to find Europa in the fields by the seaside where she normally would be, but she was nowhere to be found. Instead, she was in the castle. There were tears in her eyes, something that made Zeus's heart stop. Her parents were arguing with her, demanding that she get married the next day to a political ally. Furious and heartbroken, Europa fled out of the castle and ran across the meadow, tears streaming down her face. As she collapsed under a tree, exhausted and heartbroken, Zeus knew he had to do something. He couldn't bear the sight of her losing her future. And though it wasn't going to be easy, he knew what he was going to do next was right. In a surge of brilliant light, Zeus zipped across the Mediterranean as the sun set behind him. He landed in Phoenicia, hidden behind some trees away from Europa. And there, an otherworldly transformation took place. Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, became a stark white bull, brighter and purer than freshly fallen snow. In the meadow, on the other side of the trees, Europa comforted herself by picking wildflowers and braiding them into crowns and necklaces. As she wove the stems under and over, under and over, under and over, under and over, the tears in her eyes slowly began to dry. She was so focused on the task at hand and at being gentle with the soft flower petals that at first she didn't even notice the bull standing before her. When she saw him, she rose to her feet in surprise. For a moment, she thought she had to be dreaming. The bull was so beautiful, so majestic and graceful and powerful in its movements, that she couldn't believe he was real. But it wasn't just the beauty of his coat and the elegance of his movements. It was his eyes. They looked so human, so full of wisdom, and so compassionate that she found herself walking toward the bull, taking slow, light steps. When she realized what she was doing, she paused, and then, only then, did the bull lower his head at her feet, bowing to the princess of Phoenicia. Seeing this movement of respect and understanding, Europa lowered her flower crown onto the bull's head, carefully and gently winding them around his horns. She felt truly connected to the bull at that moment, as if she were under a spell. She gently stroked the side of the bull's neck. His white fur was incredibly soft to the touch, like a silk cloth. For a moment, she stood there in silence, petting him and feeling her body relax as the anxiety and heartbreak of the day started to slowly melt away. She was starting to feel like herself again, finally distracted from the reality of the situation that was waiting for her at home. Ever so slowly, the bull then lowered himself down onto the ground. He gazed at Europa with a kind, gentle expression, wordlessly urging her to trust him, to take a seat on his back. Europa wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was her need to escape. Perhaps it was the magically calm feeling the creature gave her. But she climbed onto the bull's back, wrapping her arms around his neck to stabilize herself. She felt even more at ease then, like this was where she was meant to be somehow. Then, slowly, the bull rose to his feet. Europa was surprised when he started to move, and even more surprised when he stepped into the ocean before her. For a moment, worry began to crash over her, but that worry was brushed away the moment that the bull glanced over his shoulder at her, reassuring her. There was such calm and control in his eyes that Europa knew instantly she could trust him, that whatever was about to happen would be in her best interest. And as her home disappeared further and further behind them, until it was a mere speck on the distant horizon, Europa knew she was being saved. This creature, whoever or whatever it was, clearly had her best interests at heart. The journey was not an easy one. The waves of the Mediterranean Sea were as breathtaking, a kaleidoscope of dark blue, turquoise, cerulean, and aqua, as they were powerful. On occasion, a stray wave would crash over the bull and Europa, threatening to drag them under, but they stayed afloat. Europa would glance at the bull in disbelief, wondering how it was possible for a creature to be so strong, so resilient, that it could go against its very nature and power through these earth-crashing waves. Whenever a wave would splash against them, the bull would lift its head higher and back towards Europa, making it easier for her to cling to him. And though there were some scary moments on their journey, there were mostly beautiful ones. After a few waves, Europa no longer feared the strength of the sea, for she knew the strength of her Savior was far more powerful. Instead, she took the moments of calm to gaze at the world around her and truly take it in. And was there a lot to take in. The sun was sinking closer and closer to the horizon, painting the sky and sea with swaths of color unlike any Europa had ever seen before. The cotton candy clouds were reflected in the glassy water. The brilliant pinks and oranges and purples were like a watercolor painting unfolding before her very eyes in both the sea and the sky. It was so breathtaking that she had to hold back happy tears forming in her eyes. In that sunset, at the end of this very long day, she saw her future, bright, magical, and peaceful. Before long, there was a dark speck on the horizon, silhouetted by the sunset. As they drew nearer and nearer, Europa could hardly hold back her relief and her happiness. For the island before her was a beautiful one and an otherworldly one. It was Crete, an island she had long heard tales of, an island she had long read books about, and now she was seeing it in person, not just in her dreams. It appeared as though impossibly tall mountains had sprouted out of the sea, reaching for the vibrant sky overhead. The sunny island was peppered with isolated sandy coves, towering rocky peaks, and lush meadows and forests. Much like her home, Crete was awash in the brilliant colors of spring wildflowers. But somehow, Crete was so different. It was as though Europa had been meant to be there her entire life. When they stepped onto the white sand beaches of an isolated cove, surrounded by towering white mountains, Europa stepped off the bull's back and lay down on the sand. She closed her eyes for a moment as she sunk her hands into the sand, which was still warm and comforting with the day's sunlight. When she opened her eyes, the bull was standing beside her, eyes glistening. "You've saved me," Europa murmured. The tears of gratitude and relief could no longer be contained. She closed her eyes once more as the tears coursed down over her sun-kissed cheeks. But then she felt a human hand gently wipe the tears away. "I could not stand by and watch you live a life you were not meant to live. You deserve to be free, to be happy," Zeus said to her. She opened her eyes in surprise to find something even more beautiful and graceful than the bull. In fact, the man standing before her was the most stunning thing she had ever seen in her entire life. And though she knew who it was almost instantly, she couldn't quite bring herself to admit it. He wore a classic tunic, though his was woven with gold silk and dotted with elegant gemstones along the sleeves and the collar. His muscles peeked out of the top of the gown, seemingly sparkling in the sunlight. And then there was his hair. Europa could see where the bull's snow-white fur came from. Zeus had long, angelic locks that were the same hue, so white and pristine that they almost seemed fake. His blue eyes seemed to bury into her in a way that made her feel more understood than she had ever been before. He was, indeed, a god, and somehow that didn't make Europa feel mortal. "I am Zeus," he breathed, his voice as sweet as the nectar in the wildflowers around his feet. "And I am Europa. I am indebted to you," she replied. But Zeus simply smiled at her, taking her hand gently in his own as he replied, "You are not indebted to me. You are free to do as you please. However, there are some things you must know first." Europa followed Zeus as he led her through the small stretch of beach and up a flower-lined path. They walked further and further and further and further up the zigzagging mountain paths, around olive trees and juniper trees, underneath songbirds as they sang their beautiful songs, seemingly congratulating the couple on their safe arrival to the island. Europa was entirely aware of the feeling of Zeus's hand wrapped around her own. His large grip truly dwarfed hers, and yet it didn't feel controlling nor dangerously powerful. It made her feel safe, for she was a mere mortal and he a god, yet she could feel their pulses beating in unison against one another. She wondered, as they walked in comfortable silence up the mountain, how truly different they could be. When they reached the top of the mountain, Europa had to take a moment to savor the view before her. On this isolated plateau, the tallest on the mountain, there was an evergreen tree, The tree's emerald needles provided a breathtaking contrast against the navy of the sea that stretched to the horizon. Below them, Europa could see everything. Every valley and canyon and peak of the island below was aglow in the light of the setting sun. The island was a maze of oranges and pinks and purples, all mapping out the journey of day across the landscape. It was the most spectacular thing that Europa had ever seen. And as she took in the sight of the land and sea before her, Zeus took in the sight of her. She stood on her tiptoes at the edge of the mountain, as if that would somehow bring her closer to the view. Her fingers twitched against her collarbone as she took in delighted, shaky breaths, her sage eyes brimming with tears of happiness. In that moment, Zeus was once more reminded of what drew him to Europa in the first place. Her love of life, of the land. When she turned around and saw Zeus standing under the lone tree on the mountain, she felt at peace, though questions were swirling in her mind. Why had this god chosen to save her? Why had he brought her to this beautiful lookout? She approached him slowly, her hands outstretched to take his. He smiled at her as he spoke, his voice soft and smooth. I've been watching you for quite some time, Europa. I saw you many weeks ago, saving bumblebees by bringing them fresh water. I saw you lounge in the meadow, taking naps in the setting sun. I saw the way you looked at the world around you with such love and compassion. Even from Mount Olympus, I could feel the warmth of your character, the light that you provide to this world. And slowly, my dear Europa, I fell madly in love with you. Europa couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her hands tightened on Zeus's as she gazed into his kind, gentle eyes. You fell in love with me? She asked, her voice quivering in the slightest. Zeus nodded, quietly assuring her, Indeed, I did. In that moment, Europa was overcome with warmth and compassion. Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, seemed entirely human in this moment, vulnerable, honest, unlike anything she had ever seen him depicted as before. I'm not demanding anything of you, nor would I want you to lie about your true feelings. But Europa, my dear, I would be honored if you would spend the night here by my side, You are free to go back to your home if you would like, or stay here and make it your home, Zeus explained. Europa knew what she wanted. She sat down against the tree trunk, urging Zeus to sit beside her. They watched in content silence as the sun slipped down below the horizon, painting its final streaks of color across the night sky. Slowly, the orange sky became dark blue, then black. Stars began to appear on the inky black canvas, twinkling seemingly just above their heads. Europa rested her head on Zeus's chest, listening to the thump, 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 thump of his beating heart. Every so often, Zeus would raise his powerful hand, a hand that could cast lightning bolts and curses and magic too powerful for words, and he would simply play with Europa's glossy hair, gently. Europa could feel herself growing sleepy as they stared up at the stars together. Zeus smiled at her, running his hand down over her cheek and propping up her chin. I take it you intend to make this your home, then? The god asked with a smile. Indeed, I do, and I intend to make it my home with you by my side, Zeus, Europa replied, once more resting her head on his chest. Zeus told her the truth in a hushed, caring tone. He could not stay in this paradise all the time. He had obligations to tend to on Mount Olympus. However, he would visit her often and would be with her in spirit every single day. If she ever missed him, she could simply look up at the sky and be reminded of his love for her. Europa was confused. She opened her eyes and turned them to the sky. Zeus raised his hand and flicked a single finger up at the inky black sky. With that motion, the sky began to glitter. Stars, glistening brighter than any other star in the sky, popped up. They moved like shooting stars, glowing a rainbow of colors that took Europa's breath away. The stars gathered into a shape, radiating brightly one more time before they sunk into place. Only after the brilliant display was over did Europa realize exactly what she was looking at. Zeus had created a constellation just for her. A constellation of Taurus, the bull. And though it was simply a few stars, billions of miles away, Europa could feel the warmth radiating from them. She felt safe and protected by them. They will be there, looking down on you every single night, my love, Zeus promised, kissing Europa on the top of her head. That night, Europa fell asleep in Zeus's arms. Though Zeus himself didn't sleep, he lay there with her for hours, listening to the sound of her gentle breathing, feeling her draw him closer even in her sleep. It was a magical feeling Zeus had never felt before. How had a human captured his heart so fully and completely? By the morning, Zeus was gone, back on Olympus, where dozens of tasks awaited him. Though, when she opened her eyes, to her surprise, Europa found 3 gifts left for her on the island. There was Talos, an automation that circles the island's blue waters, protecting Europa from pirates or invaders at all costs. There was Lelaps, a hunting dog who never failed to provide Europa with a meal, and a javelin for her protection, which never missed her intended target. If the bull constellation over her head wasn't comforting enough, these gifts were another promise that Europa was safe, and this was her true home. Over the next few years, Europa lived on the island in complete peace. Zeus visited her whenever possible, spending the night with her underneath the evergreen tree where he had confessed his love all those years ago. From their beautiful union, Europa bore 3 of Zeus's sons, who admired their father and the island that they were able to call home. Though Zeus wasn't always by her side, Europa knew he was near, knew he was thinking about her. At night, she would take her children down to the shore, where she had first landed with Zeus. They would sit in the sand and listen to the waves as they lapped the shore over and over and over and over. Then they would turn their gaze up the constellation above their head. Europa would hold her beautiful boys close as she told them all about their father and the journey he had taken across the sea to ensure that they could live a free life here. She told them of the woven flower crown, of the impossibly high waves, and of the kindness in Zeus's eyes. And as she told these tales, she could swear that the stars overhead shined just a bit brighter. I hope you've enjoyed this story, and it has helped you reach a night of peaceful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.